I think we're live. Are we live? Chat. Did I fix it? Let me get things set up here. It feels like deathly quiet in here. I need to have background music, otherwise I feel like a crazy person. There we go. There we go. And we're good. All right. We'll just do this. I think we're chilling. I think we're chilling. Pandora, thank you for the sub. 9 months in a row. Thank you so much. All right, I think we're live. I think we're good. All right. There's that taken care of. Of course something was going to go wrong. Of course something was going to go wrong. I kind of already had foreseen that I would have some technical issues just because of the fact that I made some pretty wide sweeping changes to my computer setup. Basically I was having problems with my editing software and stuff like that. Some games were giving me problems and whatnot. I was still using like a B450 board, so I ended up upgrading to an Aorus 870E and a Ryzen 9 9000 series and DDR4 RAM and another SSD. My other board only had one M2 slot, so now this one has I think 3 or 4. So that's super nice to be able to DDR5, yeah. So it's really nice to be able to actually like save like some of my editing stuff to one place and then have like games on another one and things like that. So that's really nice. Console player, have no idea what you're saying. It's all bullshit. It's all make-believe. Yeah, I'm mostly talking about storage. It's quick access storage is what it is, basically. Did you see that Marvel Rivals is over 582,000? Jesus fucking Christ. So like, I dropped that video today, right? And I was like, dude, like over the last few days, I've been sitting here like watching this game do really well and like stay super consistent for a month straight. And I'm like, it's not going down. It's not even like trending down. It's just staying where it is. And that's not normal. Even for a game that is that's new. Like, usually within a month, you've seen at least 20 or 30% of the player base walk away because they're just not interested in playing the game. But this game is replacing players at a rate that it doesn't matter, and the vast majority of players are still sticking around and playing it. So, but that deserves to be talked about. That deserves to be talked about. And I think it's crazy. Look at this. Oh my God, what's going on with my screens? Again, I changed a bunch of settings, so obviously I have to like reconfigure a bunch of my stuff here. Forehead stream. Look, now I'm gonna be like one of those FPS streamers, guys. You know what I'm talking about? Where this is all you see. Shit's so weird. It's so weird. It's like, why do you do that? Why you do that? Is this about where I have it? Is this, yeah, it's fuck it. It's good enough. Good enough. Good video today. Great. Glad you guys liked it. It's doing really well. I actually think it's trending right now, which is good to see. You the man? No, you the man. So we're gonna get that speculation stream about characters they could add? I don't, man. Nerding out about like old school Marvel shit is like so much fucking fun, man. It's so much fun, especially for me with X-Men. Like, don't get me wrong, I like a lot of the stuff from Marvel, like a lot of the older stuff from Marvel, but like, me and X-Men, baby, me and X-Men. You know what the funny thing is that like, regardless of the quality, like I still to this day love like all of the X-Men movies, just because I need a fucking hit. Just because I need a hit. Chat doesn't show on the screen. Yeah, where is chat? Oh, chat's all the way over here. There it is. Chat's a little bit bigger than what you guys normally are. You guys are like about that big. There we go. Old school X-Men cartoon was goated. Dude, it's so fucking good. I've actually heard a lot of really good things about the X-Men 97. I just haven't had the chance to watch it, mostly because I'm allergic to Disney Plus. Tragically. Cyclops is my wish too. Cyclops would be really cool. Let's see here. List of X-Men characters. Every X-Men ever. Ooh, comic vine. All right, let's see what you got. Professor X, for sure. Like, having Professor X in the game would be a fucking slam dunk, okay? Like, just, it would be so fucking cool. And like, and even though I joked about it, I was being serious. Like, you could actually have a character in a wheelchair and it actually makes sense within the game and the players aren't going to be upset about it, and it also still ends up being representation for, you know, a group of people that are relatively marginalized within video games. That's fucking cool. And on top of that, Professor X is a fucking badass. Like, he's a badass. Hover chair. Yeah, it would probably be his hover chair. It would need to be his hover chair. You can't have the dude fucking rolling his ass around. The classic yellow hover chair, for sure. And he's OP. I would imagine he would probably end up being a he'd be a strategist. That makes like the most sense. You just think about it just from that, like, he's a healer, he's gonna shield, he gives orders and stuff like that. If anything, I could see them making Professor X like a buffer, where you can like buff certain certain actions for characters and stuff like that, and do like group wide like AoE buffs and stuff like that. X-Men, to me, that would definitely be like one of his skills, where maybe you would be able to like teleport characters to you, like any characters that aren't within a certain range, you could just command all characters right on top of you. That would be really sick. Imagine you have like a team wipe or something like that, or a close to team wipe. Your team members respawn and you can just immediately call them all straight back to the battlefield rather than them having to like run all the way back. He could see through enemy eyes. That is true. He could see through enemy eyes. But the only one that can be immune has to be Magneto, right? Professor X team up with Magneto. That'd be fucking sick, dude. That'd be sick. Those are some of my favorite moments in the comics, is when like Magneto's team actually teams up with the X-Men. That stuff is like so badass. It's so badass. Victor Viagra, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is fucking huge. That's insanely generous of you. Thank you so much. You mentioned you're a comics fan. What are your thoughts about the current state of the MCU and the James Gunn for DC? I have never personally been interested in DC in my entire life. I don't know why. None of the characters really stood out to me all that much. Batman, just like, the only time Batman was ever cool for me was when I was a kid and I watched Batman Beyond, the cartoon show. That's what it was called, right? I think that's what it was called. Is that what it was? Teen Titans? Teen Titans was all right. But I mean, you really just watch that, like, I don't know. Like, it was okay. I didn't mind it. Yeah, it was Batman Beyond. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Batman Beyond was fucking dope, okay? That was a great fucking show. Absolutely great. But Superman he's just so fucking vanilla, man. Like, his only weakness is a fucking rock. I've just never been into it. I don't know. Like, there's something about it I just didn't really like that much. But there's so much, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way that the characters are portrayed in Marvel. It's so varied. And sometimes, like, I think it's because, like, the DC comics were always, like, the DC comics and characters were always so much more, like, dialed back. Where the MCU, or not the, like, just Marvel in general, not talking about necessarily the movies and stuff like that, Like, they were always so much more fantastical. And I also think that there was like a bit more of a... There was always a bit more of this like overtone or this like message that was like above the whole thing, where it's just kind of like, even though there's a lot of people that are like these, you know, aliens and stuff like that, it was like the reason why I really liked X-Men, because it was the idea of people finding like potential within themselves to do great things. That's why I always really liked the X-Men. Do you think Overwatch can ever recover? No. It can't. So there's a few reasons why I don't think Overwatch could ever recover. One of them is the fact that Blizzard as a company is not a company that you want to have any faith in, or you want to give any goodwill to, because they've spent all their goodwill. Whether or not Bobby Kotick is there anymore, it doesn't really matter. I think that in general, people are just, you're not gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. What are they gonna do? The game's already old to begin with. Overwatch is already tired and played out. What ended up happening is at least from my perspective, is that when Overwatch hit, the first Overwatch, it was the first of its kind, and it was latched onto by a young generation of gamers that were just getting into like online gaming and stuff like that, and competitive online gaming and things of that nature. Now there is a new younger generation that has been saturated by Marvel everything for years now. They've watched the movies, they've watched the entire MCU and things like that. They know all these characters and things like that. And now they're dropping a game that plays like that, Overwatch, and you're not going to be able to rip the youth from Marvel Rivals and take them to Overwatch. I think Overwatch in a lot of ways is actually going down the same path as World of Warcraft, where it ends up just being a game for people in their like 30s plus. More of like a nostalgia thing, or it's just what players are used to playing, where Marvel Rivals, it gets to start out on the fresh foot of it being a new game. It's taking a lot out of the pages of Fortnite, which is really smart, having a ton of different characters and all these really cool skins, and they're all recognizable, and they have so much content to pull from, and they can put so much content into this game at a rate that Overwatch just can't anymore. They can't do it. They can't. Overwatch and Blizzard cannot provide the same amount of value that Marvel Rivals can. Ever. They don't have the manpower. They don't have the organizational skills. They don't have the IP. They don't have anything. Like, just as an example, do you want to play as some like let's say tomorrow Overwatch says we're bringing in a new character. They look really cool, and they're badass, and they got cool voice lines, and their skins look really sick and stuff like that. Level 4 hype train. I think that might be the first time I've ever hit level 4. Thank you guys so much. That's crazy. That might be the record on the channel. So imagine they bring out this really badass character. Would you rather play as that character or play as Iceman? Or as Jean Grey? Or, I don't really like Morph, to be honest with you. Polaris, Havoc. Dude, they have so many cool, like, obscure ones. That's why I really like Days of Future Past, because they went back and they showed off, like, I think Vulcan was in Days of Future Past. I know that, I know Darwin was. Sure, Sunfire, Colossus, Cable. How would Cable even play? Because you'd have to bring in like the time travel part of it, right? Azazel. Ooh, Azazel. Yeah, they did have Azazel in that movie too. Yeah. Nightcrawler, 100%. Nightcrawler is for sure the cool. This is one of the things that I brought up that I actually really enjoy about Marvel Rivals, and I think a lot of other people enjoy this as well. Is that like we already know what these characters are, who they are, what they're going to be able to do, and likely what their roles are already going to be. Like, as an example, Colossus is going to be a tank, right? Without a doubt. We would know that Nightcrawler will be Nightcrawler would be a duelist for sure, like a DPS. Zombie variations. I think that, you know, when I brought that up in the video, I think what chances are what they can probably do is they'll probably end up doing, like those will be skins. Dude, they've already gotten so obscure on skins, it's crazy. Like, the Maker skin? Or for Mr. Fantastic? What the fuck? Like, where did that come from? Like, these guys are so dialed into an IP that they have to be fans of it. They genuinely have to be fans of the IP. You don't put the Maker into this game if you're not actually somebody that reads the comics. I would guarantee that the artists that work on Marvel Rivals are like legit comic book nerds, which makes a lot of sense. They're artists, right? Forge would be so cool too. Yeah. If they do Rogue, they bring back the animated TV show variant. That's the other really cool thing about this, is that across the board, for the most part, many of the characters that they've been putting into the game look like the favorited versions of each one of those characters. So, as an example, like Scarlet Witch looks like Scarlet Witch from the movies. The Storm, if you look at like the punk rock Storm that they have in the game, she looks like Halle Berry. Was it Halle Berry? Who played Storm? She played Storm at one point, I think, didn't she? Yeah. Yeah, she looks like Halle Berry. Like, they're like, these dudes are fucking geniuses, dude. They're geniuses. I've never seen something like this before, and it's so underappreciated. I mean, it's appreciated because the players are playing it, and they're definitely buying microtransactions and they're paying into the battle pass and stuff like that. But Jubilee, what a fucking useless character. I like Jubilee. Every time I think of Jubilee, I just think of that. Have you guys ever watched those skits from, what's his name? The dude that does all of the skits where he pretends that he's Professor, or he's playing Professor X, but he's like firing all the X-Men. Like, Jubilee sits down and she's like, I shoot pyrotechnic plasmoids. And he's like, so fireworks. And she's like, no, they're called plasmoids. He's like, right, fireworks. Yeah, you're fired. What? I'll be patiently waiting for Gambit. I fucking love Gambit, dude. I also love like the lore of Gambit, where like where everybody thinks that like Gambit is like relatively like lower on a power scale, but realistically, Gambit controls kinetic energy, so therefore he's technically like an Omega level mutant. And I think that they've actually explored that in one of the comics before. Jubilee and Gambit are stupid powerful. Yeah, Gambit for sure is incredibly powerful. Like, kinetic energy. Motherfucker controls movement. Like, his powers get fucking crazy. He can basically turn anything into a bomb, and he's done even crazier stuff. Is Deadpool in the game? You know he's going to be. You know he's going to be. Come on. He's not in there yet. That's why, like, like, how could you think that they're gonna run out of steam? How do you think that they can run out of characters? Right now, we're just looking at X-Men. Emma Frost. She's next. She's next. She's next. Like, there's no way. Sorn. That'd be fucking cool. Lifeguard. North Star. Juggernaut has to come through. I'm hoping that when they do like when they bring in more X-Men, they do like a split where they do like 2 villains, 2 heroes or something like that. I don't know if they're gonna end up continuing to do like 4 at a time in one season. Honestly, it kind of makes a little bit of sense. Bro, Mystique's gonna be busted. If they bring Mystique into the game where she can actually just pretend to be one of the characters on your team, on the other team. Yikes. Yikes. They'll definitely bring in Sabretooth. Like that's a no-brainer. Armor. I actually really like Armor as a character. Sunspot would be really fucking cool. You could have some super cool skins for Sunspot. Magic's already in the game. She's counted as a mutant? I mean, I know she's from the X-Men universe, but I wouldn't have thought she'd be counted as a mutant. She was Midnight Suns, right? Helgren, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, you. Hey, LD, here's my I refuse to watch YouTube ads tax. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Magic is Colossus' sister. Oh, yeah, you're right. Her powers are portals? Right, but wasn't she trapped in another dimension? I thought her powers were passed down. I thought like she like her powers are otherworldly, or at least other like from another dimension. How would Rogue play? Super strength. She'd probably be like a bit of a mix, like a mid-ranger that can have melee and projectiles, right? Because she has energy too, right? She was kidnapped and taken to the demon realm. Yeah. Yeah. She goes to limbo. Magic has always been a mutant. She learned magic while she was trapped in limbo. Oh, okay. 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 That makes sense then. That makes sense. Rogue could drain health. Yeah, but isn't Rogue's ability only accessible if she's touching somebody? So maybe they would make it kind of like, would they make it kind of like Scarlet Witch in the game, but it's when she's like close to somebody? I don't even know how you would do that. They should add in Stan Lee. They should make some type of tribute to him for sure. Namor's already in. Domino. That'd be kind of a cool one. How would you do that? Isn't Domino luck based? Are they gonna put a Gam? That would like that would be like the most Eastern game thing to do, is to put in a Gamba character, like a like, who knows if you're gonna be good or bad. Subscribe. Shuru, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. 3 months. Appreciate that. Long shot and Domino or Gamba. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I can see that. If you kill this character, Gamba luck. Yeah. Yeah. That would be really cool. It would probably be like her ultimate, most likely. Right? Like her ultimate would be like, you know, in a certain area, it would like flip a coin or roll some dice, and it would, you know, be random, like how many enemies just like instant die or something like that. That'd be kind of cool. I could see that being fun. And they got some hot characters to bring in here too, right? X23. Watch, they just make X23 a skin, like a Wolverine skin. Phantom X would be good. Yeah. Yeah, Phantom X would be pretty cool. Laura plays a bit differently. Yeah. What villains would you like to see? Man. We already know Doom's gonna make it in. Thanos is already gonna come. Osborn for sure. Loki's already in the game, even though like Galactus isn't going to come into the game, right? Because it's like his daughter that is the one that's like running the show or whatever. Red Skull. I wonder if they're actually going to put in Red Skull. Apocalypse for sure. Like I want to see Apocalypse just as an X-Men guy. Like that one's just kind of like, you know, let's go, baby. Doc Ock. Doc Ock would be really cool. For sure they'll put in the dude, I would love to see Mr. Sinister. I would love to see Mr. Sinister. That would be so fucking cool. That would be so cool. Because doesn't he have like how it says powers? Insanely rich. I mean, fucking true. Be fucking true. How would Sinister play? I wonder. Probably mid-range, or probably like mid to long range, using like force fields. He can also like make himself go invisible and stuff like that. And then he has like blast powers and whatnot. So probably something around that. I think that's probably the best thing with a lot of the Marvel characters is that they end up being throws money at the enemy. Now that'd be Kingpin. They would probably like they can be really flexible like with how heroes and villains play, because a lot of them have like multiple different skill sets, right? Ultron already confirmed. Yeah, I figured Ultron would be a quick pick. I'm looking for something that would be a little bit more, you know. I mean, no shit, right? Like, we know Elektra's coming. Like, they're not gonna miss the opportunity. Now, which Elektra? Do they Emma Frost is leaked? Yeah, I figured they, like I said, you're not gonna miss out on the real easy fucking layups when it comes to, yeah, the Gooner content. Dormammu? They're not gonna put Dormammu into the game. Kang? Yeah, like, how would you even put Dormammu into the game? He's like not even physical. Why not Dormammu? You just fucking win. You just fucking win. What are you talking about? Daredevil would be cool. Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to see anything. imagine you just hop in as Daredevil and the screen just goes black. You have to like play by ear. You have to fucking listen. What do you think about the 5000 series GPUs? I think a lot of things. Here's another layup. Enchantress is an easy layup. The Nvidia stuff. I don't know if I brought any of that stuff into my did I like the We'll go into the Nvidia stuff after this. I want to go into this a little bit further. We'll talk about it though. There's a ton of stuff that we got to go over for sure. They'll definitely put in Carnage. Juggernaut's already a for sure thing. We already talked about. Why are they repeating them? Fucking AI generated list. Abomination would be really cool. I really hope that they just like remake like the Boys meme with like Electro and all those dudes. Like me and the homies. That'd be so fucking good. They just keep like their original skins. Easy healer for Enchantress. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that easily. Want to see Gwenpool just for the Jeff interactions? Oh, I'm like, of course they're gonna like that stuff. To me is Silver Samurai would be fucking sick, dude. Silver Samurai would be sick. I want to see that for sure. Kingpin, I would guarantee they're gonna put Kingpin in. But like, this is the crazy thing, is that like we've already talked about I would guarantee we've probably already talked about 50 like heroes and villains combined already. Of ones that were like, for sure gonna go in, for sure gonna go in. I would love to see this one, for sure I'm gonna go in. And the fact that somebody would come across and say that they already burned all of the most like known heroes, so therefore like they're just gonna run out of steam. How can you say that? Like, it's one of those things where I was reading that article and I just immediately came to the conclusion that you are upset that Overwatch is dead. And here's the thing. When it comes to the gamer, they are incredibly biased when it comes to social political commentary. So they look at a game like Overwatch as an ally, and it needs to be defended at every fucking turn. That's how they are. And they're it's so narrow-minded when it comes to just like what players want. Why does that have to be a discussion? Why does that even have to be a part of your bias when it comes to whether or not a product is worthy of playing, or whether or not we think it's going to have a bright future or not? It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. And you know, the funny thing is that like I saw a conversation that was going on where people were talking about how they're like, oh, well, you know, like talking about how, you know, like extremes, like political extremes and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, you don't see the other political extreme in gaming. And for good reason. The reason why is because the vast majority of the people that are making these games are artists, and artists tend to be a little bit more on the liberal side. So of course you're going to see games that are going to, well, they're going to veer in the left direction, which is completely fucking fine, by the way. I don't care. The problem is that like, I don't need you to be an ally. I don't need you to be anything. I need you to be a fun video game that I enjoy playing and that I feel is worth my time and money. That's it. That's it. If you can do the other things and you can, cross social and political and racial boundaries, great, cool, good for you. Stop making that your fucking priority, though. That's just my stance. Stop making it your priority. Just make a good game. That's all I care about. Because this other shit's not working and you guys are losing your fucking jobs. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. I mean, you can write articles about how much you like all this other bullshit as much as you want, but at the end of the day, if it's not selling and this is, what's gonna happen to you? What's gonna happen to you? Carnage would go so hard. Yeah, Carnage would be really good. Obscure X-Men villains like Sugarman, Phalanx, or Mojo. I could see that stuff though. Like, I could definitely see them like reaching into some of the more like obscure stuff. That audience made up their minds. You can't change that. That's the thing when it comes to like the stuff that, you know, we'll get into some of the Ubisoft stuff as well, right? Where it's like, you have to understand that like nowadays, people's money and time is so fucking limited, and it's getting even more limited by the day, that you don't have time or an opportunity for a second impression. You have any idea how many people have completely written off Assassin's Creed Shadows? Tons of people. Tons of people. You don't have time for that. And here's the thing, is that like, and these companies, I know, like, this is one of the things that I think is really crazy. And I was wondering, I need to make a video about this. Here we go. Write a fucking note. I have such a long list of like video ideas that I still have not did, because I've been like covering so much like topical stuff lately. I need to go into the vault and I need to pull out one of these like abstract ideas that I like to make a video about. I haven't done one of those. When was the last time I did one? Hold on. I don't want to lose the idea. I just had it. Oh. I already wrote it down. Okay. Where is it? This guy. This legendary fucking dickhead. Where's he at? When was the last time I did like an abstract that I pulled out of my head? Where it wasn't about a game specifically. Oh, okay. It's actually not been that long. It was a month ago, right? Like, I just saw like developers that keep talking shit to fans, and I was like, we should probably talk about the fact these dudes keep talking shit, and it's ruining their games. It's ruining their sales. It's ruining their public image. And here's the thing, is that from my perspective as a player and as a consumer and as a content creator, if I find one of these companies pulling some bullshit, saying something that I know that the audience or the people that are paying for something are going to not want to fund, I'm going to bring that stuff up. That's why, do I have it on here? Yeah, right here. This. Kingdom Come Deliverance series director claims AAA studios are really terrified of internet critics like Asmongold and the Critical Drinker. When somebody starts to critique their game in the corporate world, it does have an impact. And it does. And it does. And the thing is that historically, the words, beliefs, ideologies, and strategies that these companies have used over the years have largely gone under discussed. And the reason why is because, well, the players weren't ever really given that kind of dialogue. We never really had the opportunity to hear anything about that kind of stuff, right? So, because the media has never covered it. The journalists have always been on the side of the publishers and the studios, not on the side of the players. And as such, we're never going to see those kind of discussions or have them framed in a way that would make sense for the audience, if that makes any sense. Because, like, I'm not going to sit here and, you know, your average everyday person is not just going to go and, like, read the financials I posted about them. Your average everyday consumer is not going to... Why is the post unavailable? He might have deleted it, most likely. Right here. Your average everyday consumer is not going to go read the strategic updates for Ubisoft, right? And the writers and journalists are not, the legacy media is not going to give you guys this kind of information or frame it in a way that you would think it would impact you or other people, right? And this right here, strategic update, following the strategic and execution reviews initiated by the executive committee a few months ago, Ubisoft taking decisive steps to reshape the group in order to deliver best-in-class player experiences, enhance operational efficiency, and maximize value creation. Ubisoft announced today that it will be leading advisors to review and pursue various transformative and strategic and capitalistic options to extract the best value for stakeholders. So if I remove the business lingo, extract the best value for stakeholders means make the most money and take the most money from the audience to give it to their shareholders. This process will be overseen by independent members of the board of directors. Ubisoft will inform the market in accordance to applicable regulations if and once a transaction materializes. So what they're saying right here is this is two separate things. They're saying that one, this is probably them looking into a buyout, and two, this is also the regulations that they're going to have to go through for either a buyout or for layoffs, because keep in mind, they're in Europe. It's a little bit more difficult. Same thing I think goes for Canada. It's a little bit more difficult for them to just do wide sweeping layoffs. They didn't have a problem doing it in Japan and stuff like that for whatever reason, but operationally, the company blah, 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 blah. And then they say now expects to exceed $200 million or 200 million euro in reductions or of its fixed cost base by fiscal year 2025-2026 versus 2022-2023. So they're going to reduce their costs by $200 million. And that's why I ended up making a post that says, Ubisoft employees, I hope you know that reduction of fixed costs means you. Start putting in applications and preparing. Don't get caught by surprise. If AC Shadows does well, Ubisoft has lost too much money for one game to fix everything. Because I still do think that, this game is going to do well, right? I still think it's going to sell well enough. I don't think it's going to be a flop. I don't see. That would be fucking crazy. If Assassin's Creed Shadows comes out and it doesn't sell 5 million copies within the first few weeks or the first month. Yo. That's gonna be fucking crazy, dude. That's gonna be fucking crazy. totally just went off on a tangent. I don't remember what we were talking about originally. Oh, I was just talking about that writer and stuff like that. It just kind of flows back and forth because it's like when you're writing articles like that, when you're making games like that, when you're defending games like that, it just doesn't work. Simple as that. Curly, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Pass. I'd rather play PoE 2. I've been having a log. I think I'm like over. I think I've got 200 hours into Path of Exile now. Close to at the very least. I've been all over that fucking game, man. I've been all over that fucking game, dude. How are the fires near you? It's fucking crazy, dude. Like when I would like going to the gym today, it's crazy to look at like one side, like drive from like one side of the road and it's like clear skies, and then you turn around to the other side and you literally just see fucking black and grayscale. Like the whole fucking sky is just covered. It's that, and on top, like I haven't really felt well the last couple of days because the air quality is so ass. Like you can like the air like tastes acidic because it's just from all the burnt hopes and dreams. Stay safe, man. Yeah, no, I've been keeping an eye on it. I got freaked out. Like I got really freaked out the other day. So they ended up sending out so like two things happen. There's fires that are in San Diego right now as well, right? Or like near San Diego as well. So wind shifted and that fire started moving north. And then the fire that is north of me, which is the one that's in the Palisades, which is the big one that a lot of you guys have seen, that one was heading like south, but it's pretty much stayed where it's been, which basically is going to trap everybody else between the two of them. And yesterday there was a warning that had gone out that was like, hey, this is an evacuation order. And like you guys don't really know like what my whole situation is or anything like that. Basically, I used to work in construction. I traveled across the country working in construction. I came out here and worked out here for like about 2 years on a project out here. Got laid off, lost my job, and was kind of in this weird position where like I kind of wanted to figure my shit out before I like left to like move back to like the Midwest, and wasn't really in the position to move yet. And yeah, I've just kind of been stuck here for a little while. Like I've been saving up so I can get ready to move and whatnot. I just have to kind of get things together for me to be able to get out of here and move. And so I don't have family here. Like I know a couple people here, but I don't really have like the same kind of connections to like, you know, where I like what I have back home, right? Back home, I like technically, yeah, I could go back home, but I'm just one of those people that just doesn't like to impose on others. So I just don't like to just like show up and be like, hey, can I stay here for a while or whatever? So yeah. So like so like for me, like when it's like I see an evacuation order and I'm like, where the fuck am I even gonna go? Like home is 2,600 miles away. 2,700 miles away. Go to Oregon is beautiful up here. Are you fucking kidding me? Like I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna go somewhere cheap. Like, don't get me wrong. Like California is a beautiful state. There's so much cool shit to do here. But at the end of the day, you sell yourself on this idea that you're gonna go out and do all this like cool shit and stuff like that. I'm a fucking gamer, dude. Like I do go out and do some outgoing shit from, you know, time to time, but for the most part, I'm not gonna be going to hike in the fucking mountains. Okay, I'm gonna be playing video games. Do I think I need to live? Do cheap places exist anymore? Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Southern Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, you know, Minnesota, Wisconsin. I mean, the list goes on. Oklahoma's cheap, yeah. Yeah, the Midwest is like super fucking cheap to live in, and the quality of life is great. Houses still, you can still buy a nice house for like $250,000 to like $350,000. Rose done his research. Homie's from there. What are you talking about? Are you used to the cold? You know what the funny thing is? People get like twisted about cold weather. Like you get over it real quick. And you know what? The other thing is too, is that like, it ends up like the funny thing is people people make it sound like this is the case, and like most people probably don't believe it, but you grow to appreciate the warmer months because of the colder months, and you end up being more active and more happy during the warmer months than you normally would be. Now, don't get me wrong, cold weather definitely brings in a layer of depression that you're probably not really used to. It's just something you kind of get over. That's why you go play darts and drink beer. You could survive on 25K a year in Michigan if you finesse it. I mean, it depends on where you're going to live. Well, to be honest with you, like, yeah, in general, for the most part, as long as you're not trying to live in, like, Kazoo or, I'm trying to think where else. You know, like, I'm talking about, like, there's a couple, like, really fucking rich hoity-toity places that are on the, like, northern, like, northwest part of, upper Michigan, right? Not the UP, but you get what I'm saying. And then... like, Eastern Michigan's cheaper than dick, though. I mean, like, living in, like, the D or something like that is, like, nothing, dude. Nothing. Property out there is, like, garbage cheap. Even though I think BlackRock's been buying it all up since they've been shutting down the ghettos. I live in a place that seasons are raining and not raining. I'm from Maine. New England is pricey, but it's so nice. Oh, yeah. No. Maine's super nice. Maine is super, super nice. Yeah. You also, like, meet, like, you also have these, like, weird opportunities. I don't really know why or how this is, but for some odd reason, like, in the Midwest, you end up, like, meeting, like, uber rich people that are, because they do the same thing, right? Like, uber rich people, they also will have a house at a super fucking cheap place because they just know, right? Like, they just know that it's going to be, like, easier to live there during some months of the years and stuff like that. And they'd rather, like, be out there because they know it's, like, quiet. It's quiet. You know, when you live in, like, a major city or, like, really, like, highly, like high density population areas, like, you forget what silence sounds like. And it's deafening. So, like, I remember my dad told me this story. So, like, my dad, like, works on building houses and stuff like that. He's done that since, you know, he's probably fucking 16 or whatever. And he was working on this house for this dude and met this guy. And the guy, and I guess it was, like, time for, like, the dude's lunch break. And this guy was, like, super rich. You know, my dad, I think my dad was helping to build, like, a guest house or something like that. He was like, "You want to go to lunch?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." And he's like, "Oh, I know this really great spot in Maine." My dad's like, he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I think my dad was, like, in Chicago or something like that, like one of the Chicago suburbs at the time. My dad's like, "Okay," and he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You want to go? They got really good crab." And he's like, "Yeah, you know, yeah, we can go sometime." And he's like, "Sometime?" He's like, "We're gonna go right now." Dude, fucking takes my dad. Fucking, they hop into a fucking truck. They go to his private private airstrip. Get into a fucking little jet plane. Zoom over to Maine in, like, 2 hours or an hour or something like that. I forgot how long. It didn't take long at all because, like, you know, it's not very far from, like, in a jet, you know, it's pretty quick. No, it sits down, eats at a restaurant, and comes back, and, like, it was, like, 2 or 3 hours or something like that. It's a, like, round fucking trip. What the fuck? Grew up in Alaska. Seasons were winter, still winter, breakup, and construction. True. Yeah, that sounds about right. Midwest is a lot like that too. Midwest summer, the summer flower or the spring flowers that you see in the Midwest are orange cones. orange cones. Long that lunch break last? Long enough, I guess. Long enough. Believe it or not, I'm from Serbia. I'm from Serbia, Europe. Common sense reaches far places. Hey, thanks, man. That's cool. It's actually really crazy when I go into my analytics and I see, like, how many people from, like, all kinds of different walks of the world watch my videos. Like, genuinely crazy. Even more crazier when I go into, like, the Discord and I realize that pretty much everybody, like, most of the people, I don't know why it's this way, but, like, most of the people in the official Discord for the channel, the vast majority of people are not from the US. The vast majority of them are, like, all foreign. Same with Western Montana. Winter, still winter, and road construction. That's true, baby. That's how it goes. Yeah, Brazil here. Yeah, I got some Brazil. Yeah, I got some Brazilians up in here, man. It's cool to see. It's cool. I need to get my ass out of the fucking US and go visit some places soon. Still the one thing still one of the things I want to do. I can't believe that the way that they want to compete, like, so you know for a fact, I think what's crazy about this right here is the fact that you know for a fact that Overwatch has other content that they've been cooking and working on and stuff like that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a dev team that's sitting there doing that kind of shit, right? Like, you have people, you have a team that's there for this kind of stuff. And it's now been a month that your competitor, your new competitor, that you knew was coming, you could see the hype behind it. They had beta tests and alpha tests and closed tests and all kinds of stuff like that. You knew it was coming. You had people that likely played it just to check it out to see what was going on with it. It comes out and it starts beating your ass. And the only answer that you have is purple recolors. Also, question. Like actual serious question. What is up with this color in video games now? Have you noticed that the most soft ass, garbage ass games want to like beat the shit out of this color? Like, it's everywhere. When I see this, I immediately think of Dragon Age. Like, it's just the first thing I think of. It's everywhere, dude. They're all obsessed with purple. We got weather warnings the day before it starts in Cali. It's so bad. No early warning. The whole thing. All right, so I'll talk about the fire thing. I'll talk about the fire thing real quick. So there's a few issues. There's a few things that I want to say about this. Okay? One, what caused this? Well, what caused it is like most of the water in California is owned by private companies and not actually owned by the state or its citizens. Because this state is corrupt as fuck. The other issue is that because the state also just absolutely bends over in the face of activism, they basically have completely ignored any call for them to remove any brush or do any maintenance on the woods and the forests and areas like that. They, don't do any clearing or anything of that nature. Yet the funny thing is that Australia has the same problem with brush fires, where I think it was not too long ago. They had all of these. Remember they had that big crazy fire that was in Australia, and the whole reason why was because they didn't do any controlled burns. You're supposed to do controlled burns. That's how you keep the stuff in check. Because guess what? Fires happen. Woods burn down. That's just nature. I mean, even if we weren't here and we weren't contributing to it, it would still happen because lightning strikes a tree, woods get burned down, new trees grow. That's just the fucking cycle of life, baby. That's how this shit works. But if you have a lot of people that are living around those kind of areas, you have to do routine maintenance to make sure that you are preventing forest fires. But the state has not been doing that. And instead, they've been investing their money into the wrong areas. They've been selling off their water. They've been doing all of these different things that have basically hamstringed them over the years. And that's what got them in the position that they're in today. And what sucks about California is that, so some people are definitely going to disagree with me on this. I do not lean left or I do not lean right. I am somebody that believes that both sides oftentimes actually have really good ideas. Not all of them, but they both have good opinions of their own and good ideas, and they both need to be involved. And in a lot of cases, when you get to states where only one of them is involved, and they stay involved the entire time, and the other side doesn't have any voice in the situation, then things get out of control. And California is a really good example of one of those states that has gone unabated and uncontested for so long that it has all of these systemic issues that are brought on by the side that there's no both sides here. It's just one side. It's a blue state. You need gas and brakes in the government. Fuck yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. California is doomed? No, California is not doomed. If anything, this year and what's happened likely will probably flip the state. I could see that happening. Keep in mind they've had Republican governors in the past. Arnold. Schwarzenegger. Base take? Dude, I just think that's just how the fucking world works. Like, I just don't... I personally am not one that believes that only one side is right in any other... in, like, all the entire time, right? You need to try to make sure that you have a balance of opinions, because when one side has power for too long, things get out of control. And the problem is that, like, California's become a pushover state. And they've put themselves in this position. But I do think that I do think that this is going to result in a flip in the state, for sure. I guarantee it. It's too much devastation. It's too many homes lost. It's too much money. And there's also no recourse for any of these people, man. There's no fucking recourse for these people. They're not going to be able to do anything. And, like, I brought this up, too. And, like, one of the things that, like, really bothers me with this is that there's a lot of people that say, oh, boo-hoo, the rich people are losing their homes. Man, fuck you. You have no idea what the fuck is going on in California. You really think that California is a state filled with a bunch of rich people? Are you out of your fucking mind? You have any idea how big the population is here? The rich make up 1% of the state. The vast majority of these homes that you're seeing burnt down, these are mostly generational homes that were passed down through their family and were purchased well before these homes were ever worth $100 or $10 million, $5 million. The house itself isn't worth that money. The land it's on is, just because of housing crises and overpopulation, population density. That's how the state is. The vast majority of the people that lived in a lot of these homes were not rich people. These are people like you and me, man. We're talking middle-class Americans that are just trying to get by. They work for their money. Yeah, they work for their fucking money. And half of them every year that finish line is getting further and further away from them because costs in California continue to rise. It was only a few months ago that gas was like almost $8 a fucking gallon out here. In this year, 2025, they've now said that that they're not going to allow people to sell combustion engines anymore, and they want people to use electric vehicles. And then at the exact same time, right after they make that announcement, they ask people not to charge their Teslas because the fucking power grid's gonna go down. What? What the fuck? What kind of clown world is this? Like, economically, this place it's in shambles. It's in shambles. It's the only place in the world where you can see the richest people in the world having dinner, and there is some dude on Fent tweaking out on the sidewalk in front of them. Like, bro, like, that's why, like, when I sit back and I see people that are like, good riddance, you get what you get. One of the things I saw people say, you get what you vote for. But I would guarantee that the vast majority of these people, if you looked at like the latest election, just for like the US presidential election, it was pretty split. California almost flipped. That's been like the first time in a long time that you've seen that. So the vast majority of the people here do want change, but the thing is that because of population density, the vast majority of them live within the cities, and yeah, they end up flipping in one direction more times than not. Like you said, the government has not been able to connect the dots because of how they bend the knee to activism. Yeah. Yeah. Because the thing is that they use that as a smokescreen to be able to hide all of the other undercover bullshit activities they're doing in the background while they're letting lobbyists run the fucking state. I love my country. I fucking love my country. You know how much more I would love my country if we didn't have lobbyists? America could be one of the greatest states on earth. One of the greatest states, one of the greatest countries on earth. And it still very much is one of the greatest countries on earth. It would be a lot better if we didn't have it where people could pay their way into the fucking government to get them to vote on things, or to get access to things, or to clip the fucking wings of the everyday American citizen. This is the end result of this. Sad part is insurance companies pulling out of fire protection days before the fire. I don't care who you voted for. Losing your belongings and everything is a tragedy. So, like, when it comes to insurance specifically, like, obviously, from my perspective, there's two sides to insurance. You know, insurance companies are selling peace of mind because, you know, you spend all your money, you build this house, you have this nest egg. If something happens to it and it just goes away, how the fuck do you restart? You need to have an option to be able to replace the things that you've lost. And it's real, and it makes a lot of sense that you're not just going to be able to have the ability. Like, I realize there's a lot of people that are like, insurance shouldn't exist. As much as a scam as it is, it's a necessary scam, because if you don't have it, then, like, what is the fucking recourse for you to be able to rebuild? What's the recourse? What are you going to do? Like, you're just going to go into debt because you're going to have to go in and get a loan to be able to build your house again. And then the fucking cycle stays up all over again. You save your money from not spending it on insurance. Do the math on how much money you would save from not spending on insurance versus replacing an entire fucking house. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. It's a bullshit system. It's a fucking scam system, but it's a necessary one. Because you're basically playing, like, the negative lottery. From my perspective, you're playing the negative lottery. You're hoping that you don't lose the lottery and lose your fucking house. Can't even blame the insurance companies this time. Well, see, now that's the thing that I'm going to go into, and people are going to fucking flame me for this. They're not going to like this at all. As a businessman, of course I would pull out of California. When you're watching all of the bullshit that government has that's going on, when you're seeing that they've constantly decriminalized all these different things, which then make break-ins and home robberies and car theft and things like that rampant in the state. When you see that they don't manage their forest, and it's also and which ends up leading to forest fires and fires that end up taking over the whole fucking state. When you know that also know that the state also has issues with earthquakes and things of that nature and goes through droughts and all this other stuff. Why would you want to give people insurance here? What are you talking about? You're basically just giving out free money at that point. Duh. Yeah, get the fuck out. The problem with insurance is the whole idea that they lose money when you need it. So they actively try to make it more difficult for you to get your insurance that you pay for. And that shit has to be regulated in some way. Because at the end of the day, we all know that they're making enough fucking money. Okay? Like, I agree with you guys on that point. But that's why it's a necessary system in the first place, is because it's about a bunch of people that are paying into something, and we're hoping that the vast majority of us are never going to need that money, and that this money is just going to a company for peace of mind. But in case something happens, at least we're covered and something can be taken care of, right? Insurance would be like an HSA account. I don't disagree with that. I think that would be a little bit interesting. I just don't think it would be enough money. Like, how much is the average home insurance per month? Average home insurance per month in California is $2,000 a month. $2,000 a month. Okay, I'm rounding up on this, okay? I'm rounding up on this. So if we round that up, we say $2,000 a month, and we say 12 months out of a year, there's $24,000, right? That's California. Well, it's an expensive state to have home insurance. Oh, that's annual premium. I'm sorry. That's annual. That's yearly. Oh God. 164. The average premium in California is $164 a month. Okay. Times 12. Well, the annual would be $2,000. So that's $2,000 a year. So that's $2,000 a year. Okay, that's not terrible. Right, okay. So I bought a house, and I've had my house for... let's say I bought a house, and my house is... it's in California, right? I bought a house, and my house was $2 million. Okay? I have this massive loan from the bank that I'm still paying on and will be paying on until I'm fucking dead, basically. I bought a house in California. I've had my house for 12 let's say, you know, $2,000 a year for my home insurance. I've had my home for 15 years. I now have $30,000 to rebuild my house once it burned down. You get what I'm saying? How, like, just saving money's not gonna work? Because, like, let's be real then. Like, let's be let's be real about this shit. Do you think, like, even if it was just a straight up savings account and, like, you just didn't pay for insurance and insurance shouldn't have to exist, and now by not paying insurance, you just get to save the money, do you think you would actually save that $2,000? Or would your ass be like, I'm going to Disneyland? Most banks won't finance you if you don't get home insurance too. Yeah, that's the other thing. But the point is that you're paying for peace of mind more than it is anything else. That in the event that something happens, that you're protected in some way, and there has to be something that's there for it, regardless of how much of a scam it is. How are you fire proximity wise? Like 40 minutes or so. Air quality is fucking ass. It's so bad. My car's covered in like fucking. My car's covered in like ash. Or median for that matter, 420K for the current medium for a house in the US. Yeah, this is just, we were just talking fucking California though. Living in Utah right now, I can smell it all the way over here. It smells like a campfire. Yeah, definitely it doesn't smell like a campfire here. It smells like acidic almost. And it's probably the best way to say it. It smells, it's like acidic. I like opened my window the other day and was like, holy shit, I need to keep my window shut. So I made my entire video off of the premise of this. 445,000 peak concurrent players. And now it's 582,000. And it's probably still growing. Because usually, if you guys notice, 48 hours, 1 week. If you notice, there's like this dip right here at 2,300 hours. So we're not even at peak. Peak's at 0,300, and this hasn't recorded 0,300. We're at the dip right now. We're at the dip. So I wonder if they're gonna break 600,000. They're gonna break 600,000 today. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. Your video helped? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. The purple skins help too, probably. Yeah. Hats off to those devs for making a game people actually want to play. For sure. For sure. Thoughts on Delta Force? I haven't played Delta Force in a while. I enjoyed my time with it when I was playing it, especially when I was playing it with friends. Old, like, Battlefield vibes and stuff like that. I think that it's a game that still needs, like, a little bit of work in some places, but for the most part, I had a really good time with it. Servers trying to hold on right now. I got DC twice tonight. Yeah, I don't think they probably didn't foresee the game busting off, like blowing the fucking roof off it all of a sudden. That's crazy. China sold out so strong. Dude, it's, I don't, like, it's like I was saying in that video, like somebody called me racist. Somebody had the fucking gall. Somebody had the gall. called me like xenophobic or something. I think is what it was called or something like that. They hit me with a phobe. That's what they hit. Bam! Hit me with the phobe because I said that I'm like, historically looking at Chinese-made products and Chinese-made games, I just haven't liked them and they haven't been high quality. That's xenophobic. No, it's not xenophobic. The fuck are you talking about? It's true. Like, historically, Chinese-made products have always been the cheaper ones, cheaply made, and oftentimes just a copy of something else. Like it's fucking crazy. Like, as an example, I don't know if you guys know you can even do this. The vast majority of people that are out there probably don't even know that you can do this. So a lot of manufacturers that send their products over to China to get built, the Chinese manufacturers will sell the blueprints under the table, or they will share the blueprints with their own engineering department and then make copies of the technology and sell them under a different name. So back in the day when I used to sell cell phones, the guy that I was working with had invested in, like, there was these really good like trucker headphones for you know, long road trucking, right? And they were really popular. They were super expensive. So he paid the company in China that was making those headsets for that company to make him his own version of that exact same headset with that same technology, but with a different sticker on it and a different color and their own packaging. And they did it. And it was super fucking cheap, and he would buy them by like 200 to like 300 piece boxes and then sell them out of the trunk of his car and make like 300% profit. like Rappo clones of Logitech. Exactly. Yeah. Also, products in Taiwan used to be very low quality. Yeah, Taiwan used to be the same way too. Yeah. I remember a time I was writing online for support immigrants. There are people calling me a nationalist. I love the internet. That's just the way it is, dude. Just the way it is. But now the funny thing is, and like I saw somebody bring it up the other day, is that like all of a sudden, at least for video games, made in China is now starting to mean like a good thing. You're like, oh shit. Made in US. Where's this fucking studio based out of? Oh, California. No. Pass. Sorry. I mean, as long as it's not gacha, I'll play these the Chinese games, no problem. Yeah, no, I'm not really a big gacha guy. There's been a lot of people that are making a pretty strong case and have pushed for me to play this game for a long fucking time. But maybe I'll try out what is it? Wuthering Waves. A lot of people keep telling me that I should give the game a shot, that the combat's a lot of fun, the story's interesting, the characters are, you know. Maybe. To be honest, I'm just holding out for a sponsorship. What's the one that went from MMO to single player or co-op something right now? MMO to single player. Oh, Wayfinder. You're thinking Wayfinder. I had fun playing that. It's not too bad. That was really cool. I think it's a really cool thing that they did. And I mean, they still lost a lot of money though. Still lost a lot of money. I'm happy that I think it looks like they've been able to hold on to their people and they haven't had to, like, you know, they haven't hashtag blame DE. Yeah, I know. Did Warframe sponsor any of your vids? No. I legally have to say, like legit, like I legally have to tell you guys when I'm sponsored, and I wouldn't lie to you guys in the first place anyway. Like, I just don't see the point in trying to do that kind of shit. I talked about this a long time ago. I brought it up a few times before, but like, Fucking sirens all day. I'm sorry if you guys hear that. So fucking screaming, man. You can't hear it? Good. Good. So I've talked about this before, but like one of the things before I ever even started making YouTube videos, I used to be obsessed with those like streamer YouTuber downfall videos. And like one thing that I always noticed is that like way too many fucking skeletons in their closet. And then one of the other things is it would always lead to these guys failing was they'd be fake. They'd try to pretend like they're somebody that they're not. And through that, you know, there'd be cracks, you know, cracks in the mask over time. And then they would lose the trust of their audience. And yeah, I don't want to have to deal with any of that kind of shit. So like, I'm not going to like try to hide anything from people or anything like that. I'm just going to be myself and do my fucking thing. Like, to be honest, like sponsorships have actually like concluded now. This is nothing against the sponsorships that I have done, but one of the things that I have realized, and this is just a personal thing, is that like chances are with these like fully sponsored videos, which are really good for me because they help support me like substantially. They help out a lot with being able to like pay bills and shit like that and keep everything running. But the issue is that when it comes to sponsored content, I realized from a personal perspective that it's too difficult for me to be me in a video when I have such like restrictive rules about what I need to talk about, how I can talk about things, and what things I can't talk about. I can't do that shit. And again, I can't do it again. Nothing against the sponsors that I've done. I had a lot of fun playing those games. I had a lot of fun talking about those videos. But the problem is at least from my perspective, and I think from some viewers too, is that those videos kind of came off a little bit too disingenuous, or not disingenuous, but like just not me. That's what it was. It's not that I wasn't being honest. It's just that it didn't feel like I was because it was framed around a sponsorship. So my rule going forward is that I need to be able to talk how I want to and say what I want to, and that's it. So like from here on into the future, I've kind of learned the lesson. I'm still new to this shit, man. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm still figuring it out. It's only been a year that I started doing this. Like, we're literally at the year anniversary right now, right? Like, January is the year that I started doing this full time. I have a lot to learn, and I learned a lesson through that shit because it just felt weird to be doing it. And it also put me, like, in a funk to make other videos and stuff like that. And, yeah, I mean, from here on out, my demand, and I already told, like, my agency this, is that I will not, under any circumstances, do any more like fully sponsored videos unless like I have full creative freedom to do whatever I want. I'm taking a page straight out of Josh Strife Hayes from this one because like I fully agree with his perspective on it. I fully agree with his perspective. I wish I would have watched his video sooner because I probably would have came to that same. Maybe I wouldn't have. I think I needed to experience it first, and then afterwards, you know, now I'm sitting back going like, yeah, I need to do something else. I need to just do it. I just need to do it a different way. Good old Josh. I love Josh Strife Hayes. Necrit, a YouTuber I follow, always has a condition for any sponsor for a product. He always says honest opinion before accepting, which is awesome. Yeah. What's his perspective on it? So Josh has a thing that's called like worst MMO ever, and that's usually where he like does a lot of these sponsored streams. Warframe actually sponsored him to do a worst MMO ever video on Warframe where he critiques the game and he talks about it and he decides whether or not it's one of the worst MMOs ever. And he decided no, it wasn't. He had a good time playing it and whatnot, but he also critiqued it relatively hard and just gave his honest opinion on the game. And I think that I think it's important to do something like that. We need an LD lore video. What would an LD lore video be? I assure you, you come off competent, and your integrity is worth my sub 10 times over. I appreciate that, man. I really do. LD lore. What the fuck? What fucking lore? I'm a fucking Midwestern American that lived a... I lived a relatively colorful life, to be honest with you. I've been all over the place. LD iceberg. Isn't that something you guys create yourselves? Jetstream, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. All about your cat. So I rescued my cat from I got him from a shelter, but the shelter got him from an oil refinery. It's not really a very complicated story. I quite literally walked into what the fuck? Hold on. Please stop with this hate towards black people. What the fuck are you talking about? What? What are you talking about? You just going saying that in like random chat rooms? some random commenter on YouTube. No, I just walked into like the animal shelter and I just said, "Hey, cat, who wants to be my cat?" And just the kitten just hopped up on a fucking box and was just like, meow, meow, meow. I was like, oh, all right, cool, dude. Sounds good. Put him in a box. That's how I picked him. I didn't even bother looking at any of the other cats. I was like, yeah, that's my homie right there. He's the only one that started talking. I didn't put 2 and 2 together, though, and realize that this is going to be a talkative cat. My cat talks all the fucking time. He's a loud motherfucker. He wants attention constantly. But I didn't realize the reason he was meowing at me was because he wanted attention. Now I'm realizing what was going on there. Like, this little motherfucker, he's not little, he's fucking huge. My cat's like fucking massive, right? So in the morning, it'll be like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And he will go into the bathroom because he knows there's an echo in the bathroom. And he'll meow in there because he knows it's going to be the loudest place to meow in the entire house. Then what he'll do is if I still don't wake up, he will start knocking shit off counters. Just waiting. He's like, maybe this one's going to get him to get up. Maybe it's this one. Maybe it's this one. No? Okay, you're not waking up yet? Oh, okay. Then he goes over to the blinds. And then and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? So then I finally get up and I'm like, what? And he's like, ow. What do you want? And literally, I will go and I'll check his food and his water. I'll just refresh his water, refresh his food. And he's like, okay, that's it. You can go back to bed. You had full water and full food. Yeah, it's like it fresh. Fucker. Because fuck you, I'm a cat, basically. Yeah. Basically. My cat just steps on my face. Well, see, that's the other thing, right? Like, my cat's heavy. He's a big cat, right? So, like, he'll do the same thing, too. If I still haven't gotten up after he's made a bunch of noise, he's knocked shit over and stuff like that, then what he'll proceed to do is jump and run on top of me until I wake up. Run on top of my head, on top of my chest, or my back, or whatever, you know, however I'm laying on the bed, and just, like, run over and just keep doing that and just run away. Is it better to adopt a kitten or a cat in a later stage? Just pick a cat. Like, you don't need to get a kitten. You don't need to get it. Like pick the one that you want and the one that you're gonna love. I think it'd be a great thing if more people would adopt, you know, an adult cat, or like, not an adult cat. I mean, like, yeah, an adult cat or cat of any age, to be honest with you, because they all need love and they all need homes. But I fully understand that people want to get a kitten because they want their pet to be around for as long as it possibly can be, right? If you get a kitten, get 2. It's easier when they have playtime. Yes, it is. It is. It is. I would recommend 2. I only have 1, and he's like fucking ornery as shit because he doesn't have a playmate. Yeah, you adopt the one irrespective of age bracket. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll be getting another one when I move, because I don't have enough space to have 2 cats right now, but I will get another one when I move because little homie needs a fucking homie. Simple. He needs a homie. I know he does. He knows he knows he does. Motherfucker says open the schools. Do you think Final Fantasy 14 is a 10 out of 10 game? So I really like Final Fantasy 14. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm not a Final Fantasy 14 stan. I've been a little bit reflected by the latest expansion. I just not really, you know. Yeah. It's the problem. It's actually that I don't have a problem with the expansion. I want to do all the content and the shit that's in it because I think a lot of it looks really cool. The only problem is that there was like when I went to play it and I'm still just not in the fucking mood for it, is that like there was like 4 hours of fucking exposition before you did anything in the new expansion, like just starting it, and I still haven't gotten to the point where I want to go through that. Like starting a new story in Final Fantasy 14 like sounds exhausting. It sounds exhausting. Did you see that? Do you see Magic the Gathering is doing a Final Fantasy set this year? It's gonna be there's gonna be an MXL card too. Yes. Yes. Yeah, my wallet fucking squealed when I saw that. Have you stopped playing Path of Exile 2? No, I've been playing it every single day. Actually, we should have a conversation about Path of Exile. We should have a conversation about Path of Exile. That sounds like a smart thing. So Path of Exile has been doing really well. It's been doing really, really well. I have I'm gonna stream Path of Exile on. I might stream a little bit of Path of Exile tomorrow, maybe. I don't know yet. I'll have to just figure it out. If not tomorrow, then I'll probably do like maybe like a fucking Twitch only stream or something like that on Sunday, where I'm just like vibing and fucking running maps. I'm like level 90 something right now on Monk. I switched to Monk from Minions. Minions just got boring as shit. Monk's been a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun playing Monk. This game has done really well. It's retaining players at a rate that I don't think anybody probably thought the game would. It's actually pretty mind-boggling to see how well this game has been performing. Because keep in mind that this is a trend, and this trend is likely going across all platforms as well. So it's a very healthy game. It's even more healthier than Path of Exile 1 and even more popular than Path of Exile 1. I really enjoy it. However, my problem is that do you guys, maybe you guys can relate to this. And I'm not bullshitting about this either, by the way. Are there things in your life that you know that you have to avoid because you feel like they're fucking terrible for you? Like, I'm not kidding you. I'm being dead serious when I say this. This isn't me being like theatrical or anything like that. So when I was gone for Christmas, I couldn't play Path of Exile. I tried to download it on Steam Deck, played like bullshit. Tried to download it on my gaming laptop. Those are a fucking waste of money. Please don't buy gaming laptops. I got home, finally got the chance to play it. Did I even make a video last week? No. I didn't make a video last week because I couldn't stop playing Path of Exile. Because I couldn't get myself motivated to make a video, to write about something, to look at the news, or to see what's going on in gaming right now. This same week, I had the same fucking problem. Where it was like, I'm sitting here and I'm just like, doing maps. Gotta farm. Farming. The only time I would ever quit is when I get one shot on a map and I'm like, I'm fucking done. Done. Not gonna do it. Fuck this. And then I would play Marvel Rivals. And then by the time that would happen, I would look over at the clock and it's like nighttime and I'm like, you didn't write today. You didn't research today. And then I would do the same thing the next day. And I'm like, I'm gonna go broke. I'm gonna kill my YouTube channel because I can't stop playing Path of Exile. I'm being serious. I'm not being theatrical. Like, I've had a fucking problem. Like, I want you guys to keep in mind. Where is it at? Oldest videos. Papa's been waiting. I've been waiting. I have a fucking... I have an itch that only an ARPG can scratch. This channel started off wanting to talk, like, the whole idea was that I was going to make a Diablo focused channel, and I was going to talk, look, all these Diablo videos. All these Diablo videos. Oh, these Diablo. I might still talked about other shit too, because the only reason I was talking about other stuff instead of Diablo was because I hated Diablo. Because it was garbage. It was fucking trash. And it didn't hit the vein. I didn't know how bad I wanted it until Path of Exile came out. Till PoE 2 hit, and then and I'm just fucking smoked. You grind until the hyperfixation is gone? Yeah. Yeah. You ever see Chris Wilson interview at GDC on why they made PoE the baseline the way they did? Path of Exile's... What was that? Path of Exile's... what did somebody say? Their philosophy is flawed? What's their philosophy? We're in our mid to late 30s. We don't have the time to keep pressing the rare lottery reward lever. Design a game to be played forever. Chris Wilson. Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. I wanted so badly to get into PoE 1. I tried multiple times and managed to get into maps. PoE 2, though, oh my fucking god. I'm so sorry. I was in the middle of a story and I missed a fucking super chat. I'm so sorry. Who fucking super chatted? Why doesn't it want to show it anymore? There it is. I'm so sorry, Morgan. I'm sorry that I missed your fucking super chat, man. This is a while ago, too. $10. They said, oh, man, fuck, this is so wild. Do you think they'll put Spider-Man 2099 into his own character, or will he be a Peter skin? I want to glide around. Ooh, that would be really cool, actually. That's kind of the whole idea where I was talking about, like, those 16, like, when I was talking to my video, I was talking about those 1600s, like, the 1600s characters. That shit would be really fucking cool. I'd really like to see that. That's one of the reasons why I really like the latest, like, Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. I thought that was so sick, dude. Where, like, they brought back, like, the other Spider-Mans. God, that was so fucking cool. I'm so happy they did that. It's because the industry has left us stars with proper escapism. Fun. PoE 2 did that for you subconsciously, dreading to go back into the trenches, the myriad with the devs screwing up. Huh? You're subconsciously dreading going back into the trenches to talk about the myriad of ways the devs are screwing up. I guess I'm kind of confused on what exactly you're trying to say. It might just be the wording or something like that, maybe. I don't know. What is this? LD's mind right now. Why am I streaming when I could play PoE 2? Happy Friday. Yarma, thank you, man. Thank you for the 20. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. Love your stuff. Love you, too. I'm sorry for missing your super chat so long ago. I feel like an asshole now. I think it was because I was, like, still trying to, like, set some stuff up. He's saying that you're playing PoE because you don't want to talk about crappy devs. Bro, you actually might be fucking right. I actually, and here's the funny thing is that, like, I am a critical person. I like making critical videos. I like talking shit. I'm sorry. That's what I like to do. I like to talk shit. And but I do miss, but like and the funny thing is that even when I make a positive video, I can't help but still want to criticize everybody else and be like, why can't you be like them? Why can't you be like them? You suck. You're not sorry though? No. That's why every time I see somebody like give like a goofy ass comment, we're like, I miss when Legendary Drops used to make positive content. Like, no, you fucking didn't. No, you fucking didn't. Because even in my Warframe videos where I was talking about Warframe, I would still talk shit about other live service games. I know most of those people are from Warframe. I know they are, but I love the Warframe side of the community. But I've never made positive videos. You just watched the positive videos because you watched the Warframe ones. But like, I was still talking shit. Talking shit. Probably talking shit here. Definitely talking shit here. Talking shit. Oh, and actually, no, this is me just being juiced about fucking Monster Hunter. Those are older videos. Talking shit, talking all kinds of shit. Throwing it all over the place, throwing it in their face. Just wanted to say I love your work. Keep up the videos. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Norsky, Jesus Christ, 9 months of you listening to me ramble. That honestly, I feel like it's a testament. Like, I think I'm doing okay if Norsky can stay around. Because Norsky seems like the hardest person to please. Hey, guess what? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 comes out on the 4th of February. In 24 days, and you've not touched the first game. You're gonna miss out. Norsky, what if I told you that I covered some fucking German dickhead's house in manure? Read them out. Steve Demaria, the $10, or $10 Canadian. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Heroes and Villains, circa 2005. Just started back. Recently playing. The last game I played was City of Heroes / Villains, circa 2005. That was actually really good. I remember playing that before. Just started back recently playing Path of Exile 2 from watching guys like you. It's not a hard game. It seems normal, and I'm having a blast. I don't think that Path of Exile 2, when you first play it, is okay. When you first start playing it, it is challenging, and I actually really like that from like a new season perspective. Like when they do like new seasons and stuff like that, so you're gonna get that like super challenging, like high risk gameplay right at the start, and then it's gonna like evolve from there, right? I really like that from it. And then I also like the fact that like once you've actually made it and you've gotten a character all the way through, you've been mapping on a character, then going to make that next character is like just making a fucking juicer that rips through the game. Like when I played the game as the Infernalist Witch. I, made my way through the campaign. I got into maps. I ran maps for a little while, and I was like, okay, this is boring. I want something that's a little bit more active. I'm going to run Monk. So then I go to make an Ice Strike Monk, and I just cruise through because I have currency. I have spirit gems. I have, support gems anytime I want to put supports on anything. I've, extra lesser jeweler orbs to be able to give myself extra juice at the very beginning of the game, and you're just like... clearing that game, baby. Clearing it. Yeah, throw that dung. Yeah. I haven't gotten very far. I think I only played it for probably about an hour or so. I was having some issues, but it's because I had to fix some drivers and stuff like that because I made some upgrades to the old PC. You start a new tune and give that wolf a piece of your mind? No shit. It felt so good to go and just like whoop his ass. I'm all for criticism. I just don't like when it turns into negative reinforcement, then expecting improvement when not everybody should really care about that attitude, honestly. Just what really needs to improve. Say XYZ is complete trash all the time. That's why I try to remain relatively nuanced, right? I think I do a pretty good job of that. If I don't, then keep me honest. That's my expectation for you guys as an audience. I don't think I've ever just said, we don't like this, stop, period. Like, I usually give some background as to why the players don't like it and what we are looking for in what we're looking for in regards to that. Like, I'm never just gonna have some I don't want to have some lowbrow take about things. That shit's too easy. And also, you can find that anywhere. That's what I want, something to be unique about my channel, is that at least I'm nuanced about the topics that I talk about. I explain why players don't like something and what we want differently and why we want those things. Sometimes, even if I can, I'll dive into the psychology of it if at all possible. If it was trash, no one would care. The problem is that trash, there is a problem. It's ruining something that is not trash. Yeah. I think that, so you bring up something really interesting. If it's trash, no one would care. The problem is that it's trash, and the problem is that it's ruining something that's not trash. So the idea that it's taking something that inherently should be good and ruining it. Yeah, absolutely. Why would I criticize Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League? Because I know that looter shooter as a genre is a relatively untapped market that still has a lot of room for live service games and more continually played games, but it's just not really you have Warframe and Destiny. I guess you also have the First Descendant, but there's a lot of room there, and there's a lot of different ways that you could do that would make it really cool, right? That's why I would criticize a game like that, because you could have made this good. You didn't. Dragon Age could have been good. You didn't make it that way. I guess in some cases as well, when it's stuff that's just straight up trash, it's also the money that was spent and who that money was spent by is also another thing for me, right? So I think a really good example of this is Sony with Firewalk Studios and Concord. That's definitely worth criticizing, because it was $400 fucking million. From my perspective, Sony has some really killer studios. That money could have gone to something cool. Not a live service cash grab with characters nobody gives a fuck about and gameplay that's as tired as can be. They could have donated that money. Remake Legend of Dragoon. Based. True. Can't wait for LD does a masterclass video on YouTube on how to do a live service game. That would be really interesting. I like when you guys feed me ideas. Yeah, I don't even need to make the content. You guys do it for me. I think that would actually be a really interesting... Do we get to go into the credits for it? Yeah, sure. I think it actually would do... I think it'd be really interesting to do that, because I've played a good deal... You know what's fucking crazy is that before I actually started making YouTube videos, I didn't fuck around with live service games. I left them alone entirely. Now all of a sudden I've been on that shit lately, just because I think it's mostly because a lot of these companies want to have a live service game, and there's also there's a lot of continued discussion when it comes to live service games too. But I've played so many of them, and I've seen so many different aspects of so many of them, that I would love to see some of these games bring it all together. I'd love to see some of these games bring it all together. What's a good example of this? I like and I don't like. I think the problem is, so looking at a game like Warframe, right? I really like how they've done their monetization, and how technically you could be a free-to-play player and get premium currency. You could never spend a dime, but you could use your time and effort in the game and turn it into premium currency to buy things that you want inside the game from its cash shop. I think that's really cool. I don't think that works in every ecosystem. Like, I don't think that would work the way that you would want it to in a game like Path of Exile, as an example, because people are gonna view that as pay for power, and it kind of ruins the whole, like, you already kind of have that in Path of Exile where you can farm for currencies, exchange your currencies, and then use that currency to buy gear. You just can't buy like other stuff. I think trading is probably one of the biggest things you have to have in any ARPG or any like MMO setting, like, period. It just needs to be there. It just makes for a much healthier like game atmosphere. I wish more studios were better with their security though. There's too much botting and too much RMT. It's just way too fucking common. Team Fortress 2 is still technically my first live service game. I still open it up every now and again. Got 5K hours. That's crazy. Well, League of Legends, love it or hate it, proved early on that live service games can be done well. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. You see Marvel Rivals broke the record again? Since we've been sitting here? I literally just looked at it 5 seconds ago. There's no way. Oh, we're waiting for that next peak. This is the dip, okay? This is this dip right here that you got. We're looking for, what is it? 0300? 0200. We still got some time before that 0200 peak. Still got a few hours. 4 hours before we see what the new peak is going to be. It's going to go higher. I'm predicting that it's going to hit 600K. Oh, I need to actually update that game. I'm interested to check out the new update and check out the new characters. Personally. Oh, is it already updated? I don't need to do anything? That's cool. Oh, because it's probably the launcher, right? $650. So if we're looking at, so this is right now at 2200, it's at 58K or 580,000. Okay, the 22. And this jumps by from 50 100K. You might be fucking right. It might almost jump to fucking 700K. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Could. It could. Because this is almost a 100K jump. 22, 350. This is almost, so it's like 90K. 90K players jumped on between 22 and by 2200 hours and 0200 hours. So if we saw a 90K jump, we'd see 670,000 players. How often does LD stream? I try to stream at least twice a week. I try to. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way, but I usually always stream on Friday. Sometimes if I can sneak one in for a little while, I'll do it on Saturday. Or I'll do another one on Sunday. Usually usually my streams are on Thursdays, but the thing is that I'm a YouTuber. Like like at the end of the day, I got to be making YouTube videos, and it takes me a few days to be able to get those things together. I put a lot of work into them, right? Like the research, the writing, the the actual production of the video, and talking into the microphone, and I have to do my hair. That takes another day at least. So Tamud, thank you for the tier 1, man. 2 months in a row. Thank you, one. Thank you. Or 3 months in a row. Thank you. Love your vids. Keep it up. Thanks, man. So, like, as much as I would like to stream more, personally, I would like to stream more. Streaming's very easy. Like, sitting here and bullshitting and, like, looking at news and, like, talking about shit. Like, I don't even react. I think that's fucking crazy. Like, stream's almost at, like, what's stream at right now? Streams almost at like 500 people in total between both platforms. Bro, I don't even watch videos. I sit here and like browse Twitter and then we just bullshit about whatever. Like, I fucking love it, dude. It's like my favorite thing. I fucking love it. It feels like hanging out with the homies. Tiny, thank you for the tier 1. Have you ever thought about streaming a bit of the process you go through while making the videos? You're already watching it. We're looking at things, I'm talking, and I'm building opinions as we discuss things. As I bounce opinions off of you guys, and you guys give your opinions, and then I think about things a little bit more. Then I come up with an idea, and then I think about that a little bit longer. That's how this works. That's what I do. That's why I enjoy these so much. That's why I look forward to them so much. Is because it kind of helps me come to some other bigger ideas and stuff like that. Just happened. Tier 1. Thank you. Just happened. That just happened. Shouldn't we see the numbers on Twitch? Shouldn't we see the numbers on Twitch? What is Twitch track? I don't know what I closed. Hopefully it wasn't anything important. Twitch tracker. Games. Rivals. Yeah, they're hopping today. Today's peak viewership was 100. Holy fuck. It broke its Twitch record yesterday at almost 400,000 viewers. Today's average is 100,000 viewers. Live, it's 342,000. What do you mean should we see it on Twitch? It is happening on Twitch. Holy shit. Fucking rank number 4 on the platform. Good lord. Timmy was holding strong at 50,000 viewers. Well, that's fucking Timbo, man. That's fucking Tim. That's fucking Tim. This dude has been fucking farming Marvel Rivals. Like, he has been farming Marvel Rivals. The amount of times I've watched this dude literally just watch other people's gameplay on the game, it is like the best hidden content. How Asmongold has not figured this out, that you could just sit there and watch the best players in the world, is mind-blowing. But you can just bring up the game, go to the top players in the game, and then watch their gameplay and be like, man, that's crazy. Man, I can't do that. That's wild. Bro, what? Entertainment. Exactly. And then all I got to do, right? All I got to do is just cash that in, upload that as a bot on YouTube, and money! I'm surprised Baldur's Gate 3 have so many players after such a long... I need to... God damn it, I keep forgetting. There's a Baldur's Gate video that I want to make. Still fucking cooking. I'm gonna let you guys know. So they haven't done that patch. So they have a big patch that's gonna be coming to the game, where they're gonna be adding in subclasses. I don't know when that's coming. I think it's later this month. Right? Do you guys know when the date is for the new Baldur's Gate 3 patch? Zaj! Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that one. It's next month. I'm going to tell you guys right now, when that new patch hits, you will see this game jump to 200,000 players. You will see a drop. You'll see a jump to probably 200,000 players. I could easily see that happening. The game has held an average of almost 100,000 players for fucking ever, right? Just because people just like... Honestly, it's probably because they're like fapping to the companions. Let's be real. they're getting jackhammered by fucking Carlock, and they just keep coming back for more. And when the new subclasses drop, it's going to bring back the people that just want to play the game, and you're just going to see a fucking massive jump in player count. It's going to be unreal. It's going to feel like an expansion level event. I feel sorry for Larian having to follow up Baldur's Gate 3. I would be nervous as hell. Which subclasses are you going to play? X-Blade. For sure. I was upset that it wasn't in the game to begin with. I thought it was going to be. Especially when you put in fucking Will. Like, how do you not put in Hexblade? I'm so confused. The motherfucker's name is the Blade. Too many good RPGs. Baldur's Gate 3 holding steady at 70 to 80k for the past year. Solid retention. Solid retention. It's a single-player game. It's a single-player game that has stood in like the top 10 like most played games on Steam concurrently for a year. Like, put this into fucking perspective. Not even Elden Ring does that. It's unheard of. This might be a hot or a cold take depending on the person. I fucking love Elden Ring. Baldur's Gate 3 is a better game than Elden Ring. Through and through. Through and through. I think that Baldur's Gate 3 is quite literally one of the best video games that's ever been made. Of all time. And it's not even fucking close. Like, it's like going in the annals of history. It's that good of a fucking video game. I agree with being nervous about making their next game because they've set the bar so high. But it's just so fucking good. It's so good that no matter who you are, like, I'm going to tell you right now, 99% of people that complain about Baldur's Gate 3 never played it. I'm sure there's a minor percentage of people that are there. I'm sure it's probably more than that, to be honest. I'm being a little bit grandiose. I get it. But for the most part, the vast majority of people, Baldur's Gate 3 is so overrated. Bitch, you didn't play it. Bitch, you didn't play it. Don't even try to come at me with that. Because the people that don't even like turn-based games now play turn-based games because they finally played Baldur's Gate 3. You have people that have historically loved action games and sports games that gave Baldur's Gate 3 a shot because of all of the hype and were sold. And were sold. You have people that were never gamers that are now gamers because of Baldur's Gate 3. This is one of the most transformative games, one of the most important games ever made. Ever made. That's not me being theatrical. That's just me being straight up actual. Sven Vinka and Larian Studios is getting bigger, better games in Baldur's Gate 3 now. The only thing that they have to worry about with Larian is that they cannot grow too big. Because the bigger that you grow, the more diluted your vision becomes. It's a wake-up call. I already made that video. That's actually the first wake-up call. First wake-up call. I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I know it is, actually. What the fuck am I talking about? Yeah, that was a year ago. God, I hate these thumbnails. So fucking, like, attention grabby. I don't like it. I like how fucking just, like, simplistic my thumbnails are now. Am I blind? Ah, right here. Baldur's Gate 3 is a wake-up call. That was the first one. I was real hot during this period right here. This period right here with Baldur's Gate 3 is what took me from like 10K subscribers, I think. 10K to like 35K. And it was this video right here. No, it was not that video. It was... Where is the video that I found my voice? Right here. Baldur's Gate 3 is an anomaly. This is just like an off-the-cuff, super short video that I made that was talking about the dialogue that was currently going on Twitter, where developers were talking about how Baldur's Gate 3 was setting an unrealistic standard for the industry, which then kicked off all that fucking drama. And I was talking about it, and I was like, dude, this is like I was genuinely upset because let's react off the react.
Why devs consider Baldur's Gate 3 anomaly, not new standard for the RPG genre. It's Rockstar level nonsense for scope. The article reads, what sparked the debate?
Like right here, bro.
40. However, they were also...
my God, dude, I deserve facial hair. I deserve it.
Smaller third-party companies or indie developers, and we don't have those same kind of...
You can see how soft I used to be. You can see, like I want you guys to recognize this, okay? Like, the tonal change, the tonal difference, okay? There's a major tonal difference here. This is a major tonal difference here, and you guys are going to see it. Where this is, like, with these videos at this time, like, I was still, like, relatively... like, I was bitter from Diablo. Like, Diablo, the whole Diablo thing pissed me off, right? And I was like, I just don't understand why this game sucks. Like, this shouldn't suck. They had so much money, they had so much time, they have so much talent. Like, how did they not, how did this game suck? I don't understand, right? And then I started reading this. And when I was hearing the developers talking about their games and trying to get rid of, like, accountability, I don't think I'd ever been more, like, black-pilled on video games than I ever had been before. Like, this is what brought me to the point that I am today, right? Like, this is where my voice was generated from, I think. And you can hear how soft I talk and how, like, how confused I am because the veil is still over my eyes in a lot of ways. And that's what's going on here. Like, listen to the way that I talk about these responses that I see.
Person teams to make one. Now, most of the other developers that hopped in on this tweet also shared similar sentiments. However, they were also smaller third-party companies or indie developers, and we don't have those same kind of expectations for them that we would anybody else. We wouldn't look at them and say, well, you need to make games that look and play just like Baldur's Gate 3. That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We don't look at a game like Vampire Survivors and expect those guys to turn around and come out with the next Halo or something like that. If anything, we actually expect from those smaller companies to produce less polished games to us that just have more in-depth gameplay or explore a very specific part of gameplay in a much larger scope than most games normally do, and have really simplified game loops that keep us...
Sweet summer child.
Like a Vampire Survivors.
Sweet summer child.
Now, what's really interesting about this thread is that
before Dark LD. That's what it is. Before Dark LD.
It doesn't just end with the third party and the indie developer.
Somebody just a kid. It was last year.
No. The AAA developers felt like they should also chime in as well. And
boy, my power level.
Boy. Insomniac Games design manager.
So then this is when they start going crazy. This is when, like, Insomniac goes in and they start talking. Josh Schroyer starts talking about how, Baldur's Gate 3. What is this great thread? The conditions under which Baldur's Gate 3 was made was atypical. There's no way a slight against the game or the people working on it who are clearly passionate and talented. It's just very unique, you know, except for the fact that you guys also have injections of a shitload of fucking money, and Xbox gives you all the time that you possibly need to be able to make a fucking video game. I don't need to hear you talking about how Baldur's Gate 3, like, this is where I was like sitting here and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm like, these are triple here. Okay, here we go. Hold on.
On your own terms is invaluable.
I'll let the guy
this
talk.
Is not downplaying the talented work on Baldur's
I'll let the guy
Gate
talk.
3, but acknowledging the case is atypical for the games industry. Now, I find these tweets specifically a little bit more interesting. I don't know if this is industry transparency. Are they telling us that, you know, some of these larger studios like Insomniac or Obsidian Games don't actually have any autonomy over the things that they're creating? Or are they telling us that they don't get the amount of funding that they need for some of the projects that they're making? Or are they saying that they do? It's interesting to say that they're jumping in on this conversation and saying that they also don't want to be held to the standard that Baldur's Gate 3 is putting out, when they themselves come from companies that have more than enough resources to be able to put out the exact same quality of games as Larian Studios does. Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, things get really interesting.
He's figuring it out. He's fucking figuring it out.
Diablo 4 senior designer Chris Balzer also drops in. He says, "You're absolutely right.
This is the one that fucking got me. This is the one that fucking sent me. I was reading this and I was like, Diablo 4? You had 9,000 developers. You guys spent a lot of money. You guys developed the game for 10 years.
Even if you look at one of Vink's touchstones, Ultima 7, that's a game that had 12 years of prior games feeding into it. If we were to look at this as a new benchmark, we would need to then focus...
This is when I consigned myself to the dark.
...focus on creating conditions...
Sorry, I've been watching Wheel of Time.
...just like with Tears of the Kingdom. Furthermore, he states, but people often only look at the fruits of labor, and not the labor itself. Same as it ever was, I guess. Same deal with people wondering why there are so few artists painting like Renaissance masters. And now this is where I'm saying to pump the brakes. It's completely fine for some of these smaller companies to hop in, some of these smaller developers to hop in and say, hey, don't hold us to these kind of standards, even though I think it's weird that they even bring it up because I can't imagine people actually doing that to them. But it's a completely different thing when you have...
From Padawan
Diablo
to Sith
4
Lord in only 1 year.
Picture. We're talking about a
game developers hate this one easy trick.
Company that has far more resources than Larian Studio does, far more people working for them, far more just money, experience, everything, far more everything. If we're going to be
reaction to your own videos, the new YouTube meta,
of how things should work.
Who is this guy? He seems cool. Yeah, his name's Legendary Drops.
And Diablo 4 should show
I don't think he makes videos anymore.
The series from years of experience and all of the other games that's been feeding into it, whether that's Warcraft, StarCraft, Overwatch, whatever, it doesn't matter. But personally, even though I like Diablo 4, it is definitely not that game. It's not that game that has 20...
I liked the initial experience of Diablo 4. I made other videos where I ended up talking about it, but like from an end game experience, it just wasn't what I wanted. And like the more time I sat with the game, the more I disliked it.
Years of other games that are feeding into it. It's not the game that reflects all of this experience learned from prior Diablo titles. Now, like I said before, it is completely fine for some of these other companies to hop in and have their opinion and say, you know...
I also, by the way, if you guys couldn't tell, like I really wasn't very... I wasn't used to talking in front of the camera. I wasn't used to being able to put all of my thoughts and experiences and opinions into like one single cohesive like line of dialogue. So sometimes it would take me a while to be able to like sit and think with my thoughts. That's one of the reasons why I would talk very slowly. I've gotten way better at that. I talk way more naturally now in videos, like insanely so. Like it was just experience kind of thing. I used to get a lot of comments before of people that would be like, this dude talks so slow. And it's just like, yeah, motherfucker, try making a YouTube video. Friendly, thank you for the tier 1 gifted. Appreciate that. Try fucking making a YouTube video. What are you talking about, man? It takes a little while to get used to it. It's not like I ever did this shit before. It's not like I took acting classes or anything like that. I should have. Well, I did play I did play Mother Mary in my or no, I didn't play Mary. No, who did I play? I played one of the women of the street in one of the stories of Jesus, like the woman that gets stoned, you know, the he who cast the first stone kind of thing. And I dressed up like a woman in church, and my classmates threw paper rocks at me. DEI. Fuck. Yeah. So this is where it all started. That's where it all came from. That's where I got. That's how I got where I am today. That was the road that I started on. This is my first time in stream. What did I walk into? Probably best not to ask. Probably not the best. Probably best. No, I wouldn't talk about it again. I kind of like the pauses you take, like the visual gears of your brain turning. Yeah, so like I still make sure to take time because that's something that they teach you in. Like I've taken public speaking courses, right? Stuttering is not something that you want to do. So how you avoid stuttering is you talk slower. You take pauses in between conversations or whatever you're talking about to make sure that you can put your thoughts together in real time. It's super difficult to talk super fast and stay consistent when you're not, you know, constantly trying to think at the exact same time, especially when you're trying to like read chat and stuff like that as well. But like YouTube videos are like one of those things. You're a great speaker. Thank you. I also have a lot of experience from it for construction because I used to have to get up and do like the safety speeches and stuff in the morning because I was the only one that had the voice for it or could consistently do it. Josh Strife Hayes gives a good speech about not saying etc. And things like that. Yeah. I still say some of that stuff live, right? Like that's one thing. Live is more casual, so I don't really give too much. I don't care too much about it. Sometimes I'll be a little bit lazy with it for the most part, but yeah, I try to do my best to make sure I'm not stuttering too much. Only one not hungover in the morning? No. Dude, I would not. Like, I used to have so many friends in construction that would go out drinking, like, every single night. No. Did you do a risk assessment in construction? Bro, I have a fucking 510. Oh, wow. I have an OSHA 510. I am the risk assessment. Can you sing too? No, Chris, I can't fucking sing. When are you gonna get your fucking son working on my videos? Trying to get one of my cousins. I'm trying to like bring them in to do my editing for like clips and stuff like that. You know, nepotism. I've actually done healthcare hungover, lol. Bro, no, like that's the thing. Like I used to see so many dudes that would come in to work for construction that they'd be hungover as shit. They'd be out at the bars for like until 2 o'clock in the morning and then show up for work at like 5 or 6. And I'm like, you're out of your mind, dude. No. I hate, like, even when I was working like a desk job, not desk job, even when I was working at like a cell phone shop or a video game store, because I used to work at GameStop, I still then didn't want to go into work hungover because you just feel like shit. So then you need to suffer for 8-9 hours and then go home. Yeah, soon we'll be in touch. Last week's live stream had some really good discussions and talking and just bullshit and stuff like that. So if you guys have been looking at it, that one was really good. This one's had some pretty good ones too. I do offshore work, and every time we hit the port, the guys get hammered. That's different, man. If you're doing offshore stuff, like, come on, man. No, I want to see you sing. No, I have no tone control, whatever. Like, as much as I wish I could, I didn't take singing classes. I just pretended to sing when I was in chorus. Yeah, no, like there's so many dudes that I worked with that used to do that stuff. You want to come out tonight? And I'm like, no, dude. Like I got to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. It's like, if I go drinking now, there's no way. And I'm like, what time do you guys get home? Oh, we just go to work right after. I'm like, no. We work around incredibly deadly equipment and flammable and combustive, explosive shit, poisonous gas. Why would I want to go to work hungover or drunk, for that matter? The dudes that would drink at work, that shit would blow my mind. Oh, I'll tell you guys a story. So there's a job that I worked on where we were working at this refinery in like the middle of nowhere, Ohio, right? Like literally nowhere. You were 100 plus miles from civilization in all directions. There was nothing that was going on out there, right? And we brought in all of these people for this project. They need to have like 2,500 plus workers, construction workers of all kinds of different trade, boilermakers, pipe fitters, union carpenters, laborers, everything, all the way across the board. They had everybody for every single trade out there. They had a big, huge shutdown that they were doing where they're going to replace and do maintenance on a bunch of equipment, right? 30, I think it was 90 days in total that the place is going to be shut down, and we're going to be installing an entirely new unit into this refinery that was working with heavy crude. It's basically the dirty shit that they get from up north in Canada, because it has a lot of sand and stuff in it, so it's a lot harder to break down and turn into gasoline. But it's super cheap. That's why they want to build these like heavy units to be able to like process that stuff. So we're building that unit. There's another company that's doing their own thing as well, and we had all these people there. But the problem is that where this place was, their union didn't pay a lot of money. So the job, the going rate to work on this job was like the lowest it possibly could be. So constantly the companies are trying to negotiate with the client and say, like, guys, you guys are gonna have to pay some extra money for us to get some good hands here, because if not, we're just gonna get the bottom of the barrel guys from across the country, and the work's not gonna get done right. You're gonna get a lot of injuries, and you're gonna have a lot of broken shit. And the company initially ignored everybody, and they're like, well, no, we'll be fine. We're not going to pay any more money. This is how much we need to spend, and that's it. They're just trying to be cheap asses about it. Well, they got what they fucking paid for. So what ended up happening is that, like, one day there was this one company that was always super late on their work, and they couldn't figure out like what the fuck was going on, what leadership issues they had, or whatever it was. And the superintendent, which, by the way, superintendent's basically the highest position that you can have outside of like project manager. You're pretty up there, right? So the superintendent for the pipe fitters crashed a company truck on site at the oil refinery. Crashed it right into a pipe rack. The pipe rack is it's basically what it sounds like. It's a big like towering structure that has pipes on it that are in a rack, and they go like east, west, north, south, right? So crashes into the supports for a pipe rack, bends the shit out of it. I mean, absolutely just dumps it, right? People come up. The truck smells like weed. You can't do drugs in construction. We have regular drug tests. You can't do anything. Like, to get on site, you have a drug test, and you're randomly drug tested almost like every few days. Everybody's names get pulled, right? Constantly. And like all of a sudden, like they're like, what the fuck? This is the superintendent. And he's doing this. So they bring him in. He's all fucked up. And they're like, they call the fucking police because they're like, one, you're doing drugs on site, because there was weed in the car. Like, he was smoking weed on site. On site. Driving between the jobs, just burning one down. So they fucking call the police, and he's like, well, I'm not gonna go down for this. Like, I don't like, he was like, this is bullshit. I'm not gonna go down for this. I bought it from the tool guy. So on jobs, usually you have an older guy that runs your tool trailer. There's the guy that hands out all the tools to the guys, keeps track of the inventory and whatever materials and stuff like that they need. So then they go and they start talking to the tool room guy. They kick the tool room guy out of there. They check out the fucking tool room. Sure enough, homie's been selling booze and all kinds of different shit inside of the tool trailer the whole fucking job. So then they're like, well, wait a minute. What the fuck? Well, if he has this stuff and he's selling it, then somebody has to be buying it. So then they're like, well, we need to drug test everybody on site. So then they basically shut down all work for like 2 days, and they drug test the entire fucking site. Literally everybody, right? Get this. Nobody failed. Not a single person. Everybody came back clean. Weird, right? Yeah. They thought that too. So then they said, you know what? We're going to do another round of drug testing. But this time, it's going to be monitored. We're going to have someone watch you take the drug test. %60 of all workers across the site. $2,500 plus employees, 60% of them. Gone. Either like they would come up with some excuse like, I ain't gonna let another man watch me, something like that, right? Tons of guys that got caught with like fakes, with like, you know, fake piss, stuff like that. A bunch of like the vast majority of people just straight up failed the drug test. Like, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Craziest, the whole fucking job site was high. How do you acquire that much? Well, they didn't. I don't know how, to be honest with you. They probably got out of the test. They probably had to connect for things or something like that. There's local places that you can find. There's a lot of different ways you can get around it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There was a whole website selling synthetic. Yeah, there's websites that sell it. And you have to keep in mind too that like a lot of these guys, so in construction, especially with the trades, if we're talking about like union trades, you do not want to get removed from a job or fired from a job for safety related reasons like drug screening, because it is a permanent mark on your record. It does not go away. And in a lot of cases, it can actually prevent you from even going back to work, period. Depending on the state, it could put you into a drug rehab program. Even if you don't necessarily have like a problem, you know, like you're not actually like an addict of any sort. Maybe you're just having fun on a weekend or something like that. Now you're in an addict program. Just like that. It's crazy, dude. Crazy. I was like, I'd never seen anything like that before. Never seen anything like that before. Still to this day, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. I guess I got to make a website. I guess you do, man. I guess you do. All right, so let's talk about the Ubisoft stuff real quick. So with this Ubisoft stuff, I made a tweet about this specifically. This is pretty blatant. Like anybody that doesn't think that this right here is Ubisoft saying that they're going to be cutting back on their employees, which is kind of crazy because this is what I mean about I'll show you guys. Ubisoft. Assassin's Creed Shadows, Ubisoft, or Assassin's Creed Shadows. So this is Variety magazine. Apparently, the fucking tabloid magazines now write gaming articles. Let's see how good they are. It's just AI. It's just gonna be AI. The release date for Assassin's Creed has been pushed, shifting February 1st to March 20th. Will allow the team for better to incorporate feedback. Okay. This marks the second release date for the video. I've always been interested to see what Variety's gaming articles are gonna be here, right? This marks the second release date change for the video game, which was originally moved to plan for its release on November 15th, launched February 14th. This shift was attributed to quality concerns related to Star Wars Outlaws at the time. Shut the fuck. God, you guys are so stupid. God, you're so stupid. They're not even the same teams. Star Wars Outlaws quality had nothing to do with it. The game having bugs had nothing to do with this game getting shitty sales. There are so many examples of games that had day one absolutely trash performance that still had better sales than this. All you guys can do is just fucking cover for these people. Who do you work for? This is the shit I'm talking about. What universe do you live in? Dragon's Dogma played like dog ass. It had no problem selling copies. Quality concern. Yeah. More like quality of the fucking entire game. Windows 11 update Brick Shadows. I did not know that. That's funny. Stalker 2 beat Outlaws and the game was damn near unplayable. Yes. Exactly. What are you talking like the idea that quality concerns. Okay. Yeah. Ubisoft announced a release date switch, larger strategic update. Thursday would disclose that the company is preparing itself for a potential sale. As reported last fall, Chinese tech company Tencent and the family Yves Guillemot were exploring a buyout of the France-based Ubisoft amid the delay of Assassin's Creed Shadows and the bumpy August release of Star Wars Outlaws. Per the Thursday announcement, following the strategic and executive reviews initiated by the executive committee a month ago, Ubisoft is taking steps to reshape the group in order to deliver best blah 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 blah. Ubisoft announced today that it has leading advisors to pursue transformative strategy and capitalistic options to extract. God, I fucking love this language. The process will be overseen by the independent members of the board. Ubisoft will inform the market in accordance with the application. Yeah, we already talked about that stuff. So you just have nothing to add to this. Actively exploring various strategic and capitalistic options. We are convinced that Ubisoft is several. We are convinced that there are several potential paths to generate value from Ubisoft's assets and franchises. Several potential paths. I don't think this means what this means what the journalists think it does. I don't think so. What about Bloomberg? Like, this is more of like a financial website. What do they think? They think they want me to... No. Sorry. What does IGN think? For release, the company appointed a leading advisor. Okay. Back in October, Bloomberg reported the founding and shareholder Tencent were in discussions to take the company private following a number of high-profile flops, game cancellations, and the collapse of the company's share price. At the time, these were merely exploratory, and Ubisoft told IGN it would inform the market when appropriate. Today seems to be the appropriate talk. I think that they're going to sell. Like the Guillemot brothers, like the position that they're in currently is like make your money and go fucking retire. Jump ship. And by the way, I like the thing is that they say and now experts and now expects to exceed 200 million in reduction of fixed costs. So I think what's going to end up happening is I think that Tencent is going to lay off like a motherfucker. I think they're going to sell to Tencent for one. And then I think that they're going to lay off a shitload. Because the company's just, it's too bloated. It's too bloated. Ubisoft website. About us. Ubisoft may have 21,000 employees in offices around the world, but the company began with a family. I mean, they have a little bit less. I don't know if they edited that number or not yet. I think they did, because I think I said they had 25,000, right? So they're not, so now Ubisoft, like 21,000 employees. 21,000 employees. How many employees are active? They have more employees than Activision Blizzard. This company is going to get gutted. It's going to get gutted. What's going to happen is they're going to shed all the fucking dead weight. You know what they're going to do? They're going to have 3 teams. They're going to have 3 teams. They'll have Massive. They'll have the teams that work on Assassin's Creed. And then they'll have whoever's going to work on any of the Tom Clancy, like other Tom Clancy stuff. Like Ghost Recon, like Rainbow Six. That's what they're going to do. They're going to cut it down to 3 teams. Did you see the 100 Slaps video? Ubisoft outsourced development and a studio they hired was abusing their employees. Ooh, Jesus. They made someone on the team slap themselves 100 times until she was concussed. The studio closed and Ubisoft delayed Shadows again. Look up 100 Slaps video on YouTube. I don't trust this, man. I don't trust this. I'm gonna be real with you. This is a personal thing. Bounding into comics and that park place are basically just the like from my perspective, and I could be wrong. You feel free to disagree with me. They're right-wing Kotaku. They're like right-wing Kotaku or Polygon. Oh, this one. It's an hour long, dude. This is an hour long.
About to hear should have already ricocheted across the games industry this year and cemented itself as one of the very worst scandals in its history. And I think that's exactly what would have happened had the people involved lived and worked in California or in Paris or in Tokyo rather than in Jakarta. Instead, outside of Southeast Asia, it's like nothing has even happened. Today we're going to try and do our best to remedy that, but first I need to provide you with this significant list of content warnings and just say to you that the stories you're going to hear today are at times really unpleasant, but the reason we're sharing them is because the people involved want as many of you to see and hear what they went through as possible. In early September,
I am going to be honest with you guys. I don't know. I'm not going to bring it up. I'll leave it out. There's no reason to.
Sent video footage of an Indonesian game artist called...
No, I'm going to say it. I don't like trigger warnings. I don't like everybody being treated like a fucking baby. It pisses me off. I need a trigger warning for the trigger warning. Because I'm just like, why do we always have to constantly undermine the intelligence and maturity of the audience? It drives me insane. It drives me insane. I have a video where I'm going to plan on talking about a few of these things, but like something that like truly aggravates me is the fact that like, have you guys noticed? This is going to be so fire. I'm going to be real with you guys. This is going to be such a fire line. Have you guys noticed that today in video games, that when they say that we're trying to make a game for everybody. Instead of trying to make a game for everybody, all they want to do, or not even make a game, it's just media in general. Instead of trying to make something for everybody, what they're trying to do is make something that doesn't offend anybody. You're not actually trying to make it for everybody. You're trying to make sure that you don't piss off anybody. And in that, you're making garbage. The way I see it. The way I see it.
Mr. Sydney slapping herself across the face 100 times. With her permission, I'm going to play a very short section of that video here, and I obviously need to warn you that it's distressing to watch.
Bam.
Now, the reason I was sent that footage was because back in 2021, I'd actually spoken to Krista Sydney about her job and her relationship with her employers for a story I was working on about outsourced labour in the video games industry. She told me back then that everything was going really great, which was surprising to me because it didn't exactly line up with what I'd heard from many of her co-workers who felt exhausted and overworked.
Well, yeah, because you have to keep in mind that, you know, anytime you're like, anytime you're going to outsource anything to like third and second world countries, you're outsourcing it for a fucking reason. You're doing it because it's cheaper, and you know that they're and you know that by extension, those working conditions are going to be far, far worse than they will be in a first world country. You are consciously dodging out on paying people within your own country because you know they're expensive, that you would rather save that money and send it somewhere where you don't have to look or know or understand how it gets to you for so cheap. Like, you're knowingly signing up for that. You can't act like, well, I thought they were treating their employees great over there. Shut the fuck up. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You know exactly what you're doing. Do you want me to believe you're stupid? Is that what it is? You want me to believe you're fucking stupid? Because the way I look at it, we can look across the entire video game, not even video game industry, we can look across any fucking industry. Look at all the working conditions for people that have like had manufacturing jobs in China. We know exactly what's going on over there. Does that stop companies from wanting to produce their products over there, or for people, for that matter, from wanting to buy them? No. But that's why I always find it funny when these companies don't want to take accountability for that kind of shit. Like, bro, like, hold on. I'm completely okay with saying that, like, I don't have the fucking money. I'm totally okay with buying this cell phone that was likely made with very, very bad circumstances. I'm totally fine with that because I couldn't afford it any other way, to be honest with you. And I need it. And I want it. Simple as that. And I'm okay to say that. And I'm okay to say, and I'm completely fine with saying that I am not necessarily a completely moral person because I take that. What I don't like is when these companies want to pretend like they are not accountable for the shit that they go and do. When are those adventure shirts going to be available? Thank you for the 10, man. I'm still talking to my agency about that. We're trying to get that taken care of.
But what I didn't know until now is that Krista had been suffering in a way I could not have even imagined at the time. Because that video you just watched a very short clip from, Krista claims to have recorded that and then sent it to her boss as a punishment for not having performed well enough at work. And as extreme as that video is, it
Bro, that is fucked up. That's so messed up. And you know what the worst part is that when you look at some of these, when you look at some of these other countries, like, they don't have a choice. They don't have a choice. You have to do it, because if you don't do it, then you lose your job. And how do you find another job? Where else do you go? Because opportunities like that are probably few and far in between, right? On top of that, the other thing is that there's so much corruption in some of these countries that even if you did leave and you did refuse, they would likely just go tell the next place that you work to not hire you, because they're all probably working together in some, within some degree. That's just the position in which they're in. And that kind of corruption exists in just about every industry that's out there. But it's really, really blatant and very it's accepted in other countries. It's just accepted in other countries.
It's really just the razor-sharp tip of a much larger iceberg in which Krista and some of her colleagues were subjected to years of abuse at the hands of an employer who was able to control and manipulate almost every aspect of their lives.
That's
For the
crazy.
whole week, like I wasn't allowed to sleep.
For me at the time, it was like scary, lonely.
She wanted me to take a picture of like the blood in my mouth.
She was like, don't look at her. You have to be strong. Don't show your empathy towards her. It was really scary.
The wooden frame of the door, like I had to like hit my head like as hard as possible. I had like concussion like symptoms.
But before we can begin to understand all of that, let me very quickly get you up to speed with that first story I reported that had led me to speaking to Krista 4 years ago. So, back in 2021, People Make Games published a video titled How Game Publishers Buy Crunch Overseas. We'd wanted to investigate a part of game development that typically gets very, very little attention from the media.
And it should. Like, I don't want to keep pausing or anything like this, but I think this is really important, is that it's all, and the crazy thing is that like not only are these companies technically supporting questionable business practices, because they know exactly what they're buying when they send their games over to these companies to have work done. They know exactly what they're getting. They know why it's cheap. They know why it's fast. They know how they get it. They don't fucking care. But the funny thing is, it's also the reason why we're getting lower quality products in the end. When you're sending things overseas to get worked on, whether it's quality control, whether it's narrative, whether you're bringing in consultancy agencies or whatever it might be, at the end of the day, the reason why you're getting a lesser product in the end is because of the fact that the vision has now been diluted, because it's going through different hands, and also it's going through different hands that don't even speak your language in the first place. They're not familiar with the project or anything like that, and you don't really have that much control over it. The only reason why you want it is because you're coming up against your deadline. You don't have a lot of choices, and you need to get the job done quick, and you're running out of money.
And so we told the story of two game studios which...
So not only is it bad for the people that are actually doing the work in these countries, but it's also really bad for the customer and the company, because we're getting a lesser product as a result of it.
Had never heard of before, despite their contributions to games like The Last of Us, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Gears of War 4, and Warcraft 3 Reforged. And that's because these two companies, Lemon Sky Studios based in Malaysia and Brandonville Studios based in Indonesia, are what people in the business of making games call external developers, or maybe outsourcers. This means they get hired by clients like Naughty Dog or the Coalition or whoever it may be to create, in this case, art assets that will be then used for their games. It costs an awful lot less to hire a game artist in Kuala Lumpur than it does in, say, Vancouver. And as a result, outsourcing to lower income countries has played a huge, huge role in how games are actually made. But
it's how they control costs. And by the way, this is like, the funny thing is that these countries, their income is going to be disrupted insanely with the more that AI gets advanced. Outsourcing to these countries, they're not going to have to do it anymore. They're not even going to have to pay their own people anymore. They're going to have much smaller developer teams, and they're going to be able to do 90% of their work by just pumping in prompts.
As our reporting uncovered, the potential for exploitation here...
I don't think people realize how much I have a prediction, and maybe I'll be wrong. I think that AI is going to drastically affect third world countries.
Is significant. We found that employees at each of these companies were routinely expected to work long stretches of unpaid overtime at the expense of their health. We're talking weeks straight, sometimes months, of artists sleeping in the office, working weekends, and late into the night in order to meet deadlines which simply could not be met otherwise. Here's my closing line from that video back in 2021. And at some point, if that keeps on happening, then crunch culture is no longer an unfortunate side effect of the business. It is in fact the product that's being purchased. So yeah, we published our investigation, and well, not much changed really. Publicly, at least, I think the most consequential thing I saw happen in its aftermath was a panel at an event called the External Developers Summit, which had been put together in direct response to our reporting. It was called Let's Talk About Crunch. And in fact, one of the bosses of the two studios, Ken Lai of Brandonville, was actually invited to take part, which was great. Although, do you know who wasn't invited? Literally anybody who could speak to the actual experiences of the actual workers doing the actual crunch that we'd just...
Of course. Of course.
All they really seem able to do is ask someone, like Ken Lai, is there much crunch happening at your company?
Everything's fine.
No.
Yeah.
No, there's not.
Yeah, everything's fine. Everybody's happy.
I don't agree that developers sell the crunch to Southeast Asia. Instead, the developer is the key to bring the great value to these two countries.
And nobody challenges him on this, despite our reporting.
Instead, they flip it around and they go, no, instead, it's great for our countries. I don't think they sell crunch. I think they sell value. Because they give us work.
On employees who said they spent months working at that office.
What's the link to the video? Yeah, I'll put it in. I'll pin it in the comment.
You are not treated as human. For the next 3 years, both Lemon Sky and Brandonville Studios continued on, and the games industry continued to rely on their services in order to ship its games, without, as far as I can tell, any meaningful push to improve the working conditions of the artists doing that work. This was until just a few months ago when news broke that Brandonville had shut down, and that moment would prove to be the catalyst for its former employees to rush forward and share the true horror of what had been going on behind its doors. And at the very center of these allegations was Krista Sidney and her story.
So I joined a company in
This is like really well produced, man. I wish I could produce videos like this.
February 2019. I applied as a concept artist but didn't pass the portfolio at the time.
Krista was instead offered a marketing position, which she accepted, but things got off to a rocky start.
The story gets crazier. CEO's wife is pure evil. That's usually how it goes, man.
Disagreement over how some business cards had been printed, and given she was still on probation at the time, she presumed this incident would now see her let go from the company. But it wasn't actually Ken Lai who would make that decision.
Okay.
It was his wife, Cherry Lai, who...
Oh, man. I already see where this is fucking going. I already see where this is going.
And the day-to-day operations at Brandonville, and ultimately, that decision would be up to her.
Just as she was about to announce that I was going to be kicked out, she said that God talked to her, and so like she said she's going to take me under her wing and give me like 2 weeks to prove myself.
Krista describes this new relationship between herself and Cherry as something...
What? Is this company a fucking cult? What is going on? Hold on. It's God. I hear God talking to me. It says that I need to take you under my wing. You know, there are some people that get like money, and when they do get money and they have any like monochrome of power, they need to exert it over people, and they want to see how far they can push people, and they want to see if they can find that person that they can push around. And that's probably exactly what the situation was. This girl she was on probation at the company. She was hoping to get the job. She wanted to work for them. She wanted the job. She wants to work in the industry. This girl, the wife recognizes that, finds it as a weakness, thinks that this girl's probably going to do whatever the fuck she says, and sees how far she can push it. That's how sick some people are, man.
Resembling a mentorship, at least to begin with, anyway.
If anything, because I was like in such a vulnerable position, I was like very grateful that like I received a second chance.
But she said this dynamic began to shift in early 2020 as Jakarta entered lockdown during the COVID pandemic, and as Krista and several of her co-workers moved into the studio itself to live there full time. It's worth quickly understanding just a little about the building where all of this is happening. Brandonville Studios was based here in central Jakarta, with most staff working either on the first or the second floor of these offices. Then on the ground floor, you've got a lobby and reception area, as you might expect, but also a set of dorm rooms, which house a select few employees who've been invited to not just work here, but live here as well. And they're not the only.
That's not good, dude. That's not good. That's no. Oh, would you like to live here at work? That is like, oh, we don't have crunch here. They just sleep here. That's crazy.
Ones, because 3 floors above them is a bedroom belonging to Ken and Cherry Lai. Several of the employees who
It is a cult. It is a cult. That is crazy. So they're hiring in people that they know are desperate to get into the industry or are desperate for good work. They make it on the outside to look like it's pure and nice and great here. Then you and your wife live in the same building that you have other employees live in the same building and work in. You have absolute maximum control over their lives. That's wild.
lived here during that period have told me that Cherry Lai developed a strict schedule for the way in which they were meant to use their time each day.
5:30 a.m. we need to wake up and then like pray to God, and then like 6 a.m. we need to like go do our exercise, and then 8 a.m. shower, 9 a.m. be at the office, and then even like what time we need to drink water. Like she also like put it like in the schedule, and then what time we eat, what time
it's
we
a
go
cult.
to bed. So that kind of thing.
That schedule also
That's crazy.
included a weekly prayer meeting, which employees told me was considered mandatory. It was also a Christian prayer meeting because Cherry Lai is Christian. But their employees weren't, not necessarily. In fact, the vast majority of Indonesians identify as Muslim, and these particular employees practiced a range of different religions at the time, but the mandatory prayer meeting they needed to attend was always Christian. Cherry's relationship with certain staff members during this period also became increasingly personal.
Slowly, Cherry started to divide us.
When Krista first moved to the studio, she shared her dorm room with another employee called Elenda, and the two of them had actually been close ever since their college days together. This was until, according to Krista and other employees I've spoken to, Cherry took an active interest in their relationship.
She started to gossip about Elenda to me, started to try to get me to be suspicious of her. She told me that, you and I, we're the same, we're popular girls, and then Elenda is more of a nerdy girl. But before that, we never had any problem with each other.
Several former employees told me that they believe Cherry intentionally.
This seems like the polar opposite of DEI. I don't know what this is, dude. This is crazy. You know what's wild about it is that you have some of the biggest studios and publishers in across the world that have technically been funding a cult that helps make their video games. This is so crazy. I can't believe something like this has gone undercover for so long. This is wild. Her English is good. All their English is really good. Yeah. What's this video about? I just joined. So basically what this is about is that there's video game developers that are working in various, all across the world. Sometimes they'll outsource work. And they'll outsource that work to be able to get it done cheap. And they outsource it to cheap countries that have low labor costs. And they know what they're buying when you're doing it to these companies, because they know that they're going to get it done the fastest, because they know they're under the worst working conditions possible. They're basically slave labor more than anything else. They're getting paid peanuts, and they're usually forced to work in unethical ways. This is probably some of the craziest. This is This is crazy. Ubisoft hired them. Well, it's not just Ubisoft. Microsoft also hired them with the coalition. A few other people have hired them as well. So we're not just gonna say we're not just gonna pretend like this is just a Ubisoft problem here. This is multiple game developers and publishers around the country. And I'm also gonna probably say that the vast majority of them, they don't know. They don't know the extent. They don't know the extent to which these companies go to get the work done and get it done fast and get it done cheap. But they do know that something's wrong. And you can't pretend like you don't. If somebody wants to disagree with me on that and somebody has something to be like, oh, well, you know, usually it's relatively ethical when they're going to a third world country and paying them to do this work. And they know that they're probably great working conditions and they're highly skilled workers and, you know, they're living great lives. I doubt it. I doubt it. Let me use the bathroom. Give me a second real quick. They're totally going to pay their workers based off the amount given to their bosses. No chance corruption there. Nope. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the other thing as well too, right? Pretty much paid with enjoy the food. Yeah. I think you should use AFK time for ads. I forget to do that, man. I actually don't know how to force ads on Twitch, to be honest with you. I really don't know how to do that. I don't see like a button on the screen. I have to get somebody to teach me how to do that kind of stuff because I personally do not understand. I don't get the cat. I don't. Let me feed the cat really quick before we continue. He's hungry and he's like meowing at me. Okay, we're back. Oops, wrong button. Okay, we're good. Chair base as usual. Chair MVP. All right, we're good.
Intentionally meddled in the personal relationships of her staff, and that this was especially true for women.
She has like this Excel sheet, like the list of like the people she considers like her friends in her life, and number one was me. So it made me like felt special at the time.
These one-on-one conversations, however, would then feel extremely at odds with
like cult behavior aside. I mean, obviously, like what she's doing is trying to like build her into this like way to be able to like take advantage. But at the exact same time, the other thing is that my mom is a hairstylist, right? Like that's what she's done. She's owned a salon for years and whatnot. And one thing that I have learned is that when you have a like, oh my God, like when you have like, there is not a lot of law and order in like, this isn't a shot at women or anything like that. I'm just going to say this is just how it gets in a like female dominated space where it's all women. It gets fucking catty. It gets so catty. They're always talking shit behind each other's backs. They always like walk all over one another and at times have no like repercussions for their actions. Sometimes they do. Sometimes the leadership is good, but like this kind of like social behavior, like without having like a balanced, like I'm somebody that believes in just having like a balanced workplace. It's not like men are better than women or anything like that. It's just that you need to have a balanced workplace. And if you have too much, and if it's too lopsided in some cases, what ends up happening is it turns into like a bickering war, and you get a lot of this kind of shit that happens. Like my mom a long time ago wanted me to she was like, you know, after I had graduated college, she was like, you know, would you help me run the business? You know, you can do it as like a part-time thing. I just need a business manager. And I told her, I'm like, well, you wouldn't want that. And she's like, why? And I'm like, because I would fire all your employees. She's like, well, why would you do that? And I'm like, well, because I'm like, because they think it's okay to call you a bitch to your face. They think it's okay to come in whenever they want to. They think it's okay to reschedule appointments without telling you. They think it's okay to take vacation whenever they want without warning, or just not show up to work at all. They think it's okay to take product from work. They think it's okay to give people discounts without saying anything to you. I'm like, they literally do whatever they fucking want. And I'm like, I wouldn't allow that. They'd all get smoked. I'm like, and the minute that I'm like, because I'm gonna tell you right now, the minute that somebody would lip up to me and they would start cursing at me is the minute that they would lose their job. And I'm like, that's not being insensitive. That's called running a business and having a backbone. And I'm like, you have to have that. Like, you have to. Otherwise, you're just gonna get that kind of stuff just like runs rampant. It's tough, man. It is.
The way in which Cherry would criticize and discipline Krista and other employees during the workday.
Let's say if I make a mistake and then she will scold me publicly. Sometimes, if she really feels angry or whatever, she would just call names. Maybe like stupid, you piece of shit, you bitch. Yeah, all those kind of words. And then privately, she will say something like, you know, I spoke to you publicly so people don't attack you, but actually you are fine.
When the former Brandonville employees came forward,
I yelled at you this way so that nobody would talk to you, but actually I think you're doing a good job. So they would tear them down and tear down their image in front of other people and then build them up around themselves. This is straight up, this is crazy. I wonder if anybody else in the comments is mentioning how this is cult behavior, because it's exactly what this is. The whole idea of it is, I'm going to search. Yeah. Right here. And this is like, look how far down this is. Finally, somebody says, if my boss ever said God talked to them on the spot, I would have fear whatever comes next. That is horrifying. Thank you for reporting this. Edit. Holy shit, Cherry is literally running a cult out of the game studio. Like, nobody else is really like, this is straight up cult behavior, because the idea is that what you're supposed to do, like in a cult, is they tear people down, make them feel like they are not worth anything, and then their only worth is derived from the leader, from the leadership. And that's exactly what the wife was doing.
Their stories in early September, they came with receipts. Some of these have been shared publicly online already on social media, while others have been sent to People Make Games as part of our own investigation. And
likely a lot of these places where they're getting this, like the thing is like workplace like treatment of workers is probably not something high on the list of like the governments out there. You probably don't have a lot of rights as an employee. I would guarantee you don't have a lot of rights as an employee.
As a result of that, I've now read through hundreds of messages which employees say Cherry sent to them either privately or in group chats with other staff members, and these messages show.
What do they say? The Cherry sees within 3 minutes, I don't see you, respond, and then Krista is fired. So she's threatening other people's jobs through other people. Understood, Miss Cherry. All I see is Mr. Ken's head. This is the spotlight.
Regularly threatening to fire her employees for the smallest perceived mistakes.
One of you use the original pick, small touch up, don't move with the people, and send here. Kenan and Villa didn't respond. So Krista, you're fired. Krista, you're fired. You can stop and go down now. Hi, Miss Cherry. Noted, will do. Good lord, dude.
It's just totally demeaning and inappropriate.
What is this? Hello? Where is the work? It's just like write a card or email. You make it making a life thing. Really, garbage seems like never will not be garbage at all. Your parents did only one thing, or only did one wrong thing, didn't tell you the truth of how bad you are, and didn't screw you and hit you to hell enough. You make you a loser. Also, dear lord, dude.
A picture of an easily irritated and usually erratic leader who expects and often receives complete subservience from her employees, who she in turn then micromanages to an extreme. Despite Krista often receiving the very worst of this attention, she and a few other employees were at the same time ostracized by the rest of the company because they were seen as being utterly devoted to Cherry.
All of us know that Krista is struggling. One of my friends mentioned that Krista cried several times after being scolded like this, but she still became Cherry's loyalist. She and some of the others had been brainwashed by Cherry.
They did not like me at all. If they do something wrong, I probably tell it directly to Cherry. I didn't really have much friends at that time because like most of people hate me.
This isolation was also extended to their families as well.
Well, so what ends up happening is that by extension, all these employees start feeling ostracized and feel like they can't find, they can't find friends at work, right? And they start feeling trapped in their circumstance because, like let's say like Cherry, the, boss or whatever, she's propped up one person and this person's getting treated well and they're not having any problems and she's not treating them badly and they're always on her good side. Well, they're not going to be friends with the people that, Cherry doesn't like because that's going to bring down their position and make their time at work worse, which then makes these other people not want to have anything to do with those employees either. So it just continues to isolate those people and make them feel worse. And yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, so she's always like convinced me and like other people actually that like family and friends, like they're just like your burden. Like if you want to succeed, like you have to basically like set them aside.
For me at the time,
literally a cult leader. Holy shit. This is cult like leadership 101. Isolate the person, make them feel bad about themselves, make sure that you cut off all connections with other people in the world. You make sure that your family's holding you back. You don't want to have anything to do with your friends. Your friends are no good for you either. The only person that's good for you is me. You need me. I'm going to help you. I'm going to make you have a great life. You're going to be so happy.
it was like
This is wild,
slowly.
dude.
I didn't have
I'm hoping that the moral of this story is that they're no longer in business and these companies no longer use them, but I have a feeling that's not going to be the case. Well, I mean, it has to be because these people are confessing, right?
to talk to. I didn't feel like I don't have any friends. I cannot trust anyone, even like probably my family.
I mentioned earlier that as part of our reporting on crunch conditions at Brandonville, I'd first contacted Krista back in 2021, where she told me, and I quote, I know some people say this place is tough to work at, and I agree, it's a very disciplined company, which is why I think it's great, because as an artist, we tend to let bad habits like slacking off get the better of us.
They've already been conscribed.
I love the fact that they accepted us no matter where we're from and who we are, so I'm happy to say it's also a very woman-friendly environment.
I bet it
Krista has
is.
since told me that, in fact, this whole email exchange that we had been dictated to her by Cherry Lai.
Yeah.
Perhaps the most surprising...
This is what I want you to write. This is what you're going to tell them. Tell them it's fantastic. Tell them it's very supportive of women.
Revelation for me anyway was that in the aftermath of our video having been published, Krista actually recorded her own video in defense of Brandonville Studios, which was then shared with organizations like the External Developer Summit, who she told me was threatening to blacklist Brandonville from the event going forwards because of what our reporting had uncovered. And in this video, Krista is visibly overcome with emotion about how much Brandonville means to her and how thankful she is to both Ken and Cherry Lai.
Even my family, they know how life-changing it has been for me to work here. They saw me, like, you know, my mom has seen me change. It really touches me when I saw like how much my mom supports me working here. It's something that is very special for me.
This video was later shown to other employees at Brandonville, some of whom remember feeling extremely uncomfortable as they watched it.
Even at that time where Cherry showed us that video, Krista is really proud and was tearing up too, because she was like, yeah, I'm doing that gladly, Mrs. Cherry, something like that. And then we're like, okay, girl, you need help, but you don't know.
We asked a representative from XDS if they remember receiving this video, and here's a response I got from its executive director. I do remember seeing that video, but I don't believe it was sent to XDS directly. I think a colleague shared it with me at the time. And yes, I think you're right that we didn't know what was truly happening at Brandonville, which may have been the reason we gave Ken Lai a platform to address the issues of crunch. I'm sorry to hear the situation has worsened, and I do think it's a good thing that you're shedding light in order to mitigate this from happening at other studios.
That's
the situation
crazy,
has
dude.
worsened is one way to put it.
I mean, it's great that platforms like People Make Games. I need to sub to their channel. I'm not gonna really get into it. Like, sometimes these guys can also go off the rails on some topics as well, right? Like, obviously, like they also went in and talked about how like they don't like Valve's hiring practices, and they try to make Valve out to look like the bad guy or something like that. Like, sometimes when you go on these chases, you're looking for demons everywhere, right? But sometimes you do find demons, and in this case they did, and I think it's really important that they have this.
I think it's worth reminding ourselves here that this was an outsourcing company for the video games industry, because I think as we need to delve into some of the more coercive and violent behavior happening behind closed doors, it might be easy to lose sight of that. But to be clear, Brandonville Studios, since we last reported on its crunch in 2021, has contributed to games like Age of Empires 4, as well as a now cancelled sci-fi project from Deviation Games before it shut down earlier this year, and even Ubisoft's upcoming Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Woof!
Krista recalls
Wait a minute. Okay, actually, do you know what? I take it back. Ubisoft does deserve everything, because this is after their reporting. So even after it came out that there were some questionable practices going on at Brandonville, they still ended up using them anyway. It's why it was delayed again.
Turning point being the next External Developer Summit that took place that year in Canada, and that she would be attending in person along with Ken, Cherry, and several colleagues.
And she told me to keep being awake. I wasn't allowed to sleep. So like for the whole week, like I wasn't allowed to sleep. I had to like work with her. She was like really micromanaging everything. I had to like work while I had like
I might have to look into this.
And then like share my screen so she can monitor if I'm like asleep or not.
Krista told me that Cherry seemed to require very little sleep herself, and sometimes she would expect the same from her employees, but this was on a whole different level. She also clarified that when she's talking about a week there, she actually means a 4-day stretch building up to the flight over to Canada.
Okay.
And I asked her, during those 4 days, how much in total she thinks she slept.
Probably like a couple of minutes. I took like some like 5-minute breaks to the toilet. I think like the first time I finally slept was on the plane.
And at the event itself, there was a problem.
So we took a group picture like at XDS to like send to Cherry because like her legs were like so swollen from not sleeping that she couldn't attend the event. It just so
Oh my god, dude. Her legs were so swollen from not sleeping.
happened
Yeah,
that
sleep deprivation
I
is
was
another
standing
tactic,
in the
yeah.
middle of the picture, and then Kenlai was standing like in the corner, and she got like really mad. She told me that, oh, like you stood in the middle of the picture when like it's supposed to be like the CEO. Like basically I was bringing harm and danger to Kenlai as the CEO. So I got like in a
So you got to understand, now all of a sudden she's gonna, like, she sees a picture and she now views this girl as a threat to her husband, right?
really big trouble because of that. She told me to write
I
like,
probably will make a video
some
about it, talk
sentences
about it.
like 100 times and then like submit to her as proof.
Here is Krista reading those same sentences back today.
I want to
am
know what their
Krista
involvement
Sydney.
is.
I am very sorry because I am not humble and I am lying. I gave excuses. I suck because I used lazy as my excuse today. The truth is I am greedy, selfish, and I think dirty and nasty.
Krista has also shared WhatsApp messages with People Make Games from this trip, which appear to show Cherry dictating who Krista is allowed to talk to, including whether she's allowed to speak to someone delivering takeout or to the cashier at a 7-Eleven.
So I want to explain something because, like, I think a lot of people would probably see something like this and be like, why don't they quit? Chances are, where they're from, there's a few reasons, right? Like, one is that they don't have an option. They don't have a lot of other game development companies to go work for. Working conditions are probably not going to be all that much better anywhere else. There's probably, maybe it's the pay, maybe it's whatever it might be. Like I said before, they could get blackmailed or whatever, and they wouldn't even, like, blackballed, and they wouldn't even be able to go work in video games anymore because a lot of these companies are going to be, relatively incestuous. A lot of these companies are talking and working with one another and things like that. They don't want to leave the country because that's where their family and friends are. They probably want to live in the country that they're in because it's their home country. They're not going to leave, and even if they could leave, it's too expensive, and you have to get a visa, and then you have to get citizenship, and like all of those things are incredibly difficult to do, especially if you don't have money, right? And so in a lot of cases, these folks are they're stuck. They can't go anywhere else, right? And then you have to keep in mind too, in a lot of cases, this is the workplace culture that's been beaten into these people over the years, which is never leave the place that you work, and it's dishonorable for you to quit and go anywhere else. So like they just can't go somewhere else in a lot of cases. So like I think a lot of people would watch something like this and be like, oh my God, I would have quit already. And it's just like, well, they don't really have the option to do that.
Other messages see Cherry writing a long, rambling screed about how Krista needs to accept God into her life, comments about Krista's parents and their marital problems, and finally, a demand that Krista should fear her and fear God in order to succeed. In the following days, Krista claims to have tried to resign from Brandonville Studios, although she says that Cherry would not allow this to happen.
I had a phone call with her like late at night.
She did try to
I told her
leave.
that I wanted to resign because like I really couldn't handle it anymore. I felt like I was being a burden because like everything I did led to her like being angry. So I really felt useless. Felt like I'm being a burden to like basically like everyone. And then like, she said that I'm not allowed to resign because I had a lot of debt to her.
According to Krista, Cherry had explained that this debt had been accrued over the course of her time at Brandonville, during moments in which Cherry had brought her along to expensive meals, purchased her gifts, or invited her to staycations during the pandemic.
And also like the hours that she spent like talking to us, even though it's
That was kind of tasteless, by the way. That was kind of tasteless for them to like bring, like, let's talk about how this girl's going into debt. By the way, you guys can give us money on Patreon. But still, like, so now they're like, you have to keep in mind. So this is where this girl's head is right now. The reason why she wants to quit, okay? The reason why she wants to quit is because she feels bad. She feels like she's wronged the company, even though she hasn't done anything wrong. She's been, mentally trained and abused to be able to think this way. That's the reason why this is happening. And she feels bad because of what she's done. And now this girl's like, oh, so you feel bad about what you've done? Well, you can't quit. You can't give up. No, because you also have this debt that you've now accrued. Yeah, you owe us a lot of money for all these things that I gave to you and didn't tell you you'd ever have to pay for. But I'm going to tell you right now because you're trying to leave. Because if you leave, then I don't have another person that I can exert my power over.
Basically like nonsense, but like she said, like it's basically like educating us. So she said that she's invested like all of this like for years at that point, like 3 years going on. She said like I still have to repay my debt, so I wasn't allowed to resign.
After returning from this trip, the abuse Krista would receive reached a totally new extreme.
Of course.
Imagine like this is Cherry and here is Krista. She'll told Krista like, "Oh, you ugly fat pig, step back." So she have to move back and hide herself because Cherry doesn't want to see Krista. And then after that, she was like, move again. So she started like, okay, and then keep. And then even though she was treated that way, Krista still has to put smile on her face.
Cherry said that if she asked Krista to eat a dead rat, Krista would do it. And I was like, I'm sorry, a dead rat?
She kept like commenting on my weight specifically, like in front of like everyone. Like she would say like, "Oh, Chris is like."
Well, it's insecurity, right? Like that's the reason why people are like this to begin with. It's because they're insecure about themselves. And chances are, like any of the women in the office, she sees them as a threat to, you know, her husband, and she doesn't want her husband or, you know, hooking up with any of them or anything like that. So like it, you know, like Chris is a pretty girl, right? So like, of course she's gonna get targeted by this chick, for sure, she's gonna get targeted by this chick. And, you know, the other thing is that, you know, in a lot of cases, I think when people have money and power, they will find ways to exert it. And there are just people that are out there that don't fucking deserve that shit, but they get it anyway. And this is how they use it. It's because they're bored and they're spoiled. And this is how they find their entertainment, because they are hollow people on the inside. This is an incredibly hollow person that is doing this to these people.
Ugly and fat. If like she keeps like being like ugly and fat, like she would get fired.
During a period in which Krista and 2 other members of the marketing team were working from the front desks of Brandonville Studios and another building elsewhere in the city, Krista's appearance was being heavily micromanaged by Cherry. In the next clip, you're going to hear Krista use the term QC, as in quality control, which is something you might usually expect to hear when describing feedback on, for example, marketing assets that you're working on, and not the clothes you're wearing on. Yeah,
quality control for like video games and stuff. Yeah.
Every morning, take a picture like of our like full body, like neck.
Krista, you need to go back home right now and change, please. She's wearing pants and a sweater. She probably looked. It's probably because she looked too cute. Like, that's a cute outfit. Like, girls looking pretty fine in that shit. Like, that's why she's threatened by it.
Down, show her like our outfit.
Yeah, this chick has fucking style. No wonder this chick is all pissed off.
That day, and then she would like QC it. She would tell us
going forwards, which is just a remarkable place for her to have ended up after all that she's been through. So huge.
Me hitting myself like in the mouth and like 3 years going on. She said like I still have to repay my debt, so I wasn't allowed to resign.
After returning from this, was marketing assets that
we look like fat or like our
I hit my keyboard and it like skipped way ahead.
Like professional or not, and then like
I hate your shoes. I don't like your pants, and your size is too big. I don't accept. Too cute. Don't wear open toe shoes. Tell Linda she can't too. We have our orientation. Literally says it.
Like my body like needs like more diet, that kind of thing.
It was also in this later period that Cherry's punishments for Krista.
And keep in mind, like, likely they don't have laws against this kind of stuff. Like in the U.S., right? And in the U.S. and Europe, like we have labor laws that protect employers from being able to talk about these things. You know what I mean? And say things like that to a person. And yeah, that's why we have like human resources, which sadly in the US, human resources is used to protect the company, not to protect the employee.
More and more physical. Well, Krista has told me that much of this happened privately. Some did also take place in public. For example, one meeting in early 2023 saw Krista being humiliated as some kind of lesson for the few other Brandonville employees in attendance.
She told Krista to kneel down,
Okay.
her arms straight up. She will like told us like, don't look at her. You have to be strong. Don't show your empathy towards her. Something like that. It was really scary. How can I not feel sorry if I see someone treated that way?
She doesn't know the word kneel, so every time like she would say like bow down, and then like I would like bow, but then like she get like angry because I didn't understand like what she was saying, and then I had to like kneel. She told like a couple of people to go inside the room and like see me like kneeling for hours.
In private, things were getting much worse. Krista said that to begin with, Cherry was...
I mean, it obviously, like, what I like, I'm happy that it sounds like they're obviously out of that situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking about it in the first place. But, like, dude.
Ask her to slap her own face lightly, like this, in order to wake herself up if she looked lethargic or if she'd made a small mistake. But soon, this would no longer be enough, and she would ask her to do it harder and harder.
The earliest record that I have was like a recording of me hitting myself like in the mouth until like I bled, and then like she wanted me to take a picture of like the blood.
This is so dark, dude. This is so dark.
Blood in my mouth.
The most extreme version of this, you've already seen some of. It's the video in which Krista hits herself as hard as she can across her face 100 times. Now, I've seen that full video, I've counted each slap as it lands, and the thing that has stuck with me the most, other than the sheer violence of it, is the expression on Krista's face throughout. It's the same Krista that I've spoken to, but also it's not. It's like she's on autopilot, like she's not really even there. Krista claims that in most cases she was asked to slap herself in private or over a video call, but in this case, because it was a recording that she then needed to...
Hold on. We have a bot issue in chat. I think Sirhat and Dawn of Mutilation are bots. I just want to make sure really quick. Maybe you're not. I can't really tell, but yeah, I'm not. It's the Bitcoin conversation. Okay, you guys are not. All right. Like the problem is like as a YouTuber, when you see comments and stuff and you see people discuss Bitcoin, you're like, oh fuck, I got bots in my chat again. All right, well, good job. You guys passed the not bot test. I was like, I saw the Bitcoin stuff and I'm like, oh fuck, man, god damn it, not again. It's all good. You guys are good.
Cherry, we actually have a screenshot of the chat log when that footage
clear,
was
saved.
It reads, "Hi Mrs. Cherry, noted, will do. I would like to report that I have slapped myself 100 times and on my way to Brandonville Studios. Thank you." Cherry replies, "I don't believe. How to prove?" 3 minutes later, Krista sends the video to Cherry, who then replies, "Did I ask you send me? You can't directly without asked. Impolite." Impolite, that's the word she chooses to use in this moment, having just, presumably, watched her employee do that to herself. I can't get over the coldness of that, the slightly disinterested,
this chick is a monster.
Callousness of it. Impolite.
Please tell me she's in jail or something.
Brandonville Studios at the time knew that this was happening to her.
So throughout like 2023, I believe like no one else like knew, because like it happened like either I was already like in my rented place and then like she called me and then like she told me to like slap myself, or it happens like when I'm meeting her like late at night at the
This is
office.
how cults start?
Like,
this is already a cult.
Krista told me that she believes Ken Lai, Cherry's partner and the CEO of the company, was also unaware of this physical side.
I can
of the
fix her.
abuse. She said when it came to the rest that he saw some of it happen and seemed to feel uncomfortable about it, but most of the time these things would happen when he just wasn't in the room. There's also another video, this time recorded
I love like the fucking cuts to her like she's a fucking villain. I mean, she is.
by Cherry
She
Lai
is.
herself, in which she's berating a visibly confused and dazed looking Krista outside a room on the 3rd floor of Brandonville Studios. I'm going to play a bit of that video for you now. We're going to include some subtitles that we've written, and then Krista is going to explain in her own words what she claims has just happened to her.
I'm very sorry.
You lie 是受你條眉服啊 You lie, then you need to tell the truth. What is the truth? What's the truth?
She told me to hit my head against the wall. So it was like the wooden frame of the door. Like I had to like hit my head like as hard as possible. I thought like she was like joking, right? But no, like she apparently she wanted me to like hit as hard as possible until like I had like concussion like symptoms. And in that video, like when she was berating me, I was already like delirious because of
Lack of
like the
sleep.
impact. And then
Impact, lack of sleep. These people haven't been sleeping. They haven't been eating properly. You have somebody that's judging your every movement. You have somebody that is tearing you down until you are absolutely nothing. And like the amount of like psychological and physical trauma that these employees have is insane. And it's crazy. And it's gut wrenching to watch somebody. And like, cause I looked at her and I was like, this feels like this is so like uncanny. Seeing this video of her and then like hearing the chick talk and you like the reality of it hits you, like just how dark this is, how absolutely ripped to shreds these employees were, and all of these companies have been funding it.
I had like my vision became like all white for like a couple of seconds. And then like my ears rang, and then I had like a migraine.
Yeah, with a concussion.
And basically like I was like really like out of it. And then she tried to like gaslight me into thinking that I was like a liar because I didn't like remember, because like, well, I just hit my head.
We also need to take a moment to talk about financial abuse here, because there are at least 2 examples of which.
Well, yeah, of course they're going to be controlling their funds. They're going to control their paychecks. They're going to stop their paychecks, turn their all kinds of different stuff to keep them in line.
Been told about. We're going.
How many people came forward? It's the whole company, because they're talking about this Brandonville company. But I mean, these guys have been used by a ton of different people. This is such a huge story.
Caesar. He told us that each month he sent a large portion of his salary.
One thing that I have to say is that like I have to give this girl props, Krista. I have to give Krista props for her to be like as lucid and as collected as she is in like presenting herself and what happened to herself while she was working at this company, and stay collected. Like obviously she's going to be suffering from, she's going to suffer lifelong trauma because of working at this place. But it seems like she's strong enough to have overcome it enough to be able to talk about it this comfortably. And that's crazy. And that deserves like mad respect. Deserves mad respect. Link to the original video. I think I pinned it. It should still be pinned. If it's not, then let me know. I think it's pinned on you. It's pinned on YouTube. It should be pinned on Twitch as well.
Cherry Lai in order for her to help him control his spending habits.
Like she knows like I like to buy stuff, and my money management wasn't good. So I was like, okay, like I trust her.
Caesar told me that he was left with just enough to cover his essential needs each month, but if he then wanted to make an additional purchase, something that was considered a luxury, he would then need to ask Cherry's permission as to whether or not he could do that, and it was up to her to decide whether or not that purchase should be made. I asked Caesar how often Cherry would say yes in these moments compared to no.
Mostly no. From that moment, like, I didn't buy anything much, basically.
What makes this dynamic potentially even worse is that according to Caesar, he doesn't actually know how much money he will have sent to Cherry in total.
So this dude, so quite literally you have people that are working for free as well, right? So like this guy is, so this employee is bad with money. Cherry says, well, I'll help you. Just give me your money. And he says, okay. And she's like, I'll tell you when you can buy things to help you not be bad with money. And then she just doesn't let him buy things, and they just keep their money, and they just keep the guy working there.
Part of this arrangement, because in his words, it was Cherry who managed all of these finances and had the spreadsheets and looked after those numbers. And when he left Brandonville a few years later, I asked him, well, what happened to those funds?
She didn't give me back, so like I think she stole it or something like this, but she didn't give me back.
Caesar told me that if he were to hazard a guess, he likely gave Cherry somewhere in the region of 5 million Indonesian rupiah as part of this arrangement. That works out at just over
a documentary named I Survived the Satan, basically is what it is, yeah.
Month's full pay. On top of this, when it seemed like Caesar was going to resign from the company in 2021, he claims that Cherry told him, in fact, he owed the company over 200 million Indonesian rupiah, several multiples of his total annual salary. As you can
so like, even though he was giving them his money and he wasn't actually getting paid, they're saying that he's in debt to them for 200 million, whatever their like currency is.
See in this invoice that he provided us with, part of this is due to a Unity certification test that he'd taken, and then this gigantic chunk at the top here was for a training program he claims to have not even started yet, which would have seen him become an instructor at the yet-to-be-built Brandonville Academy, a school for new artists in Indonesia headed up by Ken Lai. Caesar was eventually fired from Brandonville Studios a few months later, but not before he claims
Indonesian rupiah?
7 million Indonesian rupiah, leaving just 20% of his paycheck intact each month. Krista's personal finances were also tangled up with Cherry's own as well. In the final months of Brandonville Studios, before it would declare bankruptcy, Krista was, on paper at least, being paid a decent salary.
Basically, like, she told the finance that my salary was 18.5 million. But then, like, she told me that that was actually her money. And she's basically just, like, using, basically, like, kind of, like, putting it temporarily in my account. So I was not in the right state of mind to think that that is anything suspicious, because like she didn't give me like space to think, because first of all, severe sleep deprivation. Second of all, like she sent me a message like almost every hour, so I didn't have like time to think of anything else rather than like respond or like work.
Krista has shared WhatsApp messages with Peanut Games dating from April to June of 2024, in which she can be seen informing Cherry on multiple occasions how much she's received that month from her salary, and then Cherry appears to dictate what she then needs to do with it.
So each month I was only supposed to keep like 1.5 million, and then like the rest, like 17 million, I need to withdraw, exchange to Hong Kong dollars, and then like pass it to her. Or I have to buy her like stuff, like a lot of like expensive clothes and like.
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like the husband likely didn't want to deal with the wife and just let the wife run rampant at work. Because like Ken is like nowhere to be seen in any of the things that are going on. None of the discussions or anything like that. He's the guy that like shows up to like some of the speeches and whatnot, or he goes to like some of the conventions and whatnot, and that's it, right? Wonder if she was abusing him too. It could have been. I don't know if we're gonna be able to find out anything about that. But I would take a wild guess that he's just letting her fucking run the show at the business while, he's kind of playing a backseat role. You might actually be right. That might be the case. It might be that she was pushing him around too.
Expensive items.
Doesn't sound great, does it? Sounds a bit fraudy, actually. But hey, if you're wondering what Cherry makes of these allegations, what her response to that might be, as well as everything else in this video. We have actually had a small amount of communication with her, and it was weird, and I'm going to tell you about that later on in this video, but needless to say, she did not respond to this specific allegation. Now, there's one more story I want to tell you about before we get to how all of this came to an end. It's from a woman that you've not heard from yet. Her name is Shifiana Afiati, or Shifa for short, and she was for a time the business development manager at Brandonville Studios.
Okay.
While working at Brandonville in late 2022, Shifa became pregnant with her second child. And this pregnancy, she told
you know
me,
what, Andrew, you're absolutely right. I would guess that a person like that has no healthy relationships at all. It's not like her and her husband are like perfectly happy and have no issues at all, and she's only like this to the people at work, right? Likely she's doing the exact same thing to him. I would guarantee it.
Was really difficult to manage alongside her work life, which was extremely taxing, but also specifically because of the actions of Cherry Lai.
He didn't care if we're pregnant.
Did she get locked up? Or are there any charges pressed? I would almost guarantee that's not going to be the case. This is Indonesia, so they probably don't have laws against these kind of things there, most likely.
And if she asks
I don't know.
us
Maybe
to
they do.
go for a meeting with her after working hours, we need to attend. And again, when I was pregnant, sometimes I had a meeting with her until 1 a.m. in the morning and until 3 a.m. in the morning. It was quite intense.
In early 2023, while in her second trimester, Shitha began to hemorrhage. She was rushed to hospital, where she was informed by the medical team there that she needed to stay at the hospital and get as much bed rest as possible. At the same time, Shiva tells me there was an issue involving a project that she'd been managing at work, and while in hospital, she was contacted by Brandonville employees, first asking her to come into the office for a meeting, and then later asking if she could work remotely from her hospital bed, answering emails and responding to clients. She declined both options and eventually even asked to resign from the company altogether in order to just focus on her own health and the health of her unborn child.
At the time, Cherry Lai was the one who contacting me. He said that he was really mad because I'm resigning, and she even blamed at my husband. Is it your husband again? You abandon your...
See, she does this with every single one of them. Bro, she's just like a wannabe cult leader. That's exactly what this is. Oh, it's your husband. See, you don't understand. You don't need that baby. You don't need your husband. You need work. You need me. You need me. I can do everything for you. Don't you understand? Everybody's ruining your life except for me.
Future, your dream job because of your husband again. She said, okay,
you're going to lose your dream
leave,
job because of your husband again.
2 weeks later, Shifa gave birth to her second child, a little boy called Oslan. He was born more than 2 months prematurely and was immediately transferred to a neonatal intensive care unit.
Yeah, of course, because chances are, the thing is, again, think about the physical strain that these employees, the physical trauma that these employees have been going through, because many of them have been been going through extreme sleep deprivation, and multiple employees having their finances dealt with. You have Krista, who's constantly being body shamed, so likely her food is, or how much she eats is probably very limited, especially because she's giving her money back to the company to buy expensive clothes and things like that for her boss. Holy man.
Over the coming weeks, Shifa would visit Oslan there each morning, with the hospital being relatively close to the Brandonville offices.
Sometimes if I have time after I visit my son, I come to Brandonville to chit-chat with Brandonville colleagues, just to have someone to talk with. And Cherry Lai noticed about that I already chit-chat with my friend, and she asked me if I can start to work. You know, in Indonesia, the maternity leave is 3 months.
Okay.
It was only 1 month after I gave birth.
Shitha agreed to do this, although on 2 conditions, the first of which was that she could visit her son still in hospital, and the second was that her workload would need to be much more manageable given the intense pressure.
You know that's not going to happen.
Shitha claims this did not end up being the case,
well,
and
no
her
shit.
work life remained very stressful, and she recalls visiting her son in intensive care unit and needing to step out of the room on multiple occasions to take calls about work at Brandonville from Cherry Lai. 4 months after being born and still in intensive care, Oslan unfortunately died.
I remember my son passed away on September
Good
22,
Lord.
2023. At that time, I also had like quite important meeting with a client at 7 a.m. and he passed away like 11 p.m. before the meeting, and I think my mind was very get into the working. The first person I was
Dude, this chick is a fucking monster, man. I cannot believe she put her employees through this kind of stuff. What a fucking horrific company. What a horrific company.
I touched that time was my working groups, not my parents, but my working groups, because the next day I will have like quite important presentation. I told them, can you guys back up me, cover me for the presentation, because I need to attend my son's funeral. I need to taking care of that.
Sheetha then took a few days of emergency leave from work, although it turned out she didn't go through the exact correct process in order to do this, a process that should have involved her asking Cherry Lai directly for permission.
Oh my God. Her son died. Her son died, and this chick is gonna fucking run her up the wall.
Has been provided with a screenshot of a message that Cherry Lai then
Indirect? I would honestly say direct. I don't think it's indirect. I think it's basically direct. Like they knew that this girl was, you know, with child. They overworked her. They kept her up. They did this knowing that it likely would lead to her having some complications with having a child. You don't keep somebody working until 3 o'clock in the morning every single fucking day and not think that it's gonna have any problems. This chick knows what she's doing. She's having employees run their head into the wall, slap themselves until they bleed. That's direct. This is very direct. I'm hoping there's a good end to this story.
Sent to Brandonville's HR manager at the time, a woman called Alicia Sandra. And in this message, you can see her discussing what is happening with Sheetha and what needs to be done next. I want to remind you here before I start reading it that this message was sent just 3 days after Oslan had passed away. Of course, I understand her loved one passed away, but basic communication can't be avoided, and no way of any happened can have any exceptional to we need to do anyone a favour. Sorry, it's written like this, you can sort of guess what she means. So just mark down in our records, and starting now, counted her as in leave. No way we pay for her currently sad mood or anything.
No way we pay for her sad mood.
This is so funny. I also have my dad passed away, or any kind of thing happened, won't make things not function.
This chick is fucking unreal.
This is really not normal to me. Anyways, I am just saying, to me, she's like a Natalia. That's referencing another employee
of course
at Brandonville who has children.
Mm-hmm.
And is that every woman will become one? So scary.
There it is. So it's also some like jealousy for like childbearing, most likely. Like, oh, is this exactly what every woman's gonna be? I would almost guarantee, chat, she for sure is controlling her husband. For sure. Because she's like, is this what every woman becomes? Where she's like looking at like, oh, these women that like get pregnant and have kids, like this is how they act. Oh, you cry over your baby. Like
Sheetha had at that time taken 3 days off of work in order to grieve the death of her son and would return to work full-time the following week. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. Sheetha, a few months later, resigned and would move with her family to Australia.
Thank God. Thank God.
Yeah. On August 8th,
I mean, just like thank God they got out of there. But that's crazy. I don't even know what to even say. Like I agree with him. Where I'm like sitting here, like I don't even know how to even respond to that.
For Brandonville Studio,
You know, when watching a video like this, and some people are probably gonna like disagree with me in a lot of cases or something like that, but like watching a video like this, it really does make you thankful to like be where you're from. Like, don't get me wrong, we have our own issues here. We have tons of issues here when it comes to economy and workplace issues and workers' rights and consumers' rights and all kinds of different things, but we don't have it nearly as bad as people do in other countries. And sometimes we have to be grateful for what we have. That doesn't mean we have to put up with it. That also means that when we see shit like this means that we need to recognize situations like that within our workplaces and make sure that we take action against those kind of things as well. Because, like, man, I'll say this. This stuff exists no matter what country you live in, no matter where you live, to varying degrees. I've worked with a company in the past. I used to sell cell phones back in the day. I worked for a company where I felt like I had no choice. I had dropped out of college twice. I had college debt. I was far behind in my life choice cycle. I felt like I was getting old already, even though I was still young. It doesn't really matter. But I felt like I was so far behind everybody that I knew. All of my friends and everybody like that. It all seemed like everybody was just so far ahead and everybody was doing such better things than I was. And because of that, it put me in a weak place, in a very dark place. And the people that I worked for took advantage of that. If something happened with my family, a death in the family, you need to give us notice. Most companies immediately just say, go take care of it. But they're like, no, well, do you have any vacation time? What do you mean vacation time? Like, I literally had people say these things to my face before. And me, not knowing exactly how to respond to it, desperate for money because I didn't really have a lot of other job opportunities, and I made good money, or at least good enough money to live on my own and pay my bills and feed myself. Not save any money, sadly, but at least enough money to get by, paycheck to paycheck. I was fine with that, man. I was fine with that. And I didn't want to lose that job because I knew it was better than I could have, and I probably would have anywhere else, especially with my level of education at the time. And I mean, these are people that, like, I remember there was one time that there was multiple states of emergency where we had nor'easters come through and just slam the entire state with snow. And it was literally, again, like, don't go outside. If you don't have to go outside, there's no reason to go outside. There was going to be nobody at the store, and they still forced me to go outside when I couldn't even get my car out in the first place. I had to dig my car out by hand, and then finally somebody helped me dig my car out. I almost flew into a ditch a couple times. I almost got hit by a semi that jackknifed on the frozen highway. I barely made it home and made it back, and it was all just because they wanted me there and nobody else came to work. The boss didn't show up to work. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make it, man. Roads are too bad. That's what they said when it was my time to leave. So then what did they tell me to do? They told me to stay. You need to close up, man. You're going to have to work a 12 today, or 14 or a 16 or whatever, however long the day was. Sorry, that's just the way it's going to be. And I would say, okay. And then that same boss would then come into work. Hi. He had an opioid problem. Really, really bad. And I remember, like, it got so bad at one point that like, I had told the people, like, that owned the company. I went to them. I was like, look, he comes in high, he messes with my schedule, like, he scares customers away, and they're like, yeah, but he makes money. That's what they told me. And I'm like, are you seriously not going to do anything about this? And they're like, no. And I'm like, can I get a transfer? No. We need you here. And do you really think you deserve it? Like, telling me, like, do you think you've done enough to deserve a transfer or to deserve better treatment? And the reason why they said that is because I had a couple months that were weak where I didn't really have very good sales, and I was afraid of losing my job. And I'm like, okay. I just subservient. Just, okay, sorry. You get into that. It happens to you. It can happen anywhere. But, like, seeing something like to this level is just like, it hurts, man. It puts a hole in your stomach. They treat you like a number. It's not even a number. I mean, they genuinely treat you subhuman. Like, you're not human. You're below them to a degree that you personally can't even see.
Was entered liquidation and was shut down. Well, most of its former employees...
I take you quit eventually? Yeah, of course I did. there was like a reflective moment that I had at one point where I just had I'm not gonna go into it too much. I don't really like talking about like emotional things very much, especially when it comes to stream and whatnot like that. But there was a pivotal moment that came, and I turned myself out of a really, really bad place and said, I need to change things. And I can't, like, there's something like terribly wrong, you know, the way that I'm thinking, the way that I'm living my life. I recognized what that poison was, and I eliminated it from my life. I went and immediately got I joined this like training program for a job that was going to pay me even more money. I took vacation time under the table, so they didn't know that's what I was doing. I took my vacation for a week and said that I was going to leave. I was leaving to go somewhere, you know, with my family or whatever. And I secretly took a training program for this other job, came back to work once my vacation ended, said, fuck you, I quit, left, and immediately got a job working for a company that was paying me way more money, that initially treated me better, but then also started to treat me the exact same, because that's just how companies are. Except for I'd already been through this horse and pony show. I've been through this before. So once I started to recognize the signs, I had jumped ship already. I had already found another company that was willing to pay me more money. And that's when I started doing travel and construction for a few years. And I did that for like 6+ years or so. But the entire time that I was working for that last company, that's when I was like, I need to not work for anybody. And I have to figure out a way to not work for anybody. And now I work for you. There it goes. At some point, it causes problems money can't solve, and you got to carry for life. Yeah, of course. At one point in time, you do find yourself in a position in which, like, you are in such dire straits mentally and physically working for somebody that the money doesn't matter anymore, and you're still going to be better off even if you were poor. But that's too hard of a decision for the vast majority of people to make, and you are almost always what is it? Is it Maslow's, right? Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Self-actualization, morality, creativity, spontaneous self-esteem, psychological needs, safety, and security. If I'm not mistaken, physiological. Think about this. This is the hierarchy of needs, okay? So you are not always going to go for self-actualization or self-esteem. These two things right here are on the low end of what you think about when you're living your life. The first thing that you think about is breathing, food, water, shelter, clothing, and sleep. After that, it's health, employment, property, family, and social ability. Then it's like intimacy and relationships, and then finally it's self-esteem, and then it's self-actualization. So there's a way that you think about these things, and when you're in dire straits, these are the only two things that matter. When you're, because I mean, for many, many years, I lived as low income, right? I guarantee for years I lived below the poverty line. That's for sure. I lived paycheck to paycheck or was in debt for years, right? And it took me a while to be able to crawl out of that. So like, these are the only two things that matter to you: safety and security, physiological needs. That's it. And then after a while, I had to work and grind my way up to be able to get to this, you know, self-actualization part. You know what I mean? It just takes a while for you to get there, but you're never going to do things that are going to benefit yourself the way that you want them to. It's just, sadly enough, the world doesn't work like this.
Waited for their severance to arrive and looked for work and opportunities.
We'll never get to the peak. I think in a lot of cases, people don't ever get to the peak. I hate to be like, you know, dark or black pilled about it or whatever, but yeah, the vast majority of people don't do it. It's too hard to get there. And honestly, at the same time, in a lot of cases, we just don't have the motivation to get there either.
Convinced by Ken and Cherry to help them.
We do love
set up
convenience.
A new outsourcing company called Lai Studios. Krista is keen for me to point out here that she didn't design the logo, which for some reason resembles a toilet. The group spent a few weeks holed up at the St. Regis Hotel in Jakarta, where they would try to figure out how to pivot to this new company and how also to attract investment. These would be the last weeks that Krista would spend with Cherry Lai, and they would also be some of the most violent. Krista recalls one moment.
So I'm confused. I'm confused.
Alicia, Thursday of 2024, Brandonville Studios entered liquidation and was shut down. While most of its former employees waited for their severance to arrive and looked for work and opportunities elsewhere, a handful were convinced by Ken and Cherry to help them try and set up a new outsourcing company called Lai Studios.
So what happened though? So this is that Ubisoft subcontractor. Yes, that's exactly who it is. So I wonder why they went bankrupt. They don't really talk about that. I wonder if it was money mismanagement, or was it that the industry was like hearing rumblings of like what was going on at that company. Like we know that apparently People Make Games is the one that like broke the story initially. Southeast Asia never beating the slave labor allegations. Yeah, because they actually have it going on there. But I'm wondering why the company shut down. They didn't really talk about that.
For me to point out here that she didn't design the logo, which for some reason resembles a toilet. The group spent a few weeks holed up at the St. Regis Hotel in Jakarta, where they would try to figure out how to pivot to this new company and how also to attract investment. These would be the last.
Because this seems like a situation in which, so like the other company, bankruptcy, liquidation, starting a new company to do the same thing, and we need to sell this company to other people and pretend like it's not them. So this seems like they were getting blackballed from the industry, and then now they're trying to make a new company to basically scam the industry. I don't know.
Weeks that Krista would spend with Cherry Lai, and they would also be some of the most violent. Krista recalls one.
Oh, the husband and wife had set up another studio in Hong Kong. So what they were trying to do is they were trying to they were probably just trying to hoard as much money as possible and steal it from their employees and then move their business to Hong Kong because they wanted to live in Hong Kong.
She and another woman, Alicia, the former HR manager you just heard about, the two of them were approaching
maybe that's what it was.
Hotel room of Cherry Lai.
So she opened her hotel room. I stood in front of it. She she hit my head until my glasses fell off. She stomped on my glasses until it broke, and then she slapped me a couple of times. She pushed me against the wall, and then she poured water on me, and then told me to clean up the mess.
This incident has been corroborated to People Make Games by Alicia Sandra, and she also confirms what Krista believes to be the reason for this attack.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. You don't even have to provide me with any backup people at this point. You already got me sold, man. I'm pretty sure this chick would do just about everything.
Is that the two of them had left supplies for Ken and Cherry next to their hotel room door rather than hung on the door handle of the room itself. 2 days prior to this, Krista, Cherry, and several other colleagues attended a meeting at the KYK building in Jakarta, where upon arrival, and after realizing that a document hadn't been printed off, which Cherry had requested, Cherry slapped Krista several times, punched her in the chest, grabbed her around the throat, and then kicked her before leaving for the meeting that was happening upstairs. The following month, with Brandonville Studios now having officially closed for good, and those few people still orbiting Ken and
Unbelievable,
Cherry
man.
Drifted away even more so, Krista tells me that it was once again at the St. Regis Hotel, this time she's waiting for Cherry late at night, that she finally realizes this woman's power over her is no longer real.
So St. Regis is really cold. Inside the hotel is so cold, it felt like it was winter over there. And I had been standing by since morning until nighttime. So it was I was so cold. She didn't let me eat until it was late at night, and she didn't let me to properly cover myself up with a blanket.
Unreal, dude.
So she was taunting me. She was challenging me basically. I thought to myself Shorty doesn't have anyone else. I was quite literally the only person left with her, and she's still doing this to me.
Krista claims that Cherry had sent her out with her ATM cards in order to check the account balances ahead of the next day, and upon her arrival back at the hotel where she was expecting to meet Cherry, she found that Cherry had in fact returned to her hotel room. Now Krista knew the drill at this point. She would usually be expected to either message Cherry, call her, maybe knock on her hotel room door. She would not be able to leave without Cherry's permission.
Okay.
But this time around, like I was like, you know what, I'm so tired, it's like 2 a.m. I should order like a cab home. And then when she realized that I wasn't going back to her, she panicked.
She tells me there were messages, phone calls.
This is when she's gonna say, I'm sorry. She's gonna apologize. It wasn't me. It wasn't like that. You're worth a lot to us. We need you. We need you for this new business. Yada yada yada. She's gonna try to bring her up. This is watch.
And frets, but she didn't go back. Instead, with the help of her mum and her brother, Krista began the work of compiling evidence to show what had happened to her and her colleagues over the last few years. Because here's the thing about bombarding someone with abuse over the course of years, and in Krista's own words, almost every hour.
There's a lot of evidence.
When this time comes, those messages exist, and Krista and her colleagues are going to have just so many receipts to work with. Indonesians have a phrase that's popular right now as trust in the country's police force and justice system are especially low. It's
Okay,
just
yeah, that's what I
4
figured.
short words, and here they are.
No viral, no justice.
It means that if you want the authorities to take your story seriously and act upon it, if you want justice, you need that story to
go
blow up
viral
on social media.
Oh my fucking god. Oh god. We're fucked. I mean, we're fucked. We're so fucked as a society. We're so fucked as a society. Like, so these like second and third world countries are more, they care more about their out, which makes a lot of sense because that's how their leaders are, right? Like their leaders aren't good leaders, otherwise they would be able to bring their countries out of the position that they're in. I am of the mind that the reason why a lot of countries, especially with all the time that we've had, is there's two things. There's one, too many countries are exploiting, too many of the like first world countries are exploiting these like third world and second world countries for them to be able to get a leg up. And then the other thing is that the leadership within these countries is so corrupt that they never actually have the leadership that's necessary for that country to ever step into a first world position in the first place. It's not a resource thing because we know for a fact that the vast majority of these countries do have some incredibly valuable resources, whether it's people, whether it's power, whether it's minerals, whether it's whatever it is. A vast majority of these countries have more resources than we do because we're not using our fucking resources. We know that for a fucking fact, right? That's what nothing's fucking made in America, right? So the vast majority of these countries are, you know, like they're undervaluing themselves, you know, to a ridiculous point. But because of this weak leadership, all they care about is superficial things because they are superficial people that don't even deserve the positions that they have, that can't even properly manage a government or people in the first place. So the only way that you can hope for real change is if people in other countries care about what's happening in yours. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. Third world, how is China or India third world if they send people to space? I'm not talking about China or India. When did I say China or India? Yeah, this is Indonesia. Is it?
And force them to get involved. And in Indonesia, at least, that's exactly what happened with the Brandonville allegations. They went viral. And in turn, the Indonesian police has now begun interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence, and according to the Jakarta Globe, is looking to bring Cherry Lai in for questioning. Although that is going to prove difficult for them because I believe Cherry Lai is no longer in Indonesia.
Oh yeah, they're gone.
I think she's in Hong Kong.
Yeah, they're in China.
The reason I think that is because, well, she told me. I emailed Cherry in November about the allegations you've now heard in this video, offering her and Ken the opportunity to answer the many questions we had to ask them.
These folks are going to go unscathed, and they likely are going to end up running another company.
She replied and started off by thanking me for the reporting I'd done on the crunch conditions at her studio in 2021, which was
you did a good job. That was a really good video.
To say, and I quote, "To me, my part of the story is not important, as long as my team are good and safe now." However,
my part of the story isn't important. Let's just be happy that they're safe. Who are they safe from, Cherry? Who are they safe from?
"I will love to meet a new friend if you can make it to Hong Kong." I told Cherry that I'd be happy to travel to Hong Kong in order to speak to her, but that any conversation we had would need to be both on the record and on camera. And at this point, she seemingly changed her mind and
yeah, of course she did.
Stop replying to my
Oh,
emails.
wait a minute. No,
As
no,
for
no.
Ken Lai,
No, I want you to keep making videos talking about me. I just like hearing my name. It's okay that everybody thinks that I'm an absolute fucking monster. But no, I don't want you to... No. I don't want to do an interview and people see it. No. But you do good work, though. Like, it's just people that just, like... It's also, like, the superficial nature of, like, virality on the internet in general. Like, they just want to be known.
he never replied to begin with or answered my calls, and he remains...
Yeah, actually, a good fucking point. Somebody talks about China and India aren't even comparable as well. That's very true. Like India's not even fucking... India's not a first world country. Like, it's not even fucking close. Like, I mean, that's not even something you can even argue in the first place.
Mystery to me, honestly, here. I'm not exactly sure how we're meant to feel about his role in all of this. The employees I've spoken to are somewhat split on his culpability. Some make the very persuasive argument that he is, as one source put it to me,
either is China's
biggest enabler. As a husband and as
I don't know what the technical... I personally, like, I'm not going to try to speak to the fact that I probably shouldn't try to label countries as what, because I don't really know exactly what the terms are, like what you would actually, how you'd classify a country as first world. I think that in a lot of cases, that's probably coming from an American perspective to begin with. So I don't even know. I wouldn't even be able to tell you. In a lot of cases, it's just like the vast majority of people should be able to care for themselves. And yeah, it's a Cold War era term. Yeah, it's just been around for a long time, right? And like we just view countries as a rank. You know what I mean? First world US, second world Soviets, third world neither. Was that how it was? I mean, Europe's like what they would consider as first world, right? Oh, is that what it is? First world means they were allied with the West during the Cold War. I didn't know that. Fuck, I need to do some history shit, dude. I had no idea. So third world meant that you just weren't on you weren't involved at all. You just weren't important.
CEO of Brandonville Studios.
But the term sticks, honestly. Yeah, I mean, because like there's a degree of like advancement and economic and like general quality of life. I think like there's a like that's what most people use it as a term for nowadays, is just like general quality of life and like status within the world, right?
He should have done more to stop it. He should have protected the people that he was responsible for. That incident at the KYK building I mentioned just a few minutes ago, in which we're told that Cherry slapped Krista several times, put a hand around her throat, hit her in the chest, and kicked her. Well, one of the witnesses who saw that happen told me that this took place in the building's lobby, and when it happened, Ken Lai was in that same lobby, elsewhere in the room, but in the same lobby, and appeared to act as if nothing had happened.
Yeah, I guarantee he's under her leash.
Including Krista, who believe that Ken Lai may be another victim of Cherry's abuse, and that his silence comes from a place of fear.
I would guarantee it.
I don't know if that's true. I just don't really know enough about Ken Lai altogether. And when I mentioned that to a former Brandonville employee a few days ago on a call, they replied, nobody does. As for Krista's...
See, yeah, even the employees don't. Which make, like, how does that make any sense that, like, the guy that owns and runs the company isn't involved whatsoever, and they don't even know what his relationship is with his wife? When, like, she has that much impact and that much control over the employees. I would guarantee that dude's under the whip. There's no way. Somebody said it earlier. There's no way that she has any healthy relationships. So there's no way that, like, he's controlling her. I can't see that being the case.
Future, I asked her what she intends to do next, now that all of this has finally gone public.
Personally, I'm hoping to recover mentally and physically. So I'm under like some treatments at the
Good for her.
moment, and then
Good for her.
hopefully like I can get back on my feet if things go well. Planning to study law, like want to be able to help like other artists like in the future, like for them to have like a better working environment than I did.
Krista told me that Indonesia is in desperate need of improved labor laws which can better protect its workforce from...
Remember, I brought this up at the very beginning of the video. Most times, the reason why you're getting the labor and the reason, and the thing at the end of the day, the companies that know that they're outsourcing labor from these companies out in these different countries is specifically because they know that their labor laws are lax, and they know that the companies are running the employees to the absolute max. They're doing whatever they can to them to get the work done fast and cheap. That's the reason why they do it.
Exploitation across pretty much every level. And
because think about it from this perspective. Think about the countries that are out there that have good labor laws. How much more expensive is it to get work done there than anywhere else in the world? They are the most expensive places to get work done. They like not even fucking close. They are the most expensive places to get work done.
She hopes to, in some small way, contribute to that change going forwards, which is just a remarkable place for her to have ended up after all that she's been through. So huge shout out to Krista there. Now I do want to end this video by also just talking about the reason Krista and some of her co-workers agreed to be interviewed by me again this time around, because I really think that is the elephant in the room when it comes to this story. Now, this concept of no viral, no justice is certainly part...
Wait, what does he think is the viral part of it?
Interviewed by me again this time around, because I really think that is the elephant in the room.
That she wanted to get involved. Yeah, that she wanted to get...
This concept of no viral, no justice is certainly part of it, but there's something else going on as well. The video games industry, as we know it today, would look completely, utterly different without outsourced labor. Seriously, if you pick almost any AAA game at random from your collection and properly read through its credits, you're going to start to get some idea of the sheer scale at which this medium has relied on outsourcing for things like the creation of art assets,
Iron Galaxy, Keyword Studios Brazil,
animation, audio work, localization, and QA. That's assuming the game you've picked has properly credited all of the people involved in its creation, which is not exactly a given,
yeah,
but
chances
you
are
get
they
my
don't.
point. However, these Brandonville employees want you, our audience, to hear about their story because outside of their home country, they're not being treated as this crucial linchpin of the video game making process. If they had been, you probably would have heard about these terrible things that have happened to them already.
Yeah.
And the reason you haven't is because outsourcing, particularly when it comes to lower income countries, is a topic that people living in the global north don't feel very comfortable talking about. And that discomfort has led to, in my opinion, one of the very worst abuses of power I've ever come across in this industry being largely missed or perhaps even ignored by people who don't live in Indonesia. It's barely been covered in the press, it's not being called out by the game studios who've relied on Brandonville's work up until now, and it has started no wider conversation outside of Southeast Asia about the working conditions of outsourced labor in the video games industry. Why is that, do you think? What makes Krista Sidney and her co-workers any less important than game developers based elsewhere in the world? There's likely many answers to that question, but none of them are good. If this video does end up reaching a wider audience and brings these stories to people living in the UK, in Europe, in the US,
message heard, man.
North, I hope it does prompt some conversation, some proper conversation on that front, at least. I'd like to offer a huge heartfelt...
No. I'm going to cover this. I'm going to talk about it. I'll get a video together for it next week. Because under no circumstances whatsoever should any of these companies not come forward and talk about these practices and talk about the fact that their games are made under these kind of conditions in the first place. I'm actually somebody that is on the side of like not even wanting consultancy agencies at all involved or outsourcing involved at all. From my perspective personally, I want to see more people from the home country that these games are made in being the ones that are making these games. I think that those employees deserve their jobs. I think those employees deserve their money, and they also deserve the opportunity to make the games themselves rather than hiring out cheap labor because you want to cut costs because you don't know how to manage a budget properly. And the thing is that I think in a lot of cases, I think a lot of these companies want to brush this under the rug because this is exactly like they don't want to be known for this. Why do you think Ubisoft probably doesn't want to talk about the fact that they were involved with something like this? They don't. The last thing they need is any more bad press for Assassin's Creed Shadows. And likely the reason why they use this company is because of the fact that they were in financial turmoil to begin with, because they're not good at managing. It all comes back to, no matter what, it still comes back to a customer first issue, because they are not making games for the right people for the right reasons. And because of that, they have gotten themselves into this position that they are now taking advantage of people in other countries that are putting them at risk in the first place. This is not how this shit should be going down.
Thank you to everyone who spoke to People Make Games for this piece. I think it requires a very special kind of courage to take these kinds of experiences public and be this vulnerable about something so awful. And I hope you feel that we did those experiences justice. If you're watching this video and feel that this kind of games journalism is important to you and that we're offering something you're not getting enough of elsewhere, then please do consider supporting our work over at
This is the exact kind of thing you need to be doing.
People Make Games. There's just no way we could have taken a swing at an investigation like this without the direct backing of
Patreon.
our audience. We've been working on this one since September, and it's required just so much time in terms of tracking down the right people to interview, sorting through a mountain of screenshots and evidence, and corroborating the stories that you've now heard in order to be able to publish them today. To be pretty blunt with you here, we make very, very little money from YouTube advertisements, certainly not enough to run a channel like this. We've not sold a portion of this video to a sponsor. It would not have felt right in this context, I don't think, certainly.
No, make sure you guys if you guys haven't watched it, go give it a like, go share it.
Beholden to or
I'll link it again once he finishes.
By a giant corporation either. It's just us. We're a small team that try to tackle big stories, and we get to do that because of you. So yeah, final plug. If you want to help us take on more investigative work like this in the future, head over to patreon.com/People Make Games. That's it. Thank you so much for watching. I know it's a long video. I know it's a hard topic, but I really do think there's value in a lot more people knowing about this. So yeah, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
This is the exact kind of thing that you want to see. This is the exact thing that you want to see from like games journalism. Like I'm talking about like professional games journalism. This is exactly what you want to actually see out of the industry. And this is the first time that I've seen anybody, at least from like a because like I'm pretty sure they're actually like from like I can't remember, like they're from somewhere, like an outlet at one point in time or something like that. But I think that this is the kind of I linked the video to you guys. Make sure you guys go give it a like. Make sure you guys share that video. It's really important you do. This is the kind of journalism that the customer wants and respects and needs that we haven't been getting for a long time. And this is what I mean when I'm talking about how 9 times out of 10, it feels like journalists are just covering for the industry rather than covering the industry. This was actually covering the industry. Now, while I don't fully agree with all of their positions that, People Make Games have, this is something really important that they brought up. I think it's incredible. I think they did a really incredible job with the video overall. I think the message was solid all the way through. The research was really well done. The interviews and how they put everything together. The investigation they did was top notch. I mean, this is top tier. This is like top tier content. The fact that it only has 229,000 views for 3 days is like, this is a video that deserves probably like 2 million views, to be honest with you, if not more. Ubisoft responded to this like 2 to 3 days ago, but also announced the delay yesterday. The delay for Ubisoft is 90% due to this. Okay. What was Ubisoft's response? Do you have a link for that or anything like that? Ubisoft responds to accusations of abuse at Assassin's Creed Shadows support studio. The publisher says it's deeply disturbed by reports of alleged physical and mental abuse from the Indonesian studio that outsourced its work to. The story includes content some readers may find disturbing. Okay, yeah. For employees of the Brandonville studios, well, okay. We already know the story. We're deeply disturbed by the reports surrounding Brandonville studios, Brandonville studios. A Ubisoft spokesperson told Eurogamer when asked to comment on the controversy. We strongly condemn all forms of abuse, and our thoughts are with the affected employees. The claims of abuse were first reported by People Make Games in a 50-minute YouTube video uploaded earlier this week. In the video from former Brandonville employee, yeah, we already know about that. According to Sydney, yeah, okay, 5 a.m. Yeah, I know, okay. By according, yeah, okay. What's their response? Is that it? Ubisoft has denounced Cherry Lie's alleged actions. Sydney claims Cherry threatened her, but the years of abuse, Sydney was at her limit. She refused to return to her position. And text messages to back up her claims, which led to the story getting picked up by various news outlets and social media sites in Indonesia. Although Ubisoft has denounced Cherry Lie's alleged actions. Oh, denounced her actions. Okay. Lie gave herself a bizarre response when contacted by People Make Games. To me, my part of the story isn't as important as long as my people are safe now. Cherry Lie said of the accusations, she refused to provide further comment. Employees interviewed by People Make Games say that although CEO Ken Lie was not directly abusive towards them, he enabled his wife's conduct. We've worked on Age of Empires. That's it. I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, I hate to be I hate to be like this way about it, but like the people that are gonna buy the game are gonna buy the game, and like you can make your own moral decision about a game. I mean, the thing is that like I said before, cell phones are made under far worse conditions than video games are. Far worse conditions, probably, I would imagine. And people are just gonna buy, but I do think that I do think that like some people would probably like to know, and they likely wouldn't buy or want to support the game, because like at the end of the day, like Ubisoft right now, like of course they denounce the actions of the company. They have to do that shit publicly, but I'm going to be honest, when you're a company that is outsourcing your work to Indonesia or to some of these countries that you know have lax labor laws where these employees are oftentimes abused and overworked, you know exactly what you're buying. I said it a few times already. You know exactly what you're buying. You can feign ignorance over it all you want, but there's a reason why it's cheap. And there's a reason why you picked Indonesia. Simple as that. I guarantee there's an American company that they could have outsourced to. I guarantee there's European companies they could have outsourced to. South Korean, Japanese. But you chose Indonesia. Why is that? We are shocked that this company is doing the exact thing we hired them to do. Fucking true. Fucking true. Yeah. Man, it's going to take me a while to like just state on this one, man. This is one of those situations in which my brain has to cook on. You guys kind of already know to begin with, like if you guys watch my content or you guys have watched the streams and stuff like that, like I'm not a reactionary person. It's one of the reasons why I don't really do like react content, right? It's like that's I just really don't like watch a lot of videos on stream and stuff because I personally I take time to think about stuff. I like to you know, let it, you know, kind of float around the head a little bit and kind of come up with my ideas and figure out exactly where I fall on it. And it's gonna take a couple days for me to do this. But I'm still gonna end up covering it regardless. I mean, let's be real, it's Ubisoft stuff, right? So like I've kind of made a name for myself as being the guy that will cover these kind of things, especially when it comes to this company. I mean, I find its downfall to be absolutely fucking fascinating, so. No problem, mate. Make up your mind on things. Yeah, it just takes me time to like come to figure out exactly like what's the best way to look at something like this, because like it's easy for me to like have an emotional response to it, right? Because like it's disgusting to see it in front of your face. You know, it's kind of a lot like the people that are like, you know, like I'm not this way, but it's like the people that are like vegetarians because they see how like, you know, how like, you know, animals are slaughtered and stuff like that. Like that's just never bothered me. I mean, like I've had families that have farms and stuff like that. I'm from, you know, land that has farms and whatnot, so you get to see that kind of stuff regularly. My dad hacks a fucking deer in pieces, and I enjoy that jerky very much. But I think that like seeing something like this on a scale, especially when like, yeah, a little bit close to home kind of thing, you know what I mean? Especially with like the work, because like it's not like straight up like slave conditions or anything like that. This is a little bit different because this feels like I don't know. I'm just gonna have to take time to think about it. Really like come to my personal opinion on it. It's gonna take a little bit of time. Where is the thingamabobber? All right, let's play some Marvel Rivals. What a fucking dark journey somebody sent me on. Jesus Christ, who was the chatter that told me to watch that video? You're fucking banned. Good lord, motherfucker makes me want. I'm just gonna get off. I'm just gonna go offline now. I'm just gonna, guys. I gotta fucking go. Double ban. I really appreciate whoever brought that up, though. That was a story that I probably would have missed until it was too late, and I wouldn't have caught it in time or something. I probably would have. Was like, I don't know. I don't know if Asmongold is gonna react to it or not. He's probably gonna watch some like drama channel fucking talk about it first. He's gonna, and then it's gonna be like some like weird like it completely. I don't know. Maybe he will watch it. He watched part of their video from the Valve stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Did you see Marvel Rivals silently disabled mods? Well, yeah, of course they do, because they want you to buy skins. Of course they're gonna do that. Holy Jeff can raise the mood now. Jeff is cute. I can't promise you guys I'm gonna be any good at this, by the way. Ooh, we got a new intro screen, huh? The journey of heroes. Whether we embrace this path willingly or face it with a hint of reluctance, we all know these moments when solitude tries to wrap its icy fingers around us. This is a lot of words. I'm not going to read this. They really got a little bit too much words. Oh, we actually do get a new intro for every season. That's kind of fucking cool, dude. I like that. I like that. I think I got to like, I don't even know what I got to, like gold 1 or silver 1 or I don't know what I got to. I didn't play too much ranked. Okay, let's see that. Golly. Golly. Is it? Maker. I can't believe it. They would use the Maker skin. So fucking cool looking, dude. So fucking cool looking. They've been killing it with the skins, dude. They've been killing it with the skins. It's like their cosmetics in this game are like bonkers good. That's disgusting. Is there more? Yeah, there's actually more on a site that I'm not gonna talk about it. I don't really like this one because I don't really like the goggles. Like the snowsuit and stuff I think looks kind of cool, but I don't really like the helmet on it. Otherwise I would get it. This looks fucking sick, dude. This looks sick, dude. Insanely cool, dude. Yeah, they've been fucking killing. Let's look at the season rewards. Oh, you even got a new season reward icon. Nice. They messed up with no change, with no Carnage or Gambit. Oh, they're coming. Don't worry about that. I like that they're going like all in theme with some of these character skins. I think it looks really cool. Oh, like the skin moves. That's unsettling. It looks very cool, but it's very unsettling. Moon Knight. All right. All right. Looking slick. I like it. I like it. Rocket Raccoon. I still have not played as Rocket Raccoon. This is the only one that doesn't really like. It's just like, oh, here's a recolor. That one's kind of mid. I'm not gonna lie. Like, how are you gonna put in like a recolor of fucking Penny, and then like drop this fucking King Magnus, bro? What the fuck? Like it stands out. It stands out. It's like holy Giga Chad. I know, dude. It gives you off like fucking God Emperor vibes, right? Actually, you know what? It reminds me of a magic card. Now that I think about it, I forgot what the name of it is. Really popular commander people like to use. The Emperor protects. Namor. Okay. Bro. This Iron Man skin. What? What? What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Fucking more like Iron Chad. What the fuck? This is so cool. I like how somebody, what is this? Disney is busy with live action nowadays. It's like, I wonder if all of this just happened like Disney just didn't get to see it. It was too far away. They didn't get to see it happen. Adam Warlock looks really sick too, dude. I fucking like it. Fuck yeah, dude. I don't look like something out of Dark Souls or something. Wolverine. All right, man. Kind of got a Van Helsing look. Isn't there is a if I'm not mistaken, isn't there like a Van Helsing storyline for Wolverine? I vaguely remember a like Van Helsing-esque story for Wolverine. It looks really fucking good, dude. Look at that fucking dude. Like they just don't miss. Blood red claws. I'm down, dude. Fucking down, dude. I'm down. All right. Ooh. Okay. There's a new event as well. What is this? Trigger recursive destruction 3 times in the Empire. Okay. And then defeat 5 enemies with Brainiac bounce. Okay, or I need to play as Invisible Woman. All right, let's go into the testing. I want to see how old girl plays. Practice mode. Practice range. All right, let's
Who
give
wants
Susan
to see
Storm a
something
shot.
fantastic?
I like playing support, or I like playing okay, hers is a little bit more she's a little bit more forgiving than she's a bit more forgiving than what's her face. Oh, that's really cool. So you throw a temporary shield on them, and it heals them while it's up. Okay, but it has a limit. It has a cooldown on it. You can only throw out a couple of them. This is way more forgiving, by the way. Oh, it bounces too. Ooh, wow.
You forced my hand.
Okay. That's good range too. Much more. I've been playing a lot of Mantis. Mantis is not forgiving.
Clear the way.
Okay, so E is the knockback. Okay. Very cool. I like that. Shift is like a... Okay. Is there like a cooldown? This is ultimate charge. I don't really care about that. What does the ultimate do?
Trouble. Disappear.
Heals everybody on the inside and then makes them invisible to the people on the outside. Okay.
You needed a timeout.
Let's see here.
Feel the pull. Double kill.
So it's zone denial on shift. Zone denial on shift, heal on right click. And then I can go invisible by double tapping space, and it gives me a secondary jump.
Never even saw me
Okay.
coming.
Like, yeah, pretty easy, pretty self-explanatory. This can get me out of some bullshit here. This is how I fucking get some evasion going. I shift to be able to do zone denial and get some damage on them. I really like how forgiving her attack is. Like, oh, the range on it is very, very short though.
They look like they mean business.
Okay, so I not a lot of distance on that. Not a lot of distance on that at all. Because if I'm off this platform, this is as far as it goes. Invisible healer permaban. I don't think her heal... I guarantee her heal probably doesn't work in invisible mode. Is there any cooldown on this? I can just stay invisible until I do something? No way, right? Yeah, she just stays invisible. But the cooldown doesn't start. That's what it is. The cooldown... No. Yeah, cooldown's here. Oh, there's a cooldown on that. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's go play her in quick match. Let's go play her in quick match. Perma invisible? Yeah, it's crazy. That's crazy. If I can even get the chance to pick her, chances are people are probably gonna grab her before I do. People say the penny is an Evangelion reference. You think so? Think so?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. I'm not the type who fades quietly into the
Sniped
background.
it. Something crazy, actually. So I just realized that I was watching a Flats video today, actually, where he was going over like the stats that Marvel Rivals put out, where they talked about how where they basically gave the list of like the most most played characters and the characters with the highest win rates. And the funny thing is that article that I talked about, in that article, they were constantly going over how oh, well, you know, there's no like I'm constantly having to try to figure out, you know, what's going I always have to pick healer, or I always have to pick you know, Vanguard, because nobody else will and everybody wants to play DPS. So come to find out that the top 16 most played characters in the game are fucking Vanguard and Strategist. DPS is super low, so like they're fucking lying.
I'll take a cosmic clash over
Like
fighting
everybody's
monsters
like
any
the
day.
supports and tanks play so well in this game that people have no fucking problem using them.
A little help, please.
Twas but a scratch.
I don't have my left click up yet. I can put that up. Do this. Okay. Oh, this does heal. Okay. Okay, so my right click heals too. All right, I didn't know that. Good. All right. Find us. Bro, you need to take care of that bitch, bro. Bro, what are you doing outside of my fucking range, dog? Oh my god. This tank is dodging me. Just let her walk right up to me, man. Just let her walk right up to me, dude. I tell you what, if you play Magic, you get into it like 90% of times people are never gonna protect the healers, so you can just dive healers as Magic and just like rack up kills like nobody's business. Oh. Oh. Bro.
Your powers are mine.
What? How did that hit? Oh, fuck. Team was dead. Iron Fist, classic CC master. Yeah, dude, I've seen some like high level players playing Iron Fist. I'm only playing quick match just because I want to like, you know, like get used to using the controls of the character. I don't really care about winning and such that much. It would be nice if there was a team that was here to play. Some motherfucker just stay still over there. Team? Okay, you guys are here. All right.
What am I? Invisible? Feeling fantastic.
Once I get you stuck.
Force burst. Let me guess. Your Namor's friends? Disappear!
Remind me never to go swimming again. Whew, that's the stuff. No hiding from us now, buddy.
No worries. I've got your back.
Enjoy the amplifier. Careful over here.
I'm sorry.
Magic. Do you believe in magic? Got you, Spido.
So where do I rank on the list?
Right. Whoa!
Pretty high, right?
Okay, so I can put those up like that. I like that a lot, actually. Watch me, buddy.
Anyone willing to help?
Just dying.
Please go back soon.
First you go.
These squids reek of desperation anymore.
Bye. Just kidding.
More health is never bad.
Okay. We're just getting rid of his fucking clone. Is he like alt? What is that? It's like invisible. I need to play as some of the other supports so I actually understand like what their abilities like do.
I appreciate you.
Oh, this chick is getting squirrels like all the time.
Care to share some health? Another fearsome foe. Anyone willing to help? That's much
shit.
better.
Where the fuck is everybody at? There we go. Oh, right on the fucking money there. Whoa! What is... Okay. I thought the fucking I thought Rocket Raccoon was on the Squirrel Girl, but I guess not.
Private police. They don't care about people.
I'll back up a little bit.
Someone scratch my back. Your powers are mine. This is real firepower.
I hear her. Where is she? Did you get her? Okay.
No worries. I got your back.
Careful, buddy.
Fear not, Spider Zero.
I mean, he's good moving up, but try to help us here. Try to help us out a little bit here. Choke point. Choke point's probably a really good place to use this. There you go, get a heal. Can I get my jump back? No.
More health is never bad.
Are we good?
Keep up the momentum.
We must escort Spider Zero to Budokan.
We're good? Alright, alright, alright.
Vortex field. No worries. I've got your back.
I really like the vortex field thing. I think that's really good.
That put a pep in my step.
Disappear.
Stay out of that. I like this character actually. I really do. Like the range is really good for healing on the back line. I don't have to like get up in the business, but I definitely can get in there and fucking get in the mix if I need to. Get his ass. Get his bitch ass. DPS is low, but people don't consider her important yet. Yeah, I know. Like the zone denial is really good. The zone denial is like super good. Her escape is super solid. I like her jump. Her mobility is pretty good. She's not like stupid slow or anything like that, which is really nice. That ability is strong, by the way. Yeah, I just generally like her play. Like I feel like she'd be really good if you play her with like a I think she'd be really good if you play her with a mantis. I don't know if she's a single support kind of character or not. I don't know if you'd run her as a solo or anything. How is her healing? Oops, I hit escape on accident. Oh, too late. Can't find out. I'll do another one. I'll do a I hate hero shooters, but the pacing of this one is so good. I really do like the pacing of it. Yeah. Luna? Yeah, I like Luna too. I like playing Luna. I think that like I think Luna is probably one of the better offensive ones. I don't think that Rocket like Rocket can't solo heal, so he's a good like second. Like I mean, Mantis can fucking carry, to be honest with you. Mantis can carry. What do we need? Oh, bro, I can't play tank. I don't know how to play a tank. I mean, I guess I'll try.
Finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Open your eyes. Reality.
I'll try. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't tanked in this game at all. I've really just been playing like DPS and support.
Magic is not to be owned, but to be felt.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay, so it's like a shotgun. That's the shield. Has 800 health. Okay.
You're not the innocent child I once knew. Rule the demonic hordes of Limbo for long enough, and they're bound to rub off.
F is like the portal, I guess.
I'll just take your word on that one.
Penny is pretty simple. Just drop mines and stay on the web as much as possible. Okay. I'll try him out and then I'll see how it goes.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
The barriers between dimensions are breaking down. It's up to us to protect them.
Oh, that's how that works. Just use it to float.
Destroy these obstacles. I am strengthened for battle.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Reload, please.
Every arc will be destroyed.
Okay. I'm not used to the mobility or anything like that. What's the E do? Is the E just the portal?
Mortal pain is no match for
Must
the
be, yeah.
Sorcerer Supreme.
The E is my ultimate, I guess. F is okay. Okay. I don't understand that. Oh, I guess I just fucked it up. Whatever. Whoops. Okay, we're outnumbered. We need everybody in.
Our enemies are near. I am strengthened for battle. Some assistance, please.
The only reason why Moon Knight gets so many fucking free kills because he fucking doesn't because nobody looks for his onks. Like dude gets fucking free kills all day. Am I just like stupid and not understand how this motherfucker works? What I don't know what that did. Oh, that's my shield? I should have actually like looked to see what the hero abilities are.
Wild creatures have risen from the realm below. One couldn't win without the other.
I am ready to put on a show.
I don't understand. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try it. There's actually one tank that I started to look at. I already know their abilities. I'm gonna play him instead. Freebie. I'm gonna try out Hulk.
I'm trying to make the gamma in me useful. I'm
Shift is my bubble.
Rise, my
Smack.
friends. I got the my resistance.
Strange needs to reflect on that shield if it charges so slowly. Yeah, he's kind of shit, to be honest with you. Hold jump to get in. Oh, jump. Okay, so you hold jump to like charge it, and then you can jump higher. All right, cool.
I'm trying to make the gamma in me useful. I'm
Oh, okay. Very cool.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay. Point.
Something has changed in you.
And I can slap.
Not the
And it has a
innocent
cooldown. Okay. And then shift is my bubble. So dive, bubble, dive out. All right.
Bound to rub off on you. I think I'll just take your word on that one.
Hulk plays a little Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Okay.
The battle starts in 5.
Hold climb as you hold climb.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
My brother and I are about as different as we could be.
Oh, okay. So I can hold onto the wall. That's cool. Okay. That'll take some time to get used to. He's got some movement tech, I see. Oh, fuck. Okay, he's super squishy without a fucking healer. Insanely squishy without a healer. And everybody's fucking dead. Okay. Alright. I'm out of here. Jesus.
That felt good.
Do we have a healer? No. Quick play, baby. Everybody's DPS. Everybody's DPS. I'm not gonna fucking play tank if that's the fucking case. Like zero responsibility team. I love it. I love it. If that's the case, I'm just gonna fucking go do my own thing.
I fought Oni, slayed demons. This should be easy.
No heals for you then? Yeah, I can take care of myself. I can get in and get out. I just need to pay attention to my watch my cooldowns. Okay.
Out of sight. You paid for your transgressions. And I got my double kill.
Ooh, shit! I got caught there. Come on, LD, read the room.
I have reawakened.
See Reed Richards insta kill himself? No.
Enemy ahead of us. Farewell.
At least it's a fast match. I'll go play ranked after this.
I am ready to put on a show.
Fantastic!
Oh, she fucking. Hold on. Got her ass. Is there a heal around here somewhere? Probably. No. I love quick play. Yeah, I know. Bad situation for the team. I like how the first match we started off where it was like, okay, we had a tank and 2 healers. And then the next match where it failed, everybody's like, I hate my whole team. Die in a car crash. No heals. You suck so bad it hurts. I love it. I love it. I love it. All DPS. I hate my team. Way too fucking good, man. Way too fucking good. In competitive, I just flex, by the way. Like, whatever people need, I'll play. Except for tank, because like I just can't tank, and I'll just be honest about it and be like, I don't know how to play tank yet. I'm sorry. I just don't know what to do. Oh, water out there. Like, I'm not gonna be that asshole. It's like, okay, I'll tank, and then just run in there and die. I love playing support. Fuck, I'll play healer all day. I don't give a shit about that. Half the time I'm mad I have to play DPS and I can't play healer. People will blame you for fucking losing, but like, whatever. Like 9 times out of 10, they're the ones that are fucking up because they're not like... You'll see like a fucking dude that just like dives behind enemy lines. Like you're nowhere near them to be able to heal them. And they're like, where's the heals? Where's the heals? And it's like, bro, like I can't reach you. We mean to do, like chase you down as you're jumping all over the fucking place. And like I got aim and I can hit you with some heals, but like I'm not gonna be able to do that much. I don't know what the fuck you want me to do. Like I'll dive. The only healer that I think is really good for diving is Mantis, because she's fast as is, and she can hit them with a hot, so she doesn't actually have to like have aim really to do anything.
Life energy is a powerful weapon against healing.
That's usually a thing in these games. What does diving mean? I keep hearing that term. Diving is like, so there's tanks and certain DPS that can like dive into like the enemy group. either into the enemy group or behind like where their supports are, because usually, like, think about it as battle lines, right? Like the tanks are in front, the DPS are in the middle, the healers are in the back.
Before you attack, get ready.
So diving would be diving to the back of their line so that you can take out their healers, which is really good. Like Wolverine would be really good at doing it. We have 3 healers. Sure.
I'm not a... Weapons are tools, and I'm...
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Someone should have stopped Doom a long time ago.
Help get that
Where is he?
vehicle to its destination.
Heavy weapons. I love. Don't see Wolverine. Target's down.
How the fuck did he kill me that fast? I couldn't do that to anybody. What the fuck? Oh shit, this team is lighting our ass up, dude.
Do your worst. Maximum pulse.
We are undefeatable.
Don't see Wolverine go down.
Come on, Tony. Can I hit him?
I'm all will guide you safely to the shrine. I'm good to go. Bad choices have
Fantastic!
Oh, his ult is like ass. Ah, I shouldn't have reloaded there. I should have kept firing. Thought I was gonna run out. Come on. Can I not? Does it have to be vertical? Or horizontal? Must be. Fuck out of here, Tony. Bitch ass. Annoying ass motherfucker.
We are undefeatable.
Oh my god, dude, how the fuck does he kill me that fast? I need to figure out how this motherfucker works, because he just juiced me. That's the second time he just like 1, 2, 3, you're dead.
This is not over. I am Loki.
Oh, melee. I forget there's a melee. Their range is not to be fucked with.
Only 60 seconds left.
We're good, we're good, we're good. Oh. Can I, please? Thank you.
Maximum pulse.
Pussy ass Tony Stark. Turn around, bitch.
Be wary of this location.
Come on, bitch.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Ah, tried to escape. Tried to escape. I'll ult soon, but I didn't want to yet. Hopefully I can get there in time before time runs out. I need to wait for healers though. Both healers are down. 3 are down. 4 are down. Yeah, we're not gonna get it. Sadly enough, I'm not gonna be able to make it in time.
The current score is 0.
Alt to team wipe? Yeah, no, they just the problem with Punisher is that like you cannot be the only one out there using your ult. because like they're just gonna focus you and you are made of fucking paper and you will die. Like it's just gonna be that fucking quick. It's just gonna be that quick. Now all of a sudden motherfucker wants to play DPS. I like it. Punisher is just a gun, human and gun. True, yeah. Yeah. Spam smoke. You can only hit smoke once. It has a cooldown. Yeah, and the strange shield is enough to counter my ult as well. Yeah, you got a good point. Ah, man, I don't really want to switch off because I'm doing like good damage, and the damage is like necessary. If I switch to like,
Stay strong.
I really only like DPS wise. I really only like to play Punisher and
You're underestimating my light. That's okay. Happens all the time.
Psylocke. Because yeah, it's just like the two different play styles I like to play, either mid laner or like back line or like fucking diving their back.
Someone should have stopped Doom a long time ago.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I have fallen under their sway.
God damn it. So dead. Dead.
Nice little boost.
Dude, he deals so much damage with that melee. Holy shit. So you must like just straight up melee spam and don't even use his like ranged attack. I didn't know that.
This is not over.
We're gonna get fucking smashed, by the way. This team is ass. Like, the team is ass. I can't really like I'm one of those people that can't really tell if it's me or if it's the team. You know what I mean? But yeah, we're gonna lose. I'm dead. Man, I almost had his ass. I almost had him. When he corners you, melee is probably faster than his range. Oh, melee's way faster. Melee's way faster, yeah. Hey man, I try to do what I can. It's like I said in my video. I'm like average at this shit, man. So I don't try to pretend like I'm a fucking pro or anything. I just like having fun playing these games. Yeah, I would have seen that a fucking mile away. Their Strange was fucking on another level. Motherfucker knew what he was doing. That's why I picked Strange. So like, man, I've seen a lot of really good Doctor Stranges. Then I played it and I'm like, oh wow, I don't understand this character at all. I don't understand this at all. I don't even bother using Punisher's assault rifle to stick to the shotgun. Assault rifle's really good from mid-range. Because if you're not using the shotgun up close, like, it's useless. It doesn't really do that much damage, does it?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
I've seen teams win tons of matches within 9k damage average. You're saying there's more to winning than damage? It depends on what you're trying to do. It depends on like what part of the objective that you're on. Like I think that like if you're trying to push the objective, you want to be more tanky. You still want to have damage, but you want to be really hard to kill. So like certain classes are better for that. If you're trying to stop the objective, it's really good to try to make sure that you have a shitload of damage and you just keep them fucking pinned down.
Mantis Pete just put Glintar on top of the list.
I just got a spray. Are you sponsored? No, this is not sponsored. You got a drop because Twitch gives you drops for watching. What do we have?
The battle starts
2
in
supports, 2
5,
tanks, 2 DPS.
4,
Okay.
3, 2,
Oh, it's a new map.
1.
Very cool. Baxter building.
That vehicle to its destination.
I feel like myself again. The darkness.
He's way too far away from me. I can't do anything for you, bud. You're like way behind enemy lines over there. Ooh, shit. What the fuck was that? Oh, that was her force push. Ooh, shit. I'm getting fucked up. Attack me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm getting fucked up. I'm getting focused. Got read almost. Oh, that is really good. Fuck, she is actually really strong, huh? What? A player is disconnected from the match. This match will be canceled and the disconnected player will be penalized. Damn. I need to play. I'm gonna play Sue next time. I didn't realize that she could use her knockback from such short range. That's so disrupting. That's so good. That's so good. Probably didn't get the role he wanted, maybe. What's the match penalty for disconnecting? I had that happen before where I like quit the game after a match had ended, but I think like before it showed the final scoreboards. Like it was still loading in there. Not like mad or anything like that. I was just going to bed. I'm like, all right, it was a good match. And I didn't really care to see like the end scores or anything. And I got out. 15-minute ban. Oh, okay. So it doesn't even matter. You just go to bed.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I can't tank. I'm just being real.
Round 1, go!
Just being real.
You hurt people, I hurt you.
That's what I do. I'm just honest. I'm just not going to be an asshole about it. You know what I mean? I was the last to get in, and I still need to practice this tank. I want to be able to flex any position, but I'm just not there yet. I haven't played enough.
There's no shooter like me, buddy. Never figured I'd have something in common with a talking raccoon.
You need to manage your resources. You have to like also be like really good at like you have to trust your healers.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Clear a path. Unless you wish me to clear your mind.
Battlefield ready again.
Woo! Woo! I fucking love being with Rocket Raccoon. We're gonna do, bitch. Probably gonna try to come this way.
In your face. Enemy target located.
I'll patch you up.
Try and get my face? Ah, you don't. Oh, you do. Bad choice. Bad choice, son.
Battlefield ready again.
Uh-oh. 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 Whoa. Where the fuck did she come from? Goddamn magic. I swear to God.
My back.
They got behind you.
I'll patch
Your
you up.
demons chose their queen wisely, magic.
I'm gonna be real. Unless something changes real quick. Pretty sure we got this on lock now. Hide up in these flowers.
I'm good to go.
I just like annoying the shit out of people. You can solo tank if the other team has 2 tanks. Yeah, chances are. We can do raid. I see your bitch ass.
Watch me soar.
Hey, Kitty, enjoy the amplifier.
What's your back?
Judge, jury, executioner!
Ah, they fucking got away. God damn it.
No more demons.
I thought they were still gonna be here. I didn't think they were all gonna fucking run away that quick. Come on. What the fuck? This thing is so inconsistent sometimes.
Disappear.
I'm hunkering down.
Only 60 seconds left. We are undefeated.
I really put it right in front of the fucking thing right there. I thought I had room. Trying to give myself some added cover there, but I didn't get it.
Fantastic!
Dark Child. I think they increased the range on Dark Child. Ow. What the fuck killed me? Was this... Did I really just... At full health, I died to the spiders? Did that actually happen? What the fuck? I didn't know that did that much damage.
The final 10 seconds. Keep fighting until we have win. That's 3.
Watch me soar.
I fucking love playing with Rocket. The fucking unlimited ammo that fucking Rocket gives is so strong, dude. It's so strong. Rocket Raccoon with Doctor Strange. Best combo for Punisher. It's so good.
Which side you're on.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I don't see any reason. I don't see any reason to change. I think we're good to go, baby. Dude, if you can play Magic and play her well, she is very strong. Very. She's annoying as shit. She can dive your weaker backline and just like fucking vanish.
And I'm the master craftsman.
She also annihilates Jeff. Like Jeff can't escape her. Because her slashes have like an AoE that goes around and on the ground and shit. Does a lot of damage.
Get ready.
Couldn't figure out her portals. I have to take some time, just like fuck around in like the free play mode and stuff like that with her. I think she's like the next one I want to learn how to play. Punisher is really easy because it's just a third-person FPS.
That would make you the only one.
The battle starts in 5.
I just think it's worthwhile to play as her because she's hot.
2, 1.
I mean, let's be real.
To do is capture the
I'm not gonna hide it. You know what I mean?
We are warriors. No matter what. Do not lose sight of that.
Good deed for the dead. Armor patch here. Hey up. You're welcome.
I'm good to go.
Easy. Good shit. Chicks with swords, 10 out of 10. All day, baby. All day. Anybody here ever watch Claymore? The first episode? What the? Not the whole thing. I'd heard the anime just kind of stops. I don't really remember. I just remember like the first season was really good. I don't think they actually had a... I thought it ended with the first season. That was pretty much it. What was my highlight? Oh, it's right here. Drop the unlimited ammo. So he double ulted me basically. Like he just gave me my ult. Like without me needing to bring out my actual ult. I just had fun. Like, I don't know. I guess I don't really read into anime like too hard most of the time. Depends on the show. I recently watched Demon Lord 2099. That was really good. Banger animation. Fucking peak. Well, all around the whole fucking show was peak. I read the manga and finished the read the manga and finished the story. Hate an anime leave you like that. Tell that to No Game No Life fans. John Rivals feels okay, man. I know.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Can I heal?
Life energy. I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Why would you remind me of No Game No Life? I'm sorry, dude. You need to watch solo leveling. Don't underestimate my power level. I've already watched. I actually just rewatched it. And then the next episode came out. I didn't know when it was coming out, and I was like, I need to rewatch on solo leveling again. I think I binged it. I think I binged it like 2 nights, like after like 2 nights, 2 nights in a row or something. Because I was like, I'm gonna go to bed early so I can watch anime. And go to bed early means I stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning watching anime instead.
No, but when you think about it, what could be more romantic than
they made like a movie for No Game No Life. I think I watched that, but yeah, it's really sad for that anime just to like just be a dial tone. I think Licorice Recoil is gonna get the same treatment, and I was really enjoying that.
3, 2, 1.
Yuri Spies, man, like how could you not enjoy that, right?
Got it?
A threat against Krakoa is a threat against all mutants. We shall not abide.
The best anime you never heard of? Samurai Flamenco. Holy shit, dude, these guys are going in.
Looks like the mission area is yours to
Holy
capture
shit,
now.
dude, these guys are going in right now.
Capture the mission area.
Vortex field.
An ancient Egyptian artifact.
I mean, I would love to fucking help, but like my team is like lagging behind me, and I'm just getting focus fired. This shit sucks. All right. Nope, he's dead. I'm dead. Like we're just getting fucking wrecked on right now. This is why you don't want to play the first day of a new season, because like everything's out of whack and like all the fucking like pro players are like playing with some of like the fucking like just absolutely regulating teams like this one.
We feel much better.
Maximum pulse!
Yeah, I'm just gonna get fucked here. I'm bouncing off the fucking... No. Yeah, we're just getting fucking destroyed right now. Team ain't the supportive type. Yeah, they all keep running in alone. Look at this dude, all by himself.
Clear, I'm still needed here.
I'm just gonna wait for everybody at the... Look at Jeff. What is he doing all the way the fuck over there? Like it's the other healer is just like literally nowhere. To heal yourself, go invisible, double jump. Yeah, Jeff is doing his best. Does it look like it?
Even when you can't see me, I'll still make you believe.
I'm actually surprised people aren't talking shit in chat right now.
Get ready.
Like, we got absolutely fucking handled right there.
Like yours could be of great use to us.
Don't bother trying to make it. Show them what matters to you.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Snipe Shark? I think
All
so.
you need to do is capture the
Is that like the
area.
new way to play
Got it?
Jeff? I saw Jeff's not really played that much in competitive.
Minds. The other hearts.
All systems smash!
I am Groot!
The mission area is yours to capture now. I got you covered.
The moon haunts you!
Mission area is here. Be proud of what you did. That's much better. No worries. I've got your back. I'm not sure how we'll solve this without you.
How the fuck did he see me?
Maximum pulse!
I'm fucking dead. Come here, Hulky. Stay alive. Protect me. Protect me with your life. Oh, god damn it.
I needed that.
I'll fight for my family until the end. Watch me soar!
Pulse charge!
What is
Fire!
Get in there, buddy.
Compromised. Cease hostile action.
I need to stay in the back line.
No
Watch
worries.
my
I got
positioning.
your back.
Far out.
Control seized. Totem has been destroyed.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Uh-oh. Jeff! No! That didn't make me go invisible. I'm getting focused. Please help me. Help. I double jumped and I didn't go invisible. I don't understand what's going on with that.
Pulse!
I am ready.
Am I doing something wrong?
I'll fight for my family until the end.
They hit you. Well, I didn't go invisible at all. Like I jumped in, I double jumped in the corner to see if I could go invisible, and I couldn't go invisible. It has a charge, split second of invisibility. I just didn't see it, I guess. I have no idea. I don't like that she takes a long time to get back into the battlefield. That part I would like to talk about.
Pulse charge.
Not sure how we'll solve this without you, Tony.
Oh, I'm fucked. Yeah, I just keep getting focused by him. I can't do anything about it. It's punishing to die. Yeah, she's super punishing to die as. Like, fucking, I'd much rather. Like, we're gonna anyway.
The Guardians of the Galaxy value all life. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Maximum pulse!
Control C's.
Combat capabilities enhanced.
The area is almost yours.
Here they come now. Hitting harder than ever.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
The moon haunts you!
We are undefeatable! I am ready to put on a show!
Oh my god, he actually. I was about to say, no way this motherfucker gets away from me. Whew. Iron Man feasted on your team. I know. I should have switched over to
People often mistake empathy for weakness.
My team.
I should have switched to fucking Mantis a long time ago, to be honest with you. That Luno alt went into the hole. No shit. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. I think she was like, maybe I'll just like alt and my team will make up to me. Switching to matches, Mantis, the match completely shifted. Sue needs buffs and heals, range and speed. Yeah. Yeah.
Gladly. There's something else in you. Something unnatural.
There's an edge that Mantis brings like across the board. The damage buffs. She's a threat on her own. The sleep, like she's such a well-rounded character. She has so many different things to her kit. That's why I don't really like Jeff either, because Jeff is like too much like pure healing and a good ult. That's basically about it.
There's gonna be a fight. Feeling buff.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Fucking judge and jury. God, I hate him so much. He's such a garbage character except for an ult. He's like absolute trash. He's absolute trash outside of an ult. Star-Lord.
Feeling buff.
Got a range.
This is real.
I am ready to put on a show.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, I ain't gonna hit by that. I thought they were gonna be alive. I thought my team was still gonna be there, so I dove in just to fucking put them to sleep. Split him up though.
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
Need to fucking get that Luna. Oh, run, girl. I need to get revenge on this motherfucker. Hold on. Ah, I couldn't aim it. I couldn't aim it, man. I just like how much more aggressive you can play her. I'm playing a little bit overly aggressive, to be honest with you, to try to make up for like how garbage I felt for that fucking Sue Storm match.
They will attack until we defeat
No, 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 no. Oh, they're all here. They're all here. Okay. I can't reach you. You're too far. Team's alive. I'm gonna back up. Get in there, Hulk. Get in, or Hulk. Oh, fucking great. Back up. You wanna try it? You wanna try it? Yeah, what do you think about it, bitch? Oh, 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 oh. Where you going, bitch? Where you going? Ow, 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 ow.
Judge, jury,
Exit what now? Exit what now?
I am ready to put on a show.
Heal you. Give you a little buff. Oh, I almost got the heal off on him and I couldn't.
Most reactors take a minute to charge, okay?
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Our spirits shall meet again someday, little one.
I fucking can't help you there, bud. Bro, you got to get in on this shit, fucking other healer. I'm like, fucking Hulk over here is like soaking my shit up. Ah, I couldn't get him another time. Aim is on point. Thanks, man. This is a good match.
Another epic victory.
I did pop off there. I'm gonna be real. That last match, I fucking went off. No shot. I was the MVP and I know it. In my heart. In my heart. I like 11 kills, not fucking bad. 11 kills, 9 assists. 11 kills, 9 assists, and I. Oh, okay, I was about to say I thought I out-healed the fucking Jeff. I was like, there's no way I out-healed Jeff. Motherfucker's a fire hydrant. He just like pours heals all over the place. You're the MVP of our hearts, LD. Thank you. Thank you. Game completely changed when you changed? Yeah, it did. Yeah, the whole dynamic of everything like swapped really quick, right? Get a DPS Jeff. Really? So useful. I bet. I bet. That sounds fantastic. Doesn't he only have one move as DPS? Isn't it just his like bubble, like his shotgun bubble? It's actually not bad on like melees if you can stay relatively evasive and shoot like around them for like splash damage and stuff. You can definitely pick up on some kills for sure. Bro, I love the music in this game. I fucking love the music in this game. It is so good. Yggdrasil would be proud.
To win this one. Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
You're meowing. I mean, I'm terrible at aiming usually. It depends on if you play on controller. I have no advice for you whatsoever. On mouse, I just continually lower my sensitivity until my aim gets better. I just keep going lower and lower and lower until like, cause tracking. I don't like targeting. I have no problem targeting. I can snap target like relatively well. I like that I don't really have any problem with. I want to hit the vase. I couldn't because my cat stepped in front of me, but like cause I'll do like aim, like stupid like aim warm up stuff, like trying to keep your crosshair on an object while moving your character around and like hopping and things like that to like try to like get your dialed in for like movement while you're playing. And then what I do is I just try to make sure that I lower my sensitivity so that like my tracking gets better, because like tracking is like the hard one to like really get down. I'm not really that good at FPS games, not in the fucking least bit. I just like have fun playing these fucking games, but he's out of my range. I'm powering her up. She's gonna dive. I believe in you, Magic. You're wearing a skin, which tells me that you invested enough into the character that you want to be good at it. So, are you a backline Magic? What the fuck are you doing? Oh shit. I'm gonna fuck here. Gonna back up. Okay. Involved. I can't get you? Yeah. No, I could hit her.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Step aside. Now's my chance. You made me angry. Step aside.
I am strengthened for battle.
Better get back here, bitch.
I like the cold center stage. Beyond scum. I was on the brink. Sorry, no escaping us halfway there. Keep going.
The moon haunts you.
I gotta learn her range.
That's better.
I tried to ult, I missed it. I don't really like this map as fucking Mantis because like there's all these like fucking corners and shit and I can't really do much anything. It's really hard to get like within her range. She's like basically where Luna is right now is like where I can hit people. Like anything further than that, it's really tough. Like the damage drop off is.
Without Spider-Man, such newfound power. Can't move. I unleash the Vishanti's power.
I mean. Some damage in there, girl.
I'm
Omega level threat detected, yeah. I really like using her sleep as a finisher. If I see somebody that's like low or about to die, then I'll sleep them to CC and then fucking power up and hit him with the bullshit.
Thanks so much.
has taken them.
Spider-Man, you need to be in the fucking back line, big dog. I don't know what you're doing over here. In their back line, I mean. Oh, I don't know if I can hit you. There you go.
Be strong together.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
There you go. Get in there. I didn't know that was immune to CC. That's crazy. This motherfucker's getting pushed.
Now's my chance. Now it's showtime.
Maximum!
We are unstoppable! This is your big chance!
The moon haunts you!
With you! The current score is
Good shit.
2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Too many melees in the team for your taste? Eh, it just depends on like the like what you're going up against. Like I don't really count Psylocke as a melee. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But honestly, like me and the other healer deal a lot of damage for the backline. You don't really need to have a lot of range to be for that. Really don't need. Oh, I mean against Iron Man. Yeah, there really isn't an. Well, the thing is that Spider-Man should be able to manage the Iron Man with his mobility. He usually can like hop on his ass and or like swing up to him and hit him and beat the shit out of him.
It'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I don't know how high up magic can go. I need to like play as her a little bit.
It is psychic. Cool. Mine has a piece of my soul. I admire that commitment.
This is where I probably wouldn't want to have a lot of melee because they're still going to be able to push the objective. If we had a little bit more ranged right here, we'd be able to like stick this out a little bit longer, but we're going to get pushed back.
4, 3,
Maybe, I don't know.
2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That was unexpected.
An iron suit cannot.
Mantis has returned.
I need time to heal.
You stop them in their tracks. Let me help.
Thanks so much. Now's my chance.
More powerful yet.
A nice deep freeze.
Head for my step.
Who's leading? Oh, okay. I know I'm moving money.
Here they come now.
Stay down, will ya?
What a difference.
Stop them in their tracks. My life energy flows stronger.
It's one of Moon Knight's ults. A long distance attack? Watch out. I'm gonna miss that pop star charisma.
I am strengthened for battle.
Nice.
These guys are so pushed back for literally pushing this back to their spawn. That's crazy.
Take cover. We got a sniper.
Maybe behind us.
Way to go! That vehicle isn't going anywhere.
I have destroyed that trouble's mark.
Excellent forms, dear Mantis. Good medicine. The moon haunts you.
Hitting harder than
Plasma! Burst! Take cover. We got a sniper.
We are undefeatable!
can always use a shield.
This is such bullying, dude. What the fuck is this? Did they lose teammates? I don't think so. Maybe one. Why wouldn't they just vote to leave? My team chalked, they turn into crybabies.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh man, that's funny.
Watch out, they're headed our way. Thanks, sniper.
Oh, they brought a portal.
Please help me.
Put some pep in my step.
Help is here. Down to 30 seconds.
Stand strong. We're almost there.
See there? The sniper.
A nice deep freeze. The final 10 seconds.
Hey! Hey! Don't be an asshole! What's going on? We got baited!
Enemy in front of us.
We got fucking baited!
Enemies better beware.
I unleash the Vishanti's power. Near the sniper, no.
We got fucking baited!
0. Another epic victory.
I'm already better than more than half of the people in the world. Rank 65.06%. Ranked higher than. You guys want to ask me what it feels like to be the 40% in the 40% club? Because I can't tell you, because it's a secret club and you're not allowed to know what it's like to be on the inside. Sorry. Kind of like the Freemasons. Elite club. Very exclusive. Incredibly exclusive.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging. Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
You're rising faster than Ubisoft stocks? What are you talking about? Cloak and Mantis? Or... I don't even see what they picked. Oh yeah, you're right. Cloak is more of like a non... like...
Evil
right?
is a rejection of life. Thus I am a guardian.
I'll do...
Get ready. I'm Luna Snow. Orlitz was my life. Doctor Strange.
You know, there's something about this character that I really like. And I can't really put my finger on it.
All business.
The fate of many worlds is at stake. It is a mighty quest.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
I think it's her hair. It is. It is actually her
All you
hair.
need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Be your best self.
Be your best self. I just like that she's so supportive. That's really what it is. I just like that she's so supportive. Charming personality? Yes. I smile. I smile.
The enemy has arrived. Thanks so much.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Where's our other healer? He's like lit in Psylocke, just like sniped from the fucking line.
I'm making a comeback.
Do we have another healer?
Capture the mission area.
I like how they're like, I need heals. It's like, bro, everybody's dead.
Wish I could do what you do. Powering up. You know what to do, spiders? Be strong together. Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. Thanks so much. A nice deep freeze.
Help. No, just let magic run right through all of you and kill your healer.
Progress has passed the halfway point.
Every fucking time. I came from the path of exile. Holy shit. I gotta, there's another one I'm gonna be making pretty soon here. I'm probably not gonna get it out. It'll come on next week.
Thanks so much. Get the crowd hyped. Get the crowd hyped. See them? I am ready to put on a show.
By the eye of Agamotto.
All right, I'm out. I'm out, Tank. I'm sorry.
I am ready to
we
put on a
don't
show.
got anything going on out here. I'm sorry.
Sorry, we need you back.
All right, bye. There's no support. I'm not gonna fucking go and kill myself like that. Yeah, we're getting fucked. Did you ever play? It teaches you to always expect your team to do the worst thing in every situation. Were you talking about did I ever play like fucking Overwatch? Of course I played Overwatch back in the day. Yeah, of course. Like 9 times out of 10 everybody does the wrong fucking thing. Oh, League of Legends? I would guarantee that. Oh, you meant that lol. You know, I've never played League. I've never played League. All of the people that talk about it like you're surviving a fucking war zone did a good enough job to keep me off from playing that fucking game. You know, I'm fucking good. Nah, I'm good.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? You're mine. When Doom sees me, he's gonna be shaking in his faceplate.
The Oni here are even more hideous than the ones on my world. The enemy has arrived.
Like that pirouette.
Fear thyself.
Penny. I trust Penny. Behind us.
Catch them here. I'm still warming up. Looks like the mission area.
Please don't let me get dived. Why are you playing Squirrel Girl?
Dagger.
So what is that?
Systems restarting.
Dead. Bro, somebody do something about this bitch behind me. I'm gonna die.
Thanks so much.
I mean, she's doing her fucking job. I'll give her that. We got this locked down. Fucking Penny's doing her job.
See them? Right there.
Wanna fight, babe? Wanna fight? Wanna go?
I can't move.
Place to do some damage. Systems restored.
One couldn't win.
Better than I can do there. Got you, bitch.
What do I do for an encore? Penny.
I'm blind firing. I'm blind fi- Oh, I'm out of here. God damn, I'm dead.
Anyone willing to help? I am barely. I'm back in the fight.
Oh, we got 3 up. There's just 3 of us back here. Okay.
I am strengthened for battle.
Right there. So cold. I like the cold. Got you. I am ready to put on a show. I am ready to put on a show.
I'm infantry again. Battlefield ready again. By the eye of Agamotto,
Has passed the halfway point.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
I hear you. I hear you. If I just listen for her steps, then I can get her ass. It's okay. You can go to the shield.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. Thanks so much. Powering up.
Sorry, Frank. You got out of my sight line, buddy. I mean, you got out of all of the sight lines, to be fair, but... Where's that heal at? Okay.
I don't have to be center stage. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh, I fucking couldn't get you in time. I don't even know who you got killed by. Bro. She was like dodging my fucking heal. Did you really get killed by fucking Squirrel Girl?
This feels empty.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
They're gonna wait for ult. There it is.
A nice deep freeze. Spider mode.
Fuck, I should be over here healing.
I am
I'm sorry.
ready to put on a show.
Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. 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 The ult already came out. I'm fucked him out. Come out. You're gonna catch you, bitch.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. I'll get you next.
What are you doing? Farming drops, not even watching. Cool. That game was lost due to you, for sure. I would guarantee it. Yeah, I thirsted after that fucking, that squirrel girl and left the point. I should have just stayed behind everybody else. It happens. Honestly, 9 times, like, for me at least, like most times, I don't even notice I'm doing it until after the fact, and I'm like, oh fuck, what the fuck am I doing? I didn't even check to see what the end match results were on that one. Being too aggressive? Yeah. I've been playing too much Mantis, that's why. Watching, not knowing there were drops. Base. Way to be. Being too aggressive even with Punisher? No. No. The reason I was playing Punisher the way I was is because of the team that I had. It allowed me to be... I think I like died like once or twice during that whole match. It depends on like the group that you have and how they play.
Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
Sir Hot, I'm not gonna have this like fucking like historical revisionism, okay? I got fucking MVP in that match. I was not being too aggressive. I was being just aggressive enough. I did just fine, okay? Just fine. I'll try to run up a wall and realize I'm not playing Rocket. Yeah, like that shit happens to me. Like with healers specifically, like I get cross-brained. Like I get so used to playing as Mantis and being a lot more like mobile and being more aggressive, and then I'll go play like Luna where like I need to just chill in the back line. I don't need to get like I don't need to get it twisted. Get some juice. Holy shit, you guys got fucking lit up. Fuck did my shots go? Bro, I feel like my shots were like on Hulk. Maybe I'm fucking blind. I could be. I'm like watching it like my crosshairs are on his green ass. Holy shit, I'm fucked. I'll be real, fucking, what is it called? Hands of Khonshu or whatever. That shit used to get me. It did. It used to get me, for sure. Until I, Fuck. Hands of Khonshu used to get me, and then after a while it just doesn't anymore. I think like the only way you're gonna get people with Hands of Khonshu now is if you have like a group or somebody to like do like a group hug and like pull everybody together. I can't reach you. You ran directly into the enemy.
That's much better.
Enemy Hulk's doing his fucking job. I'll tell you right now.
Feeling fantastic. By the eye of Agamotto.
We are undefeatable! Only 60 seconds left.
The moon haunts us.
I can't see you. I need some help. Get him off me, please. Get that fucking...
Disappear! Down to 30 seconds. Anyone willing to help over here? Be careful. I got your back.
Somebody's gotta get that motherfucker down.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
That motherfucker was me.
Feeling fantastic.
I'm
Hulking. Fantastic! Ha ha! 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 Ha!
A little extra oomph.
not who I wanted to give the power up to. That's fine. Dude, I need to play as Moon Knight. Like, that motherfucker's just annoying as shit. He literally just like corner camps and then like throws a trap down, and that's pretty much it.
The moon haunts you.
The fucker just stood in that shit. Come on, dog. I need you to stay alive, otherwise I'm fucking dead. How is he fucking immune to that? You see that? Is he's immune to all CC when he does the fucking gut up or whatever, like his reflection thing? Uh-oh, I'm fucked. I'm not fucked.
What am I? Invisible?
Down to 30 seconds.
Trouble has arrived.
Bro, this is like way fucking sweatier than it needs to be. I'm just trying to chill.
Disappear! We are undefeatable! 10 seconds.
The moon.
The moon what, bitch? Oh, Sue, no. Hold on. We're getting fucked. We gotta back up. I can't do anything about you. I have to back up entirely. But we tried there.
The current score is 1-2-0.
Yeah, that's strange fucking that's strange straight up carried there. Yeah. Holy smokes, finally caught you live. Love your YouTube content. For reviews coming out, one of my daily watches. Thanks for the content. Hope you're liking Rivals. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it, man. I'm gonna be real with you guys. There's one person that is selling on this team, and I think Squirrel Girl.
Round 2, go! And still destroy them.
Chat in game? I'm not gonna chat. I don't know these fucking people. What if they want to like talk?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong. You seem very anxious about your role as protector of this web. Do I?
I wonder if Ghost Rider will make it into the game. I hope Ghost Rider does, dude. I like Ghost Rider.
Would you feel better if I told you that all superheroes feel the same?
I was talking about it before. While I was on vacation, I played a little bit of Midnight Suns. I had a good time playing it.
Starts in 5,
But it really makes me want to have Blade in this game.
2, 1.
I'll take a cosmic clash any day.
Powering up. Stop that vehicle in tracks.
Touch and feel it.
It's right.
Please. It's on the fucking wall. I like people just ignore his onk, dude. It's just you cannot ignore the onk.
Circle of life.
The distance that it reflects is like way too fucking wide. Like it needs to go down immediately. You have to like turn, find the onk, kill the onk, then go from there. Otherwise, he's just gonna farm.
Spiders were so cool.
You're strong as Ben.
Systems restarting. I'm gonna get
You should not be diving that hard.
Problem solved. Fantastic.
The one I should be buffing is fucking Sue Storm. At least she knows like what the fuck is going on right now.
Oh boy, here they come.
Disappear.
Let's rock
Go get,
this.
go get juice, buddy. Go get some
We
fucking
are
damage. Go get a kill.
undefeatable.
The moon haunts you. The moon haunts you.
That front line not making this an easy job? No. No, 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 they're not. Oh, we're not gonna make it in time. They're really gonna die. Well, Sue might get him. Hopefully. Maybe. Probably not. Nope. No, I can't get to you over there. I'm fucking dead.
Now might be a good time to stop them. Feel the pull.
Were some of the leaks around Nightcrawler? Ooh, that'd be cool.
Life energy brings me back.
What rank? It's like bronze or something, I think, right? We're still like low rank. I mean, it's a mess. It's the first day of ranked, right? So like people are still playing. You're gonna get and like, yeah, it's not gonna be it's not gonna be necessarily like balanced. You're gonna get like some matches that are like wild, and then
Systems restoring.
I'm legit the only person killing onks. I'm gonna be real. I think I'm legitimately the only one killing onks right now. That one I couldn't see because it was on me. There it is again. Where is it? It's on the wall. Moon Knight is fucking farming. Absolutely farming right now. Think people will learn by now? Nah, dude. In a lot of cases, when it comes to games like this, people are like super fucking tunnel vision. People just get really tunnel vision. They get tunnel vision that they just keep seeing the kill in front of them, and they're like, I want that kill, and then that's it.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Frontline was just W King. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, they're just... Yeah. Sue Storm, like, that Sue is actually healing like a fucking lot. This motherfucker's like fucking inting in fucking chat. Inting in chat. What's this? Community? NGP member. What does that mean? Exclusive benefit. Thank you for your super support of Marvel Rivals. We're inviting you to join NetEase Gamer Premium for an even more super experience. NGP is a free membership program dedicated to passionate gamers by NetEase. Members will receive newsletters via their email and stay up to date with the latest Marvel. Nah, I'm good, dude. I don't need to be on your fucking email list, dog. I already know what that's about. DCP ass motherfucker. I know what you're trying to do. Why is it like, give me the lightning bolts? Like, oh, these are just like new ones. I like Marvel Rivals tells you the first appearance of a skin is. Ooh, I do actually really, yeah, I thought about that too. It actually shows you like, yeah, right here. First appears in Thor 2018. So then I'm curious. First appearance in Marvel Rivals Season 1. Okay. That's an original skin. First appears in X-Men Hellfire Gala 2022. Marvel Rivals Season 1. This is an original skin. Dude, they cook with their original skins. I'm gonna be real. Like, this shit is fucking dope. Like, this is an original skin, too. Like, their original skins are sick, dude. First appears in Submariner 1968 number 7. So this is the outfit that he wore in Submariner in 1968. That's super fucking cool, dude. House of M. I wonder the other one. Because I'm pretty sure, like, this is her OG, right? Yeah. First appearance, Uncanny X-Men, 1963. Well, we already know, like, her other skin is 1983. This is fucking sick. I'm not gonna lie. This looks really fucking good. Yeah, I think that's really cool that, like, they actually... I think that's actually, like, the cool thing that they can do. Goon skin? Bro, it's fucking from the 60s. It's pure, okay? It's fucking pure, dog. Fucking pure. Pure. just like this one. Very pure. Appears in Fantastic Four 1961 number 200 or 280. I think this is, I forgot like what happened to her, but she like fucking like loses her mind and ends up having like a mental break. Because her powers are psychic. Right? This is 2011 Ultimate. Yeah. Fucking sick, dude. Sick. Her powers on villainy would be scary. Yeah, it is. It is. It's bad. It's bad. I like the Fantastic Four models. Yeah. Bride of Doom vibes. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I wonder if there's any of these other ones that are like more on the old school side. What was the other like, I really dig that they went with the more like this is very like inspired by the 97, right? Marvel Studios Deadpool versus Wolverine 2024. Okay, yeah, I can see that. It's like more armored. This is just original skin for him too. Yeah, this is like, bro, 1960s, they were popping off, dude. They were fucking popping off with some like crazy looking fucking character designs. 1968, number 73, Uncanny X-Men. Storm rocks? Yeah, Storm's cool as shit, dude. Cool. Fucking cool. Why are you playing the most popular free-to-play shooter game? Like, because I've been enjoying it. I've had a lot of fun playing it. I checked it out when it was in beta, and then I'm continuing to play it. Because Concord shut down? Jesus fuck, man. Really gotta say that like that, huh? Why are you playing the fun game everybody likes? True. Dark. True. I'll play one more, and then I'm gonna get some dinner. True. If Concord was still up, this game would not be succeeding. You all know it. Don't fucking pretend like you don't.
Pick your hero.
Concord died so that this game could succeed. So I see 4 people picking DPS. Cool. No, somebody went tank. Concord crawled. Concord didn't crawl. Game was fucking aborted.
Martial arts sharpens your mind. 30 seconds before you attack.
Game was out less than 2 weeks. They're like, you know what, man? I'm fucking good. I'm fucking good, dog. Why does he look all special? I think that's how his thing looked. Oh, because he's got a little special skin on, because he thinks he's a little special boy. Oh, because they got the little fucking team up thing going on.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Intruders detected. Sometimes you can reason with people, and sometimes they need a kick in the teeth.
Sacrifice to the gods. Yeah, ritualistic sacrifice of Concord. I didn't want to fucking buff you, brute. I was trying to give to Spooder Man. Trying to give it to the Spooter.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
What the fuck is my aim? There it is. Oh, you're fucked. I'm out of here. I'll try to save you, Stu. Nope, you're fucked, Stu. How the fuck? Oh, I was running into that. I see you, fucking Wolverine. Wolverine. Yeah, I see you.
Heals? Heals?
Dude, I'm
Heals?
giving you everything I can, brother. Even like, I don't know where the other healer is, man. We don't have any fucking damage. Our DPS is like not doing anything right now. Please, please, please. I couldn't hit him.
Armed and dangerous.
Fucking smoke. We have like no damage. Zip. 0. What is this dude doing? Okay, there you go.
New perspective.
You get a web and you get a web.
Where's
and you
Susan?
get a web.
Shields up.
Here they come.
The god of thunder!
I need heals, heals.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
There is 0 heals, guys.
No shit, dog. Look around.
What am I? Invisible?
Why is Susan playing like a fucking DPS? Yeah. Yeah. Both died to Jeff ult. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have it. Well, actually, she has an. Susan has an escape. I do not. Wow, we have a talker. Yeah. I hate that ult the most. It's just cheap as fuck, dude. It's cheap as fuck, and there's no way for you to be able to fucking get out of it. There should be like a little bit of a fucking delay, but it's a snapshot. And the problem is that like even if you get out of it, you'll still end up getting a. You'll still end up getting like rubber banded. I've had that happen multiple times. Where like, no, say like the edge of the circle is like right here, and I'll get to like right here, and then all of a sudden I get snapped back inside of it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Before we put all these worlds back together, I want to see some places I'll never see again.
Oh boy, here they come. Ha.
You're so far away from me, it's not even funny.
Capture the mission area.
Come on, I can't see it. Can't see it. There we go.
Keep your balance, you two. Stay in control. Defeat by Doctor Strange.
All right, time to get my web on.
Gotta feel better. Sorry, I'm
I'm ready.
Enemy in front of us.
Thanks.
Brute's dead. He totally got fucking juggled.
More powerful yet.
So cold.
That bad guy.
Keep capturing the mission area. Keep going.
Armed and again!
Control lost.
Yeah, I heard the left and I tried to mark it, but they just let him around.
Again!
Oh, fuckers opening a portal. Everybody already left. It takes way too fucking long.
Behold the god of thunder!
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh, see? I jumped, but it just dropped me right back into it.
Double KO. Control seized.
That's some bullshit? Yeah, it is. I don't have any heals left. Mine's a hot, not a fucking...
Armed and dangerous!
Stay away from that.
Us against the world.
Why would you... What the fuck was that? Can somebody please tell me what the fuck I just saw? Did I really just see a fucking... Did I really just see a Punisher just walk into the middle of the room and set down a turret? Did I really fucking see that happen? I'm getting relegated right here. I feel like I did all right. Yeah, 10k healing. Damage was good. 13 assists. Bad teams, bad luck. I guess, dude. I don't fucking know. I think like no matter what, even when you run into like getting bad teams, like you still feel like your like personal ability should be able to overcome it. So like no matter what, you you know, you still like try to think like what you could have done better. Like I mean, I don't fucking know. I was pumping heals, dog. I was pumping heals. I was throwing down damage. You know, I was doing everything I could. I was doing everything I could. Hey dude, first time seeing you live midnight here on the East Coast, so I'm gonna log off soon. Just wanted to say I found your YouTube channel last year and I've watched every video since I found you. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Honestly, it's not always bad teams. Worst team is the enemy team. Yeah, true. You can run into some of that stuff for sure. Toss up half the time. Yeah. Big facts. You lack suppressive fire. You know, one of the things that I've noticed is that like in a lot of cases, if you see teams that run like 2 tanks, 2 supports, you end up seeing like the other two people take like melee as well, and then like all of a sudden now you have like no mid range. You have like no mid range or long range, and I mean you just get fucking ate alive when the other team does. Simple as it is. That's just what ends up happening. What are you doing? I just played Dagger today for the first time. I think she's better than Mantis in a lot of ways. Like the problem is that like initially the team that I was on, had like she was playing as Sue, and then they switched off of Sue back onto Dagger, and like you can't play Dagger and Mantis together. But I didn't see them switch. Otherwise, I probably would have myself. Because then all of a sudden you just have two like support healers. Because Mantis can't solo heal. It's not unless you have like a team that's like really good defensively and good at escaping and stuff like that. Squirrel Girl able to snipe and pepper supports. Yeah, I mean like you really got to know what the fuck you're doing if you're playing Squirrel Girl. Because like I think she's like pretty mid, to be honest with you. Like I think she's pretty mid as a character. Like you're better off playing like Hawkeye. You're better off playing Hawkeye. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is it for me today. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get some food in me. I'm pretty hungry. So I will I might pop on tomorrow. Maybe if I do, I'll you know, I'll probably be just like a shorter stream. If not, then what I'm going to end up doing is I'll end up going. I'll pop on Sunday for sure. I'll stream Sunday because I'm just going to jam like Path of Exile. So you guys are absolutely 100% welcome to. You guys are 100% welcome to. Cat, what are you doing? Stop slapping your fucking tail around on the keyboard. If I do, then what I'll end up doing is I will... What is this? I'll probably only stream on Twitch because I'll probably just want to play Path of Exile and jam music. Chances are, like, this is what I'm doing. I'm just gonna want to like listen to music and play Path of Exile, and I can't do that on YouTube. If I play music on YouTube, YouTube will fucking kick me off the platform. Unless you go fuck yourself. No more YouTuber for you. No more YouTuber for you. You're done. You're fucking smoked, son. You're smoked. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for all the subscriptions and the donos and the resubs and all that stuff. I really appreciate your guys' generosity. Thank you guys for watching the videos. I will catch you guys tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, I see you on Sunday. All right. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Make sure you guys join the Discord so you guys can keep track of like live streams and stuff like that and not miss out on them. I will see you guys later. Peace. Goodbye, kitty. Goodbye.